Good afternoon and welcome back to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. My name is Callum Helliwell and this is the English-speaking Jockey Club of Saudi Arabian broadcast. I'm joined by Mr. Rory Delaghi, back once again here in Riyadh. Rory, and a wonderful time to have you here, and a Happy New Year, I should probably say.
You should, yes indeed. Happy New Year to you, and we're all set for a very good weekend. Quiet start, it has to be said, today. No pretense that this is a great card. Lots of maiden races on show and an open race with a distinct lack of quality about it. But a sneaky peek ahead to tomorrow when Saturday's card shows that we're in for some very, very good racing this weekend. Yes,
we certainly are in for some exciting racing ahead, but we cannot get too far ahead of ourselves because we've got a good 12 race card to look forward to today, with plenty of interesting runners to the top and to the bottom. Here are just three that I have a sneaky fancy will do well today. The first horse is Barka Al Johora. She's a really interesting runner who goes in race 4. She was last seen looking like she was all set to win before getting pipped at the line by a rival last time out. Connections will be hoping she can go one place better today. Here is Mutawasi. This boy goes in race 5 for the White Stable, trying to end a barren spell for that organisation. The White Stable didn't have a winner last week. He was third last time out behind Sayodad. That looks like red hot form. And finally, in race 9 we have Kamra Al Muhammadiyah, who was last seen finishing second. You can see in the white cap and white colours, but hopefully will go one place better today. Really excited about this because I thought with the handicaps that we're seeing today, we're seeing a lot of these 3-year-old handicaps. Now these were 2-year-olds just before January the 1st. So I'm looking at these races in a slightly different way to the way I was looking at handicaps earlier in the season. Are you doing the same?
Yes, and they're not particularly easy, and they're low-grade handicaps today. But a lot of these 3-year-olds wouldn't have been able to show their best form in qualifying runs, and you could see some big improvers. Not necessarily easy to find, though.
Not at all, but one man who will be helping us to find them is our commentator, our man in the sky, our voice from above, Mr. John Blance. Just having a few technical issues with John here, but we can take you through them ourselves. Can we start off with the non-winners of 2 contests, moves through to a maiden and an open race. That open race, Rory, very tricky. A small field, but the quality seems awfully low. Got a couple of local bred horses handicapped 0 to 60, and a local bred Colts and Geldings maiden at 6:50 local time. Out of those races, Rory, I'm fascinated to see how that local bred fillies maiden gets on. But the fillies open at 7:45 is possibly the highest quality affair we've got on show. We follow it up with an Arabian horses maiden, and we wrap up with the marathon, 2,400 metres, a local bred horses handicap. It's 0 to 60, but again, there's some potential improvers there. Here are the runners and the riders for our first race. Horse number 1, Ain Al Yaqeen. Horse number 2, Jcsa. Horse number 3, Mojazale. Horse number 4, Gar Al Mali. Horse number 5, Aithan Nora. Horse number 6 is Salute Song. Horse number 7 is Noof Al Riyadh. Number 8, one of my favourite names out here, is Luffy. Now, number 9, a horse who's got a good chance here, Jasmine. Number 10, Matalib. And number 11, Ajdal, have a big chance here, surely. Noah is number 12. Windscreen for the FMQ stables is number 13. In Bahar, a horse that I know a lot of people fancy, is 14. Yaslam Allah is number 15. We go without horse number 60. No, we don't. Habib Al-Khair does go in this one. We have Vision as number 17. And our old favourite, Gloria Flashes, number 18, Rory. A horse we all know and love here in Saudi Arabia.
Indeed, yeah, she's got her chance in that race. Only won the 1 race so far, but there aren't too many multiple winners in our, well, I said non-winners are 2. There aren't many who've actually won a race at all, I should say. So it's not the strongest event of its type, and Gloria Flashes normally has a very stiff task. She's got a chance of making the frame at least today.
Yeah, well, let's start from the top and work our way down, as we normally do. Ain Al Yaqeen, horse number 1.
Not finished closer than 12th in recent starts, and no great appeal on that evidence, despite having won a race way back.
Jcsa, horse number 2.
Stopped the rot a bit last time when finishing 4th in a 7 furlong maiden, beaten 7 1/4 lengths that day. Didn't think it was a fairly deep contest, and a rating of 56 tells you that she's got a little bit of work in her plate here.
Mojazale is horse number 3.
Rated 65, so you know, one of the more interesting ones on paper, but he's been bitterly disappointing for me since winning a 6 furlong maiden at Taif in August. Looked like he might go on to be okay at that stage. Hasn't really backed that up at all.
Gar Al Mali is horse number 4.
Yeah, hasn't gone on since winning a 6 furlong Taif maiden last summer. Again, similar bracket to Mojazale. Has a rating of 70, but not running close to that at the moment, and needs to buck her ideas up a little bit.
I thought Aithan Nora started her season well.
She has been placed in maidens at 6 and 7 furlong, and she was beaten over 1,800 metres on her reappearance, and I think the drop back and trip was a benefit to her today.
Salute Song is horse number 6.
Finished 6th in a non-winners with 3-2 starts back. That looks okay on paper, but she's been largely unconvincing, or he rather has been largely unconvincing, finishing out the back last time.
Noof Al Riyadh is number 7.
Hasn't run this season. Form figures for last season read 17, 16, 17, and tells you all you need to know.
Luffy, number 8.
Has been modest at best this season. She's rated 55, Luffy. Some of her runs are okay and give her a chance of finishing sort of in the first half dozen, but more of them are disappointing.
Jasmine is horse number 9, one of the shortlisted horses, surely.
Yeah, she's got a poor strike rate, Jasmine, but she's got a decent chance in this in this grade. She's a regular in 0 to 75 handicaps, which are generally deeper than this race. She's hardly ever disgraced in a race, with disappointing 2 starts back, but bounced back to form with 5th last time out. She should be thereabouts.
Matalib is horse number 10.
Only had a couple of runs last season, was well held in a course and distance maiden when last seen in March, and liable to need the run after that long break.
The Red Stable have Ajdal here, big chance.
Yes, he's the most interesting horse in the race, Ajdal. He did finish behind Inbahar last time out, and we'll see that race again. But he was a winner on debut at Taif last season, 3rd in a good race next time out, and then he was tried in Group 1 company on his final start. He started out for a new stable this year, and I thought he ran a promising enough race when 4th in a 7 furlong open in December. Obviously, he's got a bit of work to do to turn the tables with Inbahar, but you'd like to think he'll come on for that, and he's quite an interesting sort.
Noah is number 12.
Noah's got a squeak, I suppose. A mile maiden winner in August. Well held in better company since. Drops in class, having run in the primary championship of the race courses last time out.
And Win Spree is number 13.
Another one who looked, and he looked like he might be really good first time out at Taif, but was well beaten on his second start there and didn't do an awful lot better after a break last time out. You wouldn't want to give up on him too soon because, he's a good looker who promised a lot on debut, and he's only had 2 starts since, and maybe just taking time to acclimatise.
Inbahar, horse number 14.
Yeah, bounced back to, had run a couple of poor races, but bounced back to form, went third to Jawar Al Riyadh. Last time out over 7 furlongs, just in front of Ajzal that day. Obviously, he's the one to beat on that form. He's a little bit in and out though, and I'd have thought he might just struggle to confirm that form last time out.
Number 15 is Ya Salam Allah.
His win, he won meeting 73, but that was in a not a 60 handicap, and he was well beaten behind behind No last time out in that primary championship of the racecourse, so he's a hard one to fancy.
Haboob Al Khair is number 16.
Has just run a maidens 3 times. Best effort was finishing 8th, and she has lots to do here.
You just see Vision getting a little bit worked up in the parade ring. That's number 17.
Yeah, hard to fancy Vision as well. Was 4th 2 starts back amid several poorer efforts, but that 4th again came in not a 60 handicap company, and this is tougher.
And here is Gloria Flasher, the horse we know an awful lot about.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Gloria Flashes. She seems to have run more than 10 times, to be honest. We've seen a lot of her this season. She was she won a course and distance maiden on the very first day of the Riyadh season. That wasn't a particularly strong contest, and she's made less impact in stronger races since. This is easier than 1 or 2 of her races. She's got a chance of hitting the frame.
Yeah, fascinating contest to get our teeth into early on in the card. And yeah, Ajzal for me is the one that you have to take out of it. But those who are looking at the bare form will say, well, Inbahar beat Ajzal. How do you see this horse turning the tables?
Well, I see him turning the tables on the basis that was his first run of the season. Inbahar's been pretty busy. He's also only had 4 lifetime starts, had a fair break. He ran in the King Abdulaziz Cup last season when he finished 12th.
He was chucked in that one, wasn't he?
That was a tough one because I think the maiden he won wasn't tremendously strong. He probably ran better when he was 3rd in a no winners of 2 next time out. And he should step up in that 4th last time.
Shamila has had a look at them in the parade ring. Who caught your eye down there?
Thank you very much, Callum, and happy weekend to everybody. Thank you for joining us live on YouTube, as always. My paddock selection for the first race of the day is horse number 14 Inbahar, ridden by Fawaz Wanas, highest rated horse in the race at 83, 3rd last time out, so hopefully he can do 2 better this time and win the first race of the day. We have some really fantastic races coming up for you this week, and a lot of Group 1 and Group 2 action, but there is a lot of local bred action today to look forward to. So really strong contest, big fields, and I've got my I've got my eye on race number 5 with Mutawasi for Camila Ospina, who should be a sure thing for the White Stables team.
Yes, Jamila, I'm almost in agreement with you on that with race 5. I think Mutawasi is going to have a good chance. Let's have a look at Inbahar in action here. You can just see him going around the parade ring here. Got that green cap on and the sort of, are you going beige and green colours? Beige and green?
Could be beige, it could be drab. You don't see drab very often these days. It is a natural colour.
I didn't even know that was a colour, so you've beaten me there. Let's have a look at him in action though, because it's good because we'll see him beating Ajzal in probably the best form of this race. Ajzal in the red colour, you can see in second at the moment, but Inbahar sneaking between the gap.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you watch this race, you would say you had no more information. You would expect Inbahar to confirm the form here because he's stronger at the finish. This is obviously this is 7 furlongs the last day. It's 6 furlongs here, and Ajzal's finishing effort is both weak enough that you wouldn't, think that he's a certain future winner, but also he doesn't look like he would really benefit from a drop back and trip. He's just very one-paced in the finish. But for me, he was carrying a lot of condition that day. And I think that he will be a lot fitter for this. The bare form is he needs to build on it to be guaranteed to win this race, and Inbahar has the beating of him. But I do think he will strip a lot fitter for that run. He hasn't taken much racing. He's probably had his issues. And you would think the way he shaped before and during that race that he would be better for it. So hopefully he can get himself back on track here.
Yeah, he's got a little bit warm in the parade ring as well, which is worth noting, but it is 25 degrees out here today, so it's not totally cool, so you can sort of give them a little bit of a chance.
It's a tad warmer here than it is at Catterick, isn't it?
Just a wee bit, yes, just a little bit warmer here. We've just seen Jasmine just going down to post, looked a bit keen there, and Imbaha going down in lovely fashion there. That's what you want to see, isn't it?
Yes, he's very much he's on good terms with himself, but going down nice and steadily there. And he's clearly the obvious one on what he did last time out.
Great to see people already getting in touch with us in the chat on the YouTube channel. Remember, we're on live Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays all the way up till the Saudi Cup, which will be an exciting time of year for sure. And make sure you stick with us because we'll have plenty of clues ahead of the big day.
Absolutely, yes. Stick with us. You won't be able to see us on Saudi Cup Day, but we'll lay the groundwork for you, and hopefully that will benefit you on the day itself.
Yes, it hopefully will. Yeah, I think we'll be joined by the real pros will take over from us. The Nick Lucks of the world will be involved in taking you through a wonderful evening of racing. 2 fantastic days. Remember, you've got the International Jockeys Challenge to start with on the Friday, and then you have Saudi Cup night with obviously the Neom Turf Cup as well. All those big races, all those good horses will be here in Riyadh, and you'll have the chance to watch them live on YouTube as well. So what a fantastic opportunity it is for you at home. Remember, you can get involved in our chat as well. We've already got a couple of people getting involved in the conversation as well, which is good to see. So hopefully we can find you a few winners today as well, because I know that's what we're here to do, Rory. In this one, are you going to stick with Ajdal here and go away from what Shamila suggested?
Yes, I'm going to stick with Ajdal. Listen, he's not certain to step forward from that, but I'd be disappointed if he didn't, given his overall profile. Obviously, with a horse like him, he's had breaks between his races and hasn't seen the track too much. You're a little bit worried about how well they're going to bounce from one run to another, but he's got promise. He's the one horse who might be better than this sort of grade.
Would you say the horse like Jasmine would have place claims here?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I thought Jasmine was probably third best. She's largely consistent. She's been keeping stronger company than this. For all this is. I wouldn't say that all non-winners of 2 are stronger than not the 75 handicaps, but I think this one probably is weaker in general, and she's been keeping pretty good company now for a while. So this will be a slightly easier task for her than she's had, and she shouldn't be out of the frame, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm fascinated about, we talk about the primary of the Racecourse Championships being a race that we've mentioned with a couple of form lines here. A big title for a race, but not specifically the strongest race on paper. But you watch the finish of that race, and the top 9 are all quite tightly bunched. There's not much to separate them.
Yes, it's not form I want to hang my hat on, and it is, given the grand title of the race, it's not. If you had a horse to finish 5th in that seemed to show improved form, I wouldn't be certain they'd necessarily build on it next time out. But I'd be a little bit negative about horses who finish way down the field there. It's a race with a mixed set of abilities running in it. Not as strong as some of the cup races we see. Yeah,
certainly not. Winspree is another one who I'm interested to see. I'm sure connected with the FMQ stable, who will have Saudi Crown hopefully running in at the Saudi Cup. They'll be hoping for a step up from Winspree, who's been largely disappointing since that exciting debut.
He has. He was well beaten second time out at Taif, having made a big impression. And indeed, the debut form maybe has been tarnished a little bit since, but he does look like he should do better.
Now, the final selections. I know you like Ajdal, Rory. Shamila likes Imbaha. I'm going to team up with you, Rory. I also like Ajdal. So myself and Rory was number 11. Shamila likes horse number 14. John Blance, our man in the sky. Who do you like here? Still got some issues connecting with John, and I'm sure John won't mind me telling. I know what his selection in this race is. It's Ajdal as well, so we're going to give him the triple kiss of death, Ajdal. Imbaha being Shamila's selection too. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on. Ajdal dropping back in trip to what looks like a more ideal distance. Are you confident they're going to ride him prominently again like he was ridden last time?
I'd have thought so, yeah. In a race where there's not a great deal of depth to the form, he doesn't want to be getting behind horses, so I think he'll bounce out and race fairly handily. He's obviously drawn sort of mid to wide, but that shouldn't be a major issue in a race of this nature.
They've been coming in stall order here. We'll see slightly different in some of the handicaps, but horse number 1, Ain Al-Akeem, will jump out of stall 1. The wide draws round here over this minimum trip in a largely weaker race. If you are drawn out in the car park, i.e. Gloria, Flasher and Vision, it's going to be hard to get across because they've not got the out-and-out speed and class to get to the front.
No, you see in a lot of maiden races where you got class horses drawn out wide, and it's not a real issue there. But where you've got speed through the middle, it's a lot harder to cross over, and we'll see how these go to the first turn and see who's helped by the draw and who's hindered by it.
Well, we won't just see who goes through the first turn, we'll be commentating on who goes through the first turn. So I'm going to apologise in advance for my poor commentary skills, but we've only got a few left to go. We're having a few problems getting in touch with John, and as we can just see Win Spree about to go forward. Naif Al-Anazi, clearly one of the faces of Saudi Arabian racing, is about to get on board and have a good chance. Here we can see number 6 going forward. This is Salute Song, really gorgeous individual too in those blue and black colours. But with only 14 left to go forward, I think I'll have to do the commentary myself. So best of luck to me and best of luck to everyone at home as they just finalise the loading process. We're just seeing in Baha. Shamila's selection is going to be one of the last to go forward. Looks to be loaded nicely. They're all set for a start here in our opener at Riyadh. It's race 1 of 12 and we're holding the flag is up. The flag is down and away they go. So jumping out well quite nicely towards the outside with Yaslam Allah showing early pace. We see Gar Al-Mali towards the inside with the red noseband on, travelling nicely. The grey horse just a little bit further wide there. Looks to be Imbaha getting involved too, and they're showing quite early speed. That's Win Spree in those famous silver colours up there too. And towards the outside there, Haboob Al-Khair. They race into the first turn going at around 66 kilometres per hour, and it's Gar Al-Mali who is the early leader. Moja Zale making the most of that inside draw as well, getting right on the rail and trying to sneak up on the inside, and will get that gap if Gar Al-Mali isn't able to close. Win Spree running a much better race than what we've seen earlier, and we're also seeing Salute Song. So all the low draws coming to the fore, and they've kicked away from the rest of the field. If you're on Ajazal, you're going to be a little bit concerned, but now the move is beginning to come. Look for the red colours towards the back of the screen. Down the inside though, Moja Zale, the bird has maybe flown, has got out in front, and we're going to see in third Salute Song is trying to close down. Win Spree is there right along the outside, finishing with a rare rattle with Noah, but not going to get there. They're going to get absolutely nowhere near Moja Zale, who has absolutely skinned them. Gone from the front, got the rail, and got the win. Moja Zale first, Noah second, and in third was Salute Song. That was an easy performance and an easy win from Moja Zale, who is our race winner with the noseband on. Got up the rail there, Rory, and it was never in doubt from there.
No, it was clearly beneficial to be drawn low here. We talked briefly about the draw just before they started. Moja Zale had one of the higher ratings going into this race, rated at 65, but he's been disappointing for a little bit of time since winning his maiden at Taif back in August. But he bounced back to form here in a non-winners of 2 that lacked a little bit of quality. Not many get into it, really. We saw a flying finish there from Noah to get into second place without ever looking particularly dangerous. Salute Song was always in the first 4 or 5 and finished third.
Mali in fourth as well.
Yeah, disappointing efforts from the market leaders, particularly in Bahar, who's only beaten a couple home in the end. That was very disappointing, given that he's got plenty of fairly solid efforts to his name, but he's not the most consistent. And Ajzal tried to come with a run, but just he hasn't come forward physically from that reappearance. He's clearly a horse who's had some sort of problems since making a winning debut, and unfortunately we're a little bit concerned that he might not be able to bounce from one run to another, and sadly he hasn't. So I don't think he's going to fulfil that early promise based on that run.
Largely probably the most disappointing performance from the runner there was Ajzal, who the jockey pulled out wide and had every chance to make that move, but was unable to sort of find that next gear and sort of plugged on again at the one pace, as you mentioned previously he did in that previous bit of form.
Yeah, but he's not. He's barely going on at the finish, I thought. Ajzal. He was passed fairly easily by Noah, who's run on to get second without ever figuring as a likely winner of the race. But Ajzal, briefly sort of tried to pick up and run through horses, but seemed to be all at sea with 300 metres to go and was eased inside the last. I think there's a physical issue or two there with Ajzal, sadly.
Yeah, we mentioned at the start how hard it would be for horses drawn out wide to get involved, and Gloria Flasher, the Vision, couldn't get across because all the pace was towards the inside. Gar Al Mali showed blazing early speed, something he'd done before, but again, he just can't finish off his races.
No, he was able to win early season at Taif, where frequently early speed is really important at that track. Can ride a little bit deeper, but it's got a tighter bend, and if you can get others behind you and kick sand in their face, you can often get away with it from the front there. But he struggled a little bit since switching to Riyadh, but a lovely run through towards the inside, got the gap, just about got the gap on the inside off the turn, and then was very strong from there.
Yes, Mojdadel was ridden with speed. The gap came as Gala Al Mali wasn't able to get across. Salute Song was another horse who ran a very big race to finish third as well, coming from stall 6. But again, pace is down low. Does that give Noah more credit, considering that he did it from stall 12?
Yes, and also I thought this trip would be a minimum for Noah, who's a winner over a mile. Obviously cutting back to 6 furlongs today and coming from well off the pace as a result. I thought he's done very good late work to get second place. It wasn't a race that was set up for finishers particularly, and Noah's one you'd be pretty positive about there. I don't think you'd be positive about too many. You know, even those who've run well have got the kind of profile that wouldn't guarantee that they would back it up next time out.
And do you know when we talked about the primary championships of the race course?
Yep.
Set first and second both ran in that last time out.
Oh, there you
so
go.
It clearly wasn't the strongest race on paper compared to all the cup races that we see, but I think it is worth noting that the form is clearly at this level. That is probably the best of the form.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty competitive non-winners of 2 here this winter. This wasn't one of them.
No.
There were very few horses without some sort of questions to answer. As we said, the obvious one on paper was Inbahar, having finished third last time out with that Agile just behind him. But you look at his 2 previous starts, in fairly ordinary company, he finished 15th twice, and he's finished in a similar sort of position today. He's just not a horse who you can trust to show us form. Even though he looked very well today, he looked as happy as Larry going to post. Everything seemed to be in place for a good run, but he's just a moody sort who doesn't always put it in.
Yeah, and like you say, sometimes we talked about in the purebred Arabian races, if a horse is able to get confidence, you saw that run within a much smaller field than this. Maybe if he's able to dictate, run on his own terms and not be bunched around in the field. You can just see him in the middle of shot with the white blinkers on and the green cap, just never being able to get involved. Noah on his outside as well, getting past him. Haboob Al-Khair, another who showed bright early speed, and Yaslam Allah faded quite tamely after trying to break out early. You can see him out widest as well with the yellow cap. But they couldn't do anything to get to Mojdadel, and is that going to be an angle you take for the rest of the card today? Low draws in tightly packed competitive contests? Possibly,
yeah. I mean, obviously the bigger the field, the more the draw can play a part, and the more closely matched the opposition is as well. Clearly where you've got races with inexperienced horses and a big gap in ability, then the draw can play less of a part. You can often see a phalanx of horses getting across from a wide draw, and the wide draw is unable to dominate the race. But if those horses can't get across at all, then it sets things up for those on the inside. It's just, it's often about what the middle does. The middle's probably the hardest place to come from, but the middle can spoil the outside's chance, but it can't really spoil it for the inside.
Because like we said, we mentioned fast start for Inbahar, fast start for your
Here we go. We've got to start the race again, and as you can see, there's a degree of pace all across the track, and horses from the inside and from the middle go forward, which means it's very hard for those drawn very wide to get across. And again, there's nothing in this race rated higher than 70, really, is there? And nothing's got the class to be able to put a bit of a spurt on and get to the front. And after a furlong and a half, anything drawn wider than 10 has got no chance of winning this race.
Yeah, you can
which means that Noah has done well to finish where he has.
It's Haboob Al-Khair in about 4th place there, and right behind Gloria Flashes as well. They're the only ones who are able to get slightly close to the leaders. But look at our inside. Mojdadel gets the gap as Gala Al Mali has left it. Probably, if you're Khalid Al Mimoni, you'd be a little bit disappointed you weren't able to shut that door completely.
Yes, yeah, you'd have liked to have seen that. But in fairness, there's no question of the winner being lucky, other than being able to get that gap. But as you see, the horse in second at this stage is always drifting off the rails. So it's difficult to close the door without going, left arm down and actually, causing interference there. So that's just the way it works with a horse who wants to hang off the bend. The winner's handled it very well, unsurprisingly, given he handled Taif, and he's reeled very nicely to win. I wouldn't get carried away with the form. And again, we had a few Winspree offered a little bit more here for a long way, but his finishing effort was not entirely convincing once again. So it's back to the drawing board with a few of these.
It's the type of race where the horses that have finished in the top three would all be sort of middle of the ground in the order how we'd rank them. They certainly wouldn't be the highest ranked horses going into this race. Certainly, I would be putting Agile above all of them going into this contest. But those horses that we've ranked highly are actually disappointed in this performance and have allowed a horse like Mojadel to run a race to his probably best level.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, Agile's had a rating of 81 coming into that, but that's predicated on a debut win last season rather than just last year. And when horses are doing that at 2 years, you just wonder if the rating is worth it when they're not able to back it up on a regular basis. It was promising enough his return, but he wasn't running to 81 last time out. It was a run that made you think, well, that was a good starting point for the season. If he can jump forward from that, then he might get back to the form he showed. He hasn't. He's gone backwards from it, and it's hard. It looks like a difficult job to get him back on track after that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where him and Imbahar go next. I thought Winspree ran a big race for a long way. They'd be more positive about that, but again, didn't finish it off.
Yeah, and he was well placed. And to be honest, the front four got away from the rest at one stage of this. And given that Winspree was well positioned in that group of horses, I thought he would have, been able to hang on for a minor place, but he hasn't in the end. So, in a manner of speaking, that's pretty disappointing as well, because looks-wise, he's got it, but he's not got any end product at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting for me with a horse like Winspree, because you thought from that debut he's got class, and usually with the class they'd be able to stick on. Even if he didn't have the ability, it's surprising that he didn't stick on. He didn't manage to stay on with those leaders as they broke away.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know what the issue is with him, but there's clearly some reason why he's not able to even to show the form he did on debut.
Well, we've got plenty of good news to bring you, because the technical gremlins that were keeping John Blance back have been vanquished. And John, hopefully we can hear from you right about now.
Well, yes, hopefully you can, Callum. Yes, the horses are about to appear for race number 2, and well done on the call in the first hour. I've just seen my entire career flash before my eyes. Horse number 2 is Jcsa. In this spot here, the 1 doesn't go. Number 3 is Sabeh Al Maidan, the mount of Ali Al Mamoni. Horse number 4 is Muafak, Fahed Al Faredi. Horse number 5 is Shamastar, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 6 is Al Abjar, that's the mount of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 7 is Sakar, Mohammed Al Madam. Horse number 8 is Ready for Mischief, Wigberto Ramos. And horse number 9 is Skayeb, the mount of Eddie Castro. Horse number 10 is Nam Shi, that's Falah Al-Dahasi. Horse number 11 is Gassab, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Horse number 12 is Al-Shamek, that's the mount of Nawaf Al-Fayruz. Horse number 13 is Great Cat Mao, Sultan Al-Mamoni. Horse number 14 is Day Member, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 15 is Q-Tail, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 16 is Etifad. Number 16 doesn't go. Number 16 doesn't go. Number 17, Al Magic, does go. Number 18, Al Kisai, is also running. Horse number 19 doesn't go either. So that is your lot as they make their way into the parade ring for race number 2. And we can get back in the blazing sunshine to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Just hearing that 20 and 21, Night Moon and Shibal Aldamea, are both going to be able to run in this race because the non-runners were announced in time, which means 20 and 21 do get a run here. They are rated 42 and 40 respectively, which means it would be a bit of a turn-up if they were to win. However, not the strongest of contests, so we can't discount them completely.
No, you'd like to think when you're looking at horses with ratings in the 40s that they won't be winning maidens, but we've got some fairly moderate-looking maidens on the card today, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a shock at some stage.
Well, let's start from the top and work our way down. Jcsa, horse number 2.
Been in the frame in maidens over 6 furlongs and a mile, but the balance of his form suggests he'd be doing well to improve a couple of places here.
Sabaya Al Madam by Massat.
Yes, you don't see too many with Massat. I was a big fan of Massat as a 2-year-old and early 3-year-old career, and hopefully he will do all right as a sire. But this one was 4th in a pair of 6 furlong maidens at Taif. And although well beaten last time out, that was an open company, so he's taken a fair drop in class, and you can't rule him out on that basis.
Moafak is horse number 4.
Consistent enough, having had 7 runs, and ran pretty close to form, won 8 1/4 lengths 5th in a 7 furlong maiden at Taif in September. He's coming back here off a break. He needs to show he can do it at this track as well.
Shamaster makes his first start in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, has a rating of 48, was unplaced on all 7 starts for David Marnan in Ireland, and needs to show that he can A, adapt, and B, show better form here.
Al Abjar is horse number 6.
He was bought for 60,000 as a 2-year-old, Al Abjar, and quite an interesting one on pedigree. But he was bought to run in the Prince Saud bin Salman colours, but never raced for that yard and has changed hands again. So that's a little bit of a negative, but obviously looked interesting enough on paper.
Sakar is horse number 7.
Has had 6 runs, finished a 7 lengths, 7th of 19 behind Aziza in a 7 furlong contest on his return. Should be able to build on that, but he's a little bit in and out all told.
We've got Mohammed Al-Daham on board as well, very strong jockey. Number 8 is Ready for Mischief. Powerful colours with Berto on board, has to have a chance.
Yeah, this one cost 170,000 at the 2-year-olds in training sale a couple of years ago. His absence since then is obviously a little bit of a worry because he was in training. It's a breeze-up sale essentially, but no runs then, no runs last year. Is a little bit of a worry, but otherwise he jumps off the page in terms of pedigree and cost.
Skayeb is horse number 9.
Skayeb is another debutant, a half-sister to 4 winners in the US. 2 of those multiple winners, 2 of them won 5 times, so Skayeb is one to keep an eye on as well.
Good looker in the parade ring as well. Number 10, Namshi.
Namshi has had 4 runs and has shown very little, easy enough to pass her over.
Number 11 is Gassar.
He's had plenty of racing, had 15 runs, and he's shown a bit of form in the past, but he was desperate in Taif in the summer, and he needs to leave that well behind.
Al Shemek comes here rated 56.
Yeah, beaten 21.5 lengths, went 7th to Wisdom Keeper in November. That wasn't an awful run, but he needs to do a bit more to win this. This is maybe a slightly weaker race, but it's difficult to be sure with the debutants in the race.
Shamila is in the paddock and she can find us a paddock eye catcher.
Well, last weekend was throwing up some really odd winners, and it seems to be following the same pattern today. My paddock selection for race number 2 is just coming up behind me here now. Horse number 3, Sabia Al Maidan, who is partnered with Ali Al Mamoni. 14th last time out, so that's not great. However, has always been in the placings since then, back in the Taif season. Maybe just needed the run to get back into the swing of things in the Riyadh season and get used to the track as well. I also quite liked the look of Q-Tail. He looks absolutely stunning. And 2 horses that caught my eye who are debutantes. And horse number 8, Ready for Mischief, under Wigberto Ramos, and horse number 6, Al Jabbar. I think I'm leaning towards Ready for Mischief if I was going to choose a debutant for this race. However, I will be sticking with horse number 3, Sabia Al Maidan, and there are no paddock negatives for this race.
Thank you, Shamila. It's nice to hear there's no paddock negatives. We got to Great Cat Mao, who I think is one of the real fascinating runners in this race, considering he's run in Ireland plenty of times beforehand.
Yeah, he was 4th in a 6 furlong Dundalk maiden for Ger Lyons. Finished midfield there on his handicap debut last time out. He carries an Irish handicap rating of 71 forward here. If he runs to that, he'll go well. Obviously, he handles an artificial surface. Whether he copes as well with dirt remains to be seen, but he's interesting.
We've got Day Member and Q-Tail we've just seen, as they've just flashed through the screen.
Yeah, a Day Member hasn't been showing an awful lot of late. It's a 7 race maiden, and recent efforts have been poor. Q-Tail's an interesting one. Better effort to date, went 9 1/4 lengths, 5th of 20. Behind Polaris in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. He really caught the eye that day, was slowly away from a very wide draw and then had to race wide, made a big move into contention and faded late. I thought he was liable to improve a fair bit from that.
Al Magic is number 17.
Rated 50, and not easy to see how you got a rating that high, to be honest. 14th, 15th and 16th in 3 runs last season.
Al Kasai is horse number 18.
Another debutant. He's out of a Speightstown mare and is a half-brother to a US winner called Bitten. An interesting enough pedigree, not a massive eye catcher, but you know, there are winners in it.
Night Moon and Shibal Aldamea are the two we haven't mentioned. They're the two reserves that sleep in. Can we sleep in? Sneak in, I should say.
They do sneak in. Neither of them particularly catch the eye. They rated 42 and 40, as you say. Night Moon was pretty disappointing in time. Hasn't been seen since meeting 37. And Shibal Aldamea is another one coming off a lengthy absence. Wasn't seen in time at all. Hasn't been seen since last season. So long absence to overcome and not much form to speak of either.
Yeah, there are plenty of these with plenty to find on paper. Do you know what? I was really taken aback by how good Skayeb looked. Horse number 9, Jeff Woodruff trains. A name I know when I came out here was Tom Collins. He was really interested to see how Jeff would get on. Has had quite a quiet year. There's no getting away from that. But certainly a trainer who knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he doesn't have that many horses here, does he? He pops up on a race card every now and again. Clearly a very, very good trainer in South Africa, and he's had plenty of international success as well. But I think I don't think he's really got the team that he would like here. But he's a capable trainer, and I thought Skayeb was one of the more interesting ones on paper, given that she's very well related, as I said, related to a couple of 5-time winners, so also caught the eye to some degree in the parade ring, so one that I would have on my short list.
Yes, Shamila Light, Sebeya Al Maidan, horse has got experience here in this sort of contest with these 4-year-old maidens now, and obviously, like I've said before, these were just 3-year-olds only a few days ago. Are we looking at horses with experience, or are we looking for unexposed first-timers?
It's difficult to say, to be perfectly honest. Not generally speaking, you're drawn to the debutants or those who've maybe just had the one run. But you're always worried when a well-bred debutant hasn't seen the track at 2 or 3, even though this is very early in the season. The further you go on this year, the more that becomes a worry. You just wonder, why haven't they seen a racecourse, especially if they're pretty precociously bred. So that's a worry with a couple of these. The one Ready for Mischief, for example, who's in shot, 170,000 purchase, good looker, but you would have thought that would have seen a racecourse before now, but it's got a lot of size about it, and maybe it's just been backward and taken its time to come to hand. The
other thing is getting still a little bit jig-joggy at the start. You kind of hope that they settle down now at this point. You could just see in shot there, just getting a little bit excited as well, and you can say the same for quite a few of these. So if they're all getting excited, then everyone's on an even playing field, aren't they?
Well, yes, and of course, some of them will behave when the gates open. Some of them will relax a little bit more, and some of them who apparently behave perfectly well before the race starts, the adrenaline just starts pumping there, and they end up pulling the chance away. So it's not easy to judge what's going to happen here, especially with a lack of really solid form.
Back in your youth, you told me that you used to go up and down the country doing parade ring analysis and trying to find winners through that. Is there anything that stood out to you when you did that, and what you've taken with you going forward?
Oh, I mean, mostly it's common sense, really. You're looking for horses who are pretty fit if you're looking for winners, but you're also looking for horses, you want to make notes on horses who you think have got the physical attributes to go forward. So you're looking for something that's got a little bit of size, a little bit of scope, even if they're not entirely fit. If they're well put together, you go, make a note of this. Wherever it finishes on debut, it should do better down the line. And some of them, you look at them and go, well, this looks really ready, but it doesn't look like it's the type who will keep progressing.
Interesting indeed. Now let's go for some selections here. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I was tempted by Skayeb, but I'm going to go with Q-Tail. I'd rather, again, he's got a wide draw again, but he had a horrible draw last time and got caught out wide. I think he'll learn from that and should go close.
I am going to go with Saka here, and sorry, not Saka, Skayeb, horse number 9. So that's going to be my set. Just really caught my eye in the parade ring, related to a couple of winners, and hopefully just see going through shot now, just relaxing a little bit now. So Rory likes number 15, Q-Tail. I like number 9, Skayeb, and Shamila likes number 3, Sebeya Al Maidan. Time to hand over for the first time in the commentary position to Mr. John Blanc.
Callum, Rory, many thanks. Yeah, the horses are down at the start. They should be loading very shortly. You can see them still milling around. Got a couple of dismountees. The 3 Saba Al Maidan, Ali Al Mamoni's off that one. Namshi is another dismountee at the moment. Fala Al Dahasi just adjusting something there. Hopefully we'll be able to get through to the end of the race this time. From a technical perspective, there's 2 Al Waisa, who of course is now the de facto 1 horse, because Nasir Almeida is out, so the 2 should get the run around the rail. And well, it's a very good point that Rory makes. He can get too hung up on track bias, especially when we're talking about horses of varying degrees of quality. It's more of a thing when we're trying to get a little angle into a very tightly knit handicap. But as far as this is concerned, it did look as though the horses towards the outside were flailing around a little bit in that first race. I'll be interested to see how that progresses throughout the rest of the afternoon. Day member to come forward here in the hands of Tariq Al Mansour. No wins from 7 starts thus far for this one. Next to come forward looks like Great Cat Mao for Sultan Al Mamoni, one of the principals here, one of the more fancied runners. The loading process well underway, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again. In terms of all the jurisdictions that I've had experience with around the world, the Saudis are extremely high up in the loading stakes, and hopefully I won't put the kibosh on this particular race. This is the 3 Sabeh Al Medan to go in. So whatever was the issue has been rectified. Sabeh Al Medan goes in. There's Night Moon. Actually, yeah, Night Moon gets the 1 box, doesn't it? Because it does get the run instead. Those late reserves have come into it. So Night Moon replaces the original 1. Green blinkers for Night Moon as well, hopefully. Help with the identification. Right, we've still got Ready for Mischief to go, and who's a very, very interesting contender. There he is. Those of you who are with us for the TAFE broadcast will have remembered many a Wigberto Ramos winner. He's not quite as prolific since we've moved to Riyadh, but he's still a good man to have on your side if he's riding a good one. No doubt about that. Shamastar goes in. This is Naif Alanazi going in aboard Q-Tail. The 6 to move forward as well, Alabjar. And when Alabjar's in, we'll have a full complement here for race number 2 at Riyadh this afternoon. They're ready. Night Moon nearest to us. 1,200 metres. They're off and racing for the second on the card, and good early pace from Skaeb, using some of that racecourse experience very well. Also prominent Ready for Mischief, one of the leading fancies, and also up with the early speed is Shamastar. That's your leading trio, and they've already gone quite quickly clear of 1 or 2 towards the outer. Al-Kisai is quite prominent but very wide on the track. Then after that, Q-Tail, who's not got a bad position, around about 5th spot. Then the red colours of Day Member. Field trailing back at the moment to Al-Shamek, who's just about the back marker. Also towards the rear of the field is Sakar, but they're going along at a pretty good clip here, and it's Skaeb that leads them in the blue colours, the grey horse, but up the inside, Shamastar, the blue colours, has now got on to lead Skaeb. These two have locked on from a long way out. Ready for Mischief has now moved into 3rd spot. Bit to do there, but they might come back to him. And then after that, in 4th position, we've got one of the reserves, Night Moon, who's trying to stay on. Inside the closing stages they go. Shamastar, the leader, to a battling Skaeb in 2nd, who's now not finding a great deal, and it's Shamastar by 4 or 5 lengths from the back of the field. Muafak is absolutely flying, but racing well inside the final furlong now. It's Shamastar by 4 or 5 lengths, and is going to take this out very nicely in the end. Shamastar a little bit tired in the run to the line, but has held on tight for 2nd there. Another fast finisher was Sakar. Muafak very much on the scene. That one's for the judge as far as 2nd and 3rd is concerned. 4th horse home, another late closer, Al Shamek. So Shamastar has won in a time of 1 minute 13.30 seconds. Always pretty prominent, and has boxed on quite well there, because the other long-time leader in that contest, Skaeb, got rather tired in the latter stages, but Shamastar certainly didn't. Camilo Ospina, there he is. If you're new to Saudi racing, Camilo Ospina winners are pretty regular occurrence. Muafak's got 2nd, Sakar in 3rd, 4th or something, there was Al Shamek. All deep closers. So Shamastar's run a very good race there, I reckon, given he was in the teeth of that gallop. The other placed horses have all come from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula, and I think Shamastar is one to keep an eye on for future reference. Al Shamek has finished in 5th, and then Great Cat Mao was 6th. So that was your 2nd race on the card. Goes the way of a maybe rather impressive Shamastar.
شامستار يحصل على ثاني أشواط أمسيتنا وحفلنا لهذا اليوم مع الخيال كاميلو وسبينا كاميلو ولدان كاميلو.
Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you to Faha Samoni for giving me a chance to ride this horse. It's first time here, but he told me this horse is doing good in the morning and he has a good pace, strong pace, and this guy he brought very good. And I tried to go in front and he keep going until wire, thanks God. Thank you very much.
First winner of the weekend for jockey Camilo Ospina on board Shamastar, winning his Saudi debut. This horse used to be trained in Ireland by Dave Marnane. Closest he came to the winner's enclosure was all the way back in April when he came sixth in Dundalk over 7 furlongs, but seems to enjoy the Saudi sun and the dirt a lot better. Very impressive debut run there. Very well ridden by Camilo Ospina, as always. He had a pretty dry last 2 weekends, but seems to be back in form. So he's never too far away from a winner, is Camilo. This is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Shamadral out of Mubadarat. So it'll be interesting to see what Camilo thought of the run, how he took to the track, the surface, and just the environment here in Saudi. A lot of horses are coming over from Europe and are doing really well here on the dirt, and the turf track opens on Saturday as well, so it'll be nice to see a lot of horses we perhaps haven't seen do so well suddenly turn up and do well on the turf track as they're used to. So very well done there to all involved with Shamastar and the Malath stables. And we'll just go and quickly speak to Camilo Ospina. Congratulations, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Camila. Thanks God.
Tell me a little bit about this horse. He used to be trained in Ireland, so this is his debut run in Saudi and did really well.
Yeah, no, the first thing, thank you very much to Faha for giving me a chance to ride this horse. He told me it's first time in Saudi Arabia, but he told me that horse is working very good in the morning. He's just scared for the distance. He told me it's better and more distant, but thanks God he brought very good, and he's coming second behind another filly in front. But when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he responded very good.
I was a little bit scared, because you and Eddie went so quickly from the beginning, but you just kept going on.
Yes, I just put behind one lane because I don't want to fight with him. But when I asked him in the 600 meters, he's coming very good, and I followed another horse. And thanks God he keep going until wire.
It's a big weekend, a lot of Group 1 racing. Are you looking forward to anything in particular?
Yes, thanks God I ride very good horses this week. I hope the horses run well, and we need lucky. He got willing.
Thank you so much, Camilo. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Death, taxes, and Camilo Ospina doing it from the front. Those are the 3 certainties in live Rory, and he's done it again, and this time on a horse we didn't know much about based on Saudi form, but had a runs in Ireland. Not good runs, but runs.
Look, yeah, disappointing. I mean, he finished no closer than 6th, and he was tried on artificial surfaces, so he had plenty to prove. Good enough pedigree for this, but you don't always expect him to improve straight away. But as we see from the replay, he showed his experience by getting up there and disputing the lead from the start. And your selection was right up there as well, wasn't he, Skayab? He got away well from a slightly wider draw. Has actually gone to lead outright going into the bend, but you can see he's not quite on an even keel, is he? And he hangs out on the turn. Camilo doesn't need a second opportunity to slip by on the inside, and they've already got most of the field in trouble really at this stage, haven't they?
They really do.
Ready for Mischief has shown speed as well, and looked like he was going to get involved at one stage. This is the $170,000 purchase, but he hasn't seen things out, and the horses who filled the frame have ended up coming from quite a long way back in the field. This is quite a fierce pace for the distance. We know the winner stays further anyway, although he hadn't shown a great deal of form, so he wasn't likely to stop. He didn't show anything like this speed when he was trained by David Marnane, but clearly he's adapted really well to his new training regime out here.
I thought that was the interesting point that Camilo made. He said that the trainer was worried about the distance, whether it would be a tad too short for him. So you can understand why, once he's out in front, Camilo is probably feeling very confident that he's not going to fall into the laps of everything else, unlike Skayab, who finished very, very tired.
Yes, and Skayab hasn't got home, but that's first time out for her. And I think it's harder for the first time out older horses. Yeah. They might be interesting enough on paper, but it's when they're not seeing a race course now, they usually need a little bit more conditioning to show their true form. And she's shown enough ability, but as you can see, she's legless in the last 300 or 400 metres. She's run better than the result. The one thing you wouldn't want to see with a couple of those newcomers who've run well to a point, you wouldn't want to see them turned out too quickly.
No, you certainly wouldn't. We could just see the horse coming out of stall number 1, who was horse number 20, and he snuck into the reserve. Night Moon got the start all wrong, as well as Shamila's selection. Al Abjar got a terrible start, and that put paid to their chances and allowed horses like Shanasta, who ended up winning, and Sakar, who showed bright early speed, to get across to the rail without any issues at all.
Yeah, as I said, the race broke up a little bit fairly early. I was disappointed with Q-Tail, who again was drawn wide, but he's shown enough speed to get across and into 4th position early. I thought he would be able to build on what he did last time out. I forgive him a weak finish last time because he'd had to work his way from a very wide draw and a slow start, and I thought he just did too much too soon. But here, with a better break and a better track position, he again hasn't seen it out, and that's 2 from the stable who've disappointed today.
Certainly will be ones to watch, the FMQ team, and hopefully they can get more luck as we go later on in the card. But take nothing away from our race winner, who is now broken the maiden as a 4-year-old. I'd imagine handicaps would be a great way to go with this one, considering he's got such a low rating at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how quickly they can get him turned around on the back of this. The fact that he's got plenty of experience, we said we don't want to see some of these turned out too quickly on the back of debut performances, which have probably been quite tough for them. Whereas, although his form in Ireland was underwhelming, he had plenty of races. He had seven runs for David Martin, so he shouldn't have any problem being turned out fairly quickly, and that you would want to strike while the iron's hot with a horse like this. Yeah,
the only concern I would have is there going to be a race available to him? Because obviously he's going to go up in the weights, but if you were looking for that quick turnaround to get the swing on the weights and only suffer the penalty, you're going to be very hard to find a race that he can get in.
There may simply be nothing for him, but you'd certainly be having a quick look through the programme book and see if there's something possible for him. Even if you end up running like a 0-75 handicap and he ends up being right at the bottom of the weights, that would still give him a chance.
Yeah, certainly a horse to keep an eye on in the future. We, however, must move on to race 3, and John Blance can take us through, as per usual, runners and riders.
Yes, small field for this one, boys, but interesting race nonetheless over the 2,000 metres. It's an open contest, and horse number 1 is Dasman in the hands of Khalid Al-Mamoni. Horse number 2 is Kier. Ali Al-Mutib rides this one. No wins from 4 starts so far. Batal is the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 4 is Ruma, Mohammed Al-Daham. Horse number 5 is Al-Sheikha Sarah, Yasser Al-Bakawi. Horse number 6 is World Without End, the horse who hasn't done a huge amount thus far in Saudi. Reasonable performer over in the UK. Camillo Ospina leaping aboard for the first time. Al-Shahim is the mount of Ahmed Al-Tayar. That's horse number 7. And number 8 is Yahoum. Fawas Wanas rides that one. The dead 8 go to post here for the 3rd race on the card over the mile and 2 furlongs, the 2,000 metres. Back to the boys in the studio.
Runners in the parade ring for our 3rd contest of the day. This is an open contest by name, but certainly isn't what we normally see with open contests by nature.
No, I mean, it's open because I went through the entire cards, and what I tend to do with these open races, I work out, right, well, you haven't shown much, put a line, put an X next to your name, and I realised that I went through the entire card, put an X next to all of them, and I'd go, right, well, let's go back to square one and see which one of these actually is it. Clearly, this is a weak contest for an open. It's also over a trip that a lot of them have no or little experience at. So a pretty trappy contest, to be honest.
Yes, I was interested. There was a lot of early shouting for World Without End, who I couldn't have at all, but I could be made to look very silly. Clearly, by time test, a horse I absolutely adore, but I thought was run so bad last time, it was too bad to be true almost.
Yes, they're very disappointing. He ran okay on his Saudi debut. And on the writ list, he got a rating of 64, which he got racing in the UK for Ollie Pairs, even though he didn't make the frame.
Camilo Ospina back on board as well.
Yeah, he showed a degree of ability. He's got a similar profile to the last one, ridden by Camilo, unplaced in domestically, but runs in a weak enough contest. So I can see why plenty of people, particularly if they've looked at the last result, would think, well, this looks fairly easy. These Saudi horses aren't up to much, just back the imports. But the 2 runs here are not entirely convincing from World Without End, and it's difficult to know. Once a horse hasn't run up to its rating once here, The question is, we had
takes
this
a lot to
theory
get back.
early last season, didn't we? Third run.
Three runs,
Yeah.
3 runs, and that's when you can start saying, okay, maybe they like it or they don't. But we've also seen horses take a long time to acclimatise. Let's start at the top and work our way down. Dasman, horse number 1.
What I've tried to do here is see what sort of times these horses have done at a mile to get an idea of who's done. So 1:43.41 Dasman has run for a mile. Well beaten on both starts, but does drop from a non-winners of 3 last time out into this. Well, it's not a drop in class on paper, but I think in reality it is. So he's got a bit more of a chance than the run last time out would suggest.
Kier is horse number 2.
Kier was third over 7 furlongs on debut, but was beaten 52.5 lengths over course and distance last time out in a 0-80 handicap. This is easier, but he's not going to win with that kind of performance.
Batal will be ridden by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. He's horse number 3.
Was well beaten on debut over a mile and then dropped to 6 furlongs from running a little bit better in finishing 10th at meeting 79, but now markedly in trip to 2,000 metres. No idea what to make of that. He's a son of Hit the Bomb, who was a very good juvenile but didn't go on.
I thought when I was looking at Batal's form, I thought this is a real stab in the dark going for this trip because he didn't shape like he wanted to go much further, and it's almost like they found this race and thought, yeah, let's go for it. It'll make sense.
No, exactly. It just looks a weak race to run him in rather than the trip being particularly suitable.
Here's one I really like. He's not going to take your eye out in the paddock, but I thought Rumour with a real eye catcher last time out, running on well over a shorter trip.
Yeah, his time for a mile is 1:44.3, so a fair bit slower than Dasman. He was beaten 17 lengths when 12th in a maiden over that trip here last time out. Clearly needs to step forward. But again, like most of these, he's only had a couple of runs. There might well be more to come. On paper, he should be better than he's shown to date.
Yeah, and he's been green in the last couple of starts. Here's Jcsa, horse number 5.
9th last time out, beaten 15 3/4 lengths. Only 11 runners in that race as well, which is a 6 furlong maiden. She has taken a big hike up in trip. On pedigree, she ought to stay something like this trip, but you never know, particularly when they're this young and they're stepping up to the trip for the first time from much shorter. So Jcsa has got a little bit to prove, but it's a comment you can make of pretty much all in the field.
World Without an End we've already talked about, so let's go straight to 7, Alsa Him. What do you make of this one? 53 rated.
Clocked 1:43.7 when finishing, I think, 7th over a mile last time out. Those at least have been in open company, so there could be better to come.
There is a man in Keith Otterson who's the clerk of the course here. He'll be waiting with bated breath for Saturday because we've got our first turf races. That is an exciting element to the card on Saturday.
Yes, obviously the turf track will be at its narrowest on Saturday. So the maximum field size is 10 for the early races, and then we'll look to open up the inside for later races on the turf.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Only 8 runners, so who's caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. I'm going to chance my hand again with a rogue choice. Horse number 7, Al Shahim. It's a 3-year-old colt by Union Rags, 11th last time out. This race is really tricky to navigate, not only on paper, but in the parade ring as well. A few horses stood out to me, but a few horses also really didn't. So I'm going to chance my hand with horse number 7, just looking the best to my eye in the parade ring. Partnered with Ahmed Al Tayr for trainer Abdullah Al Hamad. Jumps out of stall 7, only 8 runners in the race, so I'm going to keep all my fingers and toes crossed for Al Shahim to win this race. As a paddock negative, horse number 2, Kayer, an Irish bred by Decorated Knight, really did not stand out to me at all. Had really bad confirmation to my eye, just was not an eye catcher whatsoever, so that will be my paddock negative for this race. I do have to say as well, though, Callum, horse number 6, World Without End, looks really good in the preliminary stages. I think you might be eating your words. I think we all might be eating our words a little bit later, but I will be sticking indeed with horse number 7.
Thank you, Shamila. That's not what I want to hear. I really don't like when I say something got no chance and then all of a sudden it's absolutely catching Shamila's eye in the parade ring.
You need to know what you got running for you. That's always the thing when you're against a horse in a race like this.
Yeah.
But he was behind Kira last time out, and Kira's almost the first one you'd put a line through.
It was a really bad run last time. The owner sent out 3. I think it was a big 21 runner field. He didn't break as badly as I think Corba was in that race.
Yeah, horses in these colours tend to be a little bit binary. in that they often run terrible races, but frequently bounce back to run really well.
But they tend to bounce back in big field handicaps, and that's why I'm surprised to see him in a race like this, because are they looking for an opportunity? Have they seen that he's got a chance here? Or are they...
Clearly he's not eligible for big field handicaps yet. So, and this is weaker than a lot of maidens. In fact, it is weaker than pretty much all maidens we'll see here. So whoever has found this sort of spot, I don't know what the conditions are. I mean, it's as an open race, it should be open to all, but it clearly can't be with this field.
Surely someone in 1 yard somewhere has a 2,000 metre horse that would absolutely put these to the sword.
You'd like to think so. Obviously, it's only open to the 3-year-olds, but given the lack of any solid form in the race, I just wonder if there's something in the conditions that stops that happening.
Does this bring up the idea? We're seeing a lot more of these 3-year-old handicaps now, so what I would call older horse nurseries. They're in here now, and all of a sudden you've got horses who showed very little in maidens are going for those sort of contests rather than an open contest. Would that be a route they want to go in?
I don't know.
It's hard, isn't it?
We have seen, in fairness, in the early weeks of the Riyadh season, we saw some open races that had no depth to them in small fields as well. So I don't really understand it. I would have thought if you've got a maiden, even a first-time out maiden, you'd look for this kind of race for a horse that would stay the trip, because it minimises your chance of getting knocked about in the race and meeting trouble in running. But perhaps no one really knows how the race is going to fill until they've entered up. Yeah, we just got a good look at these as they go around the parade ring. I thought, World Without End, you can totally understand why Shamila said he looks good. A spitting image of his sire. I thought really, Time Test is quite a petite sort. He's quite light framed, but is a gorgeous individual. World Without End is very similar. Rumour for me, not the paddock eye catcher at all, but I'm fascinated to see how this horse goes. Horse on your screen right now, horse number 4. He's so green at the start. His last 2 runs, he's got the start all wrong. I'm hoping that if he can get it a bit more correct today, over this longer trip, a slower early tempo, he'll be able to get a little bit more involved. Yeah, well, that certainly should help him. He's not been disgraced. No. In the context of this race, on his second start, he was obviously beaten out of sight on debut, but the improvement he showed from first to second start suggests that he's a player here, even though he'd probably look to be one of the rank outsiders on the form figures. And you get 3 places here as well, with 8 runners in the field too, so all he has to do is finish in the top 3 if you were looking for a horse with place claims. Yes, there's no real pecking order in the contest. That's the issue. Normally you're looking at a race like this, now I think I might be able to snatch third. You go, okay, well, this one stands out, that'll probably win the race, and then these 2 get fairly solid form, so you've got a chance again. But it's really impossible to work out where these horses are going to be in a few months' time. I suspect in most cases not doing much better, but for 1 or 2 of them, they will find their niche and improve. And will the trip bring out some improvement in some of them as well? For some of them it will, and for some of them it'll be too far. And again, the pedigrees give you some idea as to which should relish a step up and trip, but sometimes it's a bit of a surprise. It's not always the horses with the middle distance pedigrees who shine at this trip, particularly those who are a little bit too keen in their races, for example. You mentioned Batal being by Hitter Bomb. Yes. Who, if I could say it the first time, a stallion who was a very, very good juvenile, but didn't take his form any further. Are you slightly concerned that Batal has done nothing early on, and now he's getting older, his sort of window for success is getting smaller and smaller? I mean, I don't think it doesn't necessarily work that way. There's a lot of successful sires showed their form only at 2, but are still producing horses who run well beyond that. The key is what sort of level you're showing at 2, not how well you trained on. Because if you're just that little bit more physically mature, you don't have to be too far behind a particular line to struggle as a 3-year-old. And we see some very, very good horses. I mean, horses like Air Force Blue, if you consider, who was a red-hot favourite for the Guineas, and just didn't find that improvement from 2 to 3. And you wouldn't put you off him entirely as a sire. But lots of horses. You speak to the people at Coolmore, he's going the other way. Well, yeah. But there have been plenty, and there are quite a lot of horses being retired at 2 now to go to stud, because there's not an awful lot more for them to achieve, and a lot of those horses have done very well as a result. Whereas if you spoke to me about that 10 years ago, I'd say, right, well, if you're not going to prove yourself as a 3-year-old, it's clearly never going to work. But look how many of our of our very good sires were just 2-year-olds now.
Oh yeah, well, what's your opinion on horses going to start at 2 at the end of their 2-year-old season?
Well, I'm not. Historically, I've not been a particular fan of that, but you've only got to look at the results. There's no point saying it's a terrible idea and then seeing how much the offspring of such sires are actually getting and how successful they are early on. We are still too focused on speed. You know,
it's the Australian model, isn't
yeah,
it?
exactly. And my friends, we've been going this way for 50, 60 years. So it's much harder to market a Derby winner than it is to market a Middle Park winner who didn't go on.
And I think that's the interesting thing of what they can do with racing in Saudi Arabia here, because they're at a point now where they've got to make a choice. Are they going to be looking for horse stallions to actually go to the studs that they have over here as a longer distance types, or are they going to look more towards speed? I imagine they're going to be looking towards the trip. Like we've seen the Saudi Cups run over the 1800 metres.
Yeah.
We know a lot of the good races are over 2000, 2400. There's clearly appetite for horses that can stay.
Yes, there's no 5 furlong racing here. No. But again, there's not an awful lot at the extremes. There's nothing at 5 furlongs. There's nothing beyond 1.5 miles, generally speaking, in most of the calendar. And therefore, the more prestigious races are 1 mile to 1.25 miles.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you're breeding for here, which is fine by me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that you're putting an emphasis on stamina and speed. And ideally, you're looking for something that stays a little bit and has durability.
I thought we had a really interesting chat. Shamila had a chat really early on in the season with a trainer who talked about the lack of opportunities for true stayers over the 2,400 metres, saying that I've got about 8 races a year to pick from, and each of those races are really highly subscribed. So if we've got a horse rated in the 70s, we really struggle to get in.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing. The programme has to reflect the horse population as well.
We should get through our selection straight away. I'm going to start early with Rumour, horse number 4. Who do you like, Rory?
I don't like anything, but I've got to give a selection. I'm actually going to agree with Shamila with Al Shahimi. I thought looked okay as well, and is at least dropping in class here.
Okay, so Shamila and Rory like number 7, and I like horse number 4. John Blance, who do you like here?
Thanks, boys. It's not a particularly easy race, is it? That's a point that's been dealt with very, very well by you guys there. I mean, World Without End is clearly was no great shakes here in the UK. It was all right, but nothing better than all right. But it's just interesting that Ospina's decided to take the ride today after 2 runs where he wasn't aboard. So I think that is almost a tip in itself. He's already ridden the winner. He's got 1 or 2 other fancies a little bit later on. So yeah, very, very tentative selection. Anyway, they're putting them in. Al Shahim goes in. Batal to move forward. And World Without End will be the last here, I think. Just backing away, World Without End. Not desperately keen on the idea of going in. Trained by Ollie Pears over in the UK, World Without End. He's in now. 2,000 metres in front of them. They're ready and they're off and racing for this 3-year-old contest over the 2,000 metres. Batal got away well, the grey, and is one of the early showers. Also up for the pace is Rumour there in the blue headgear, the blue cap. World Without End racing a little on the wide side, as you'd expect from that slightly wider gate. The black and white colours currently further towards the rear of the field. The back marker at the moment is Yahoom. So they continue to, well, I say sort themselves out. They're all sort of running in lanes at the moment as they get through the first 400 metres. Towards the outside, Al Sahim is coming through to just about take it up. Then Al Sheikha Sarah in the blue colours is also up with the pace. They're then followed by Batal, the grey horse there in the light blue colours, followed then in between by Rumar. Then up the inside, the red sleeves of Kier, towards the back of the field, Dasman, and also towards the rear, World Without End, who's last but one, and still at the back of the field is Yahoom. Gone through 800 metres in 49.28 seconds, and leading them is Al Sahim by about 3 lengths now to Kier, who's sneaking up the inside there in second position, followed then by Batal, the blue sheepskin noseband, the grey horse, then towards the outside, the blue cap of Rumar, then towards the outer, trying to get a little bit closer now, is Al Sheikha Sarah. World Without End still got plenty to do for Ospina there towards the rear of the field, and Yahoom's never got into this at all. 1,200 metres in 1:14.97 seconds. They're starting to make the swing for home, and it's Al Shahim who continues to lead in the hands of Ahmed Al Tayyar. 4 or 5 lengths the advantage over Jcsa around the outside, who's moved into a clear second now. Then up the inside in third is Kier, who's trying to box on. Still nothing much from World Without End at the moment. Dasman is trying to stay on. They're down the lane now, though, and it's still Al Shahim who's going to take a bit of catching. Is now just beginning to get a little bit tired out in front. That stride is shortening. In second position, Jcsa from the back of the field, the yellow headgear of Dasman, who's trying to get involved, but inside the final furlong they go, and it's Al Shahim who's clear and not for catching now. Al Shahim by 5 or 6 lengths and racing up towards the line has spread eagled the field. Al Shahim wins in the end very easily. To in second position, Jcsa. Third horse home was Dasman, and the fourth across the line, Kier. Rory and Shamila, they knew Al Shahim has won their 2 minutes 10.22 or 2 minutes 10 seconds 0.22, and yeah, was pretty prominent the whole way and has just hoarded on from the front, and in the end has won. I haven't got a winning distance yet, but it was a pretty sizable one, 6.5 lengths to Jcsa, who was quite wide for a large part of that race, certainly around the big sweeping bend. And Dasman cometh to finish there in third, a further 1 3/4 lengths down in the bronze medal spot. But they were given a bit of a pasting there by Al Shahim, 2 minutes 10.22 seconds, and yeah, they're coming in dribs and drabs. A very, very insipid performance from World Without End, who, well, has backed up one insipid performance with another one there, and back to the drawing board with that one. But Al Shahim has scored. Rory and Shamila tipping that one up and giving you a pretty good idea as to what was therefore going to happen. Al Shahim has probably stepped up on everything that he's done so far, and he stepped up very nicely to score there. That's the winner of race number 3.
Ahmed Altea is your winning jockey of race number 3, and he's done it aboard the ginormous Al Sahim, who has won for Shamila and Rory. Both Shamila's paddock selection, and Rory, you followed suit, and has done that in good enough style there, just going from the front and setting the fractions that the others couldn't close in on.
Yeah, he's a big striding sort, Al Shahim. Not a fast strider. He was probably, although he was sailing along quite happily in front and getting in trouble a fair way out. You wouldn't think he can go an awful lot faster than that, to be perfectly honest. But he's clearly benefited from stepping up in trip. He's been able to get his own way for the first time, and he's shown much improved form as a result. 4 previous runs, all since the Riyadh season started here, he's finished no closer than 8th, but he's a stayer, as he showed here. Big unit, not particularly athletic, it has to be said.
Rocking horse motion,
something,
hasn't he? Yeah.
something of the Shire horse about him. But perhaps a few of the national hunt trainers in the UK might have a look at this and think that he'll stay 3 miles in the mud.
Yeah, no, he's done a good enough job here, and I'm sure there will be races for him, but with a rating of 53, maybe bumping up to maybe 56, 58, and he's still got a chance of 0 to 60s over this trip, and would definitely be one to keep an eye on in that sort of company.
Yeah, 6.5 length margin makes it a little bit tricky, but you certainly couldn't hang your hat on World Without End here, who was the top rated of 64. He was,
and he selection was the first, of George Latharitis as well in the comments.
He was the first horse beaten in the race, World Without End, and looked pretty sour to boot, so you couldn't rate it through him, and nothing else has shown an awful lot of form. So you'd hope that the handicapper wouldn't be too harsh on Al-Shahim, but he'd probably stay the 2,400 as well. So there are some sort of options for him, but yeah, he'd want to be in lowly enough handicap company.
He didn't jump particularly well. He gave a bump to Yahoom on the outside, and Yahoom, who would have needed everything to go right, that pretty much spelled the end of that horse's race. 15th in his last 2 starts. He was no better than last all the way around today, but once he gets into a nice enough rhythm, you can just see Ahmed is just deciding, well, if no one else is going to put the pace on, I'll probably just continue. He's not had to work hard to get to the front.
He hasn't. No, but the thing, I guess, if you watch him in his races, he's always liable to be slowly into stride, simply because of the length of his stride. If you don't have a quick stride, then you're going to be at a disadvantage over the first 20 metres of a race. Once you can then start using your stride properly, then you can make up the ground, and that's what he's done. He's been able to sweep past them on the outside. You can see that running in this sort of race in a bigger field might present him with difficulties.
If he's challenged to get to that lead.
In fairness, I don't think, if someone puts pressure on him, I think he's going to run his race. The question is, he probably wants to get out in front to use his stride.
Would he have the speed?
But he
to
wouldn't
get
necessarily
out
have the speed to get himself out of trouble in
the
first 200 metres of a race. But in a small field like this, he can. And if he's given this sort of opportunity again, I think he could probably win more races. But there'll be plenty of races where things just don't go his way.
The interesting side of this is the story in behind, because your eventual second, Jcsa, is in 5th at the moment and just looks to be struggling. Out of those line of 4, you'll see alongside Ruma, who didn't get home, Batal, who didn't get home, and Kia, who didn't get home. It was Jcsa, who looked in trouble at this point, but then kicked into gear and just sent for the front and gets that vitally across to the rail and then just clings on for second on that rail. Yeah,
it's interesting that the two with sort of US proper middle distance staying pedigrees that have come out and done best in the end. Although, we're not actually short on stamina among the pedigrees there, no. But the first and second are at least bred to stay a mile and a half, potentially, and they both look like they will stay that trip. Neither of them are out of the, particularly out of the ordinary. But the winner's okay. The winner is okay, but he's not going to be the easiest to place, because he wants to be able to express himself with that stride, and that's not always going to be easy, given that we tend to have big fields here.
Given the bump here, you see how awkward it is.
But he wants to stay wide as well, because that's you don't want to be messing a horse like him about too much, a horse of his size. He's not going to be able to sort of switch leads that easily. He's not going to be able to. He doesn't want to get amongst horses, so keeping him wide and letting him open up early on was a really good idea.
Do you know who he reminds me of? Do you remember the Green Stable horse who we said looked like Shergar? Had a very similar way of going about it. Went from the front, sort of lobbed along in front, and just kept building and building and building, and nothing was able to get close. Very similar mould here, and I think that was over the same trip as well. So hopefully there are races that this horse can go on and win, because Al-Shaham, if you're a connection with Al-Shaham now, he can win a race. It's all about finding a race he can now keep this winning momentum going in.
And but you can't really pick and choose where you go. Again, this is one of the benefits of racing in the UK, for example, is that you're able to go, right, well, I know this horse needs a trip. He probably needs this kind of ground, and he'd best in a small field. And you can go, right, where am I going to get those conditions? And you go to wherever you think you're going to have that scenario. You can't really do that here, because you've only got the one track to race on through the winter. And you know that most races you'll enter him for will end up being unsuitable by dint of where he's drawn and the size of the field and what he's got to show into the first bend. This was perfect for him, because the small field and the wide draw enabled him to find loads of room in the early stages. And that's just what he needs. He needs room for 100 metres or so, just so he can get into his stride. And then he's actually okay. But I can see his form being up and down from here on in. But I still think he'll win more races just when things drop right for him.
Yes, hopefully he can win plenty more for Connection. You can just see how big he is, a real eye-catcher in the parade. You can see why Shamila fell in love with him, and well done to Shamila and Rory for selecting the winner of race 3. We must move on to race 4 though. This is another maiden, but this time it's for the fillies, and we go over 1,400 metres. John Blance can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, the horses will appear on screen very shortly, just after some of the bird life here at Riyadh as well. Always lovely to see some fantastic shots for all you twitchers out there. Horse number 1 is Meshukat Najla, and that's the mount of Abdullah Al Sayadi. Horse number 2 is Lucinda. Luis Morales is aboard. Horse number 3 is Mifarasa. Number 4 is Shatar. That's the mount of Mohammed Al Daham. Number 5 is Barka Al Jahara. Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Horse number 6 is Faradar Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 7 is Saratoga, the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 8 is Al Dajur Thurb Al Timyat. Moving on to horse number 9, Ukt Al Wash. Naif Al Anazi rides. Horse number 10, one of the leading fancies here, is El Emrada, in the hands of Fahed Al Faradi. Horse number 11 is Durat Al Manassar. Alexis Moreno is aboard. Horse number 12 is Wadat Fada, Abdullah Al Fayruz. Horse number 13 is Zarat Watin, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 14 is Jamrat Arab, in the hands of Mohammed Suleiman. Horse number 15 is Salah Hamar. That's the mount of Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 16 is Hala Saud Ahmed Al Shra. Horse number 17 is Farah Al Inaya, Abdullah Al Rashid. Horse number 18 is Shalfe, the mount of Abdullah Al Lofi. Horse number 19 is Shamoania, in the hands of Khalid Al Mimoni. And horse number 20 is Asira Tariq Al Mansour. So a bumper field of 20 got a post for this locally bred fillies maiden. The dignitaries making their way into the parade ring. The horses are there as well. Back to our 2 dignitaries in the studio. It's Callum and Rory.
You are too kind, John. Here is horse number 1, Meshukat Najla. What do you make of this one, Rory?
Showed a bit on debut in Taif, but has been well beaten in both starts since, and easy enough to skip over her.
Lucinda, number 2.
Lucinda has just had the one run, was beaten the 8 3/4 lengths, went 5th to Hasna Al Area in a 6-furlong maiden on debut. Came very wide round the bend that day, 6 horses wide, and she could do better with the benefit of that run.
Mifarasa, horse number 3, plenty of runs.
Was just ahead of Lucinda, went 4th in that race. That's going back to meeting 47 in Taif, I should have mentioned. She's shown similar form since. Arguably her best form though was at 6 furlongs, and she's been a bit below par at this 7 furlong trip, but shouldn't be too far away.
Shatar, number 4.
It's exposed after 11 runs, but probably ran her best race when 4 1/4 lengths 3rd to Al Hodja, and of course in distance maiden last time out. Repeat of that puts her bang in the picture.
Barka Al Jahara is horse number 5.
Barka Al Jahara has a similar sort of rating, rated 63 compared to Shata's 62. Her best effort was when a length and 3/4 second to Fasail in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. With Okt Al Hussein 5th, that was a winner next time out. So the form's franked since, and again, you know, a repeat of that effort gives her every chance. Previous efforts are a little bit weaker than that.
Farada is horse number 6.
Well beaten on debut meeting 70, finishing 16th, and needs to improve an awful lot.
Saratoga, horse number 7.
Saratoga, interesting on paper. Again, another one representing the Al-Qatani Silks, but stopped very quickly on its debut in Taif, having shown early speed, and finished tailed off.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye in this one? You're just coming off the back of a good...
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, delighted with that last winner, so hopefully I can find you another one from the parade ring. I was completely drawn to horse number 4, Shata, rated 62. Mohammed Ad-Daham has been having a really fantastic week so far. Weekend. He's been winning all the big races, so I think he's the man to get the job done, and the horse can go 2 better than the last time we saw her back at meeting 76 when she came 3rd. She's a 3-year-old filly by Dawn Approach, so looking really well in the parade ring. She caught my eye, so I couldn't get my eye off her. As for paddock negatives, horse number 12, Wadarat Fada, getting really hot and sweaty behind the saddle, so hopefully it doesn't boil over before the start of the race, but I will be sticking with horse number 4, Shata.
Thank you, Shamila, and I think it's worth following horse number 4, Shata. Shamila is in good form. Rory, you followed her last time. I wonder if you'll be following her again today. Let's move on, though, because we've got to talk about Al-Dajur, horse number 8.
We don't have to talk about her, because there's not much to talk about. 14th, 15th and 15th in 3 starts to date, and a rating of 35 tells you this story.
Ukt Al Wash is horse number 9.
Showed a bit when 9 lengths 8 to for sale last time out, but is held by Barka Al Johara on that form, and no obvious reason why she should turn it around.
Alain Rada is horse number 10.
Was in front of Shata 2 starts back when finishing second, and then was out of her depth in the Princess Setat Cup last time out. I'd fancy her to bounce back. She's done 1:30.09 for the course and distance, which is the best time of any of these in the race who've raced over course and distance. Barka Al Johara and Shata have done 1:30.32, 1:30.35, and are tightly matched on that. But Alain Rada is the one with the best time over course and distance.
The horse that beat her when she was second with Al Horja as well, who we knew was coming off a string of good efforts and looked destined to win a race. So the form looks strong there. Let's have a look at some of the horses in action. Here's horse number 17 going down to post. This is Farah Alanea, who we're just going to see finishing third. This is at the back end of November last year. Got the cheek pieces on and just battles away here. Doesn't quite find the extra gear, and the horse on the outside pours it on.
Yeah, I mean, she's been very consistent on all 5 stars. She's been in the money every time, and she was 12 lengths fourth to Al Hasura or Al Hasuma over course and distance 2 starts back, and then we see her with another solid third last time out. She's coming off a little bit of a break here. Her last run was at meeting 69, so she's had a little bit of a break since then. She's actually, having said that Alain Rada had the best time, she actually has a 1:29.88 on her card. Over course and distance.
This is horse number 5, Barka Al Johara, who I thought had a really good chance here. Ran a massive race last time out. You can see in the white bridle, just running around a bit here. Once she sets the challenge down, she looks to be set to win, dives down to the rail, and is just nabbed by the horse on the outside in the red cap.
Yes, and she didn't keep particularly straight here. It was a good performance, but you'd be slightly worried of the fact that she hung across the rail rather than went for a gap there, and she ended up, as you said, getting run down by for sale. That was over 6 furlongs. She will stay the extra furlong here, but just a wee bit of a concern that she wasn't quite on an even keel through the last 2 furlongs of that contest.
Are you a little bit more positive that she drift but kept going forward?
Yes, I don't think she was trying to jib it at all, but
no.
but at the same time,
running around under
in
pressure.
reasonably tight quarters, if you can't run straight, it makes it harder for the jockey to ride a finish.
Let's go to 11, Durat Almanesa.
Rating 52 suggests that she's going to struggle a little bit here. Was a 5th in a 0-65 handicap here last time out over the shorter trip, beaten 10 lengths. She's got something to find on that form. She's done 1:31.04 for the 7 furlongs at her best. That suggests she's a few lengths behind the best of these.
Wadat Fada, number 12.
Wadat Fada got a paddock negative, and she was behind a couple of these, behind Alain Rada and Shata in a course and distance maiden last time out. That's pretty much as good as she is.
Zarat Watin, horse number 13.
13th on debut, beaten 27 lengths. Camilo Espina booked, that makes you think that she's worth a second look despite the moderate debut, and you don't want to pigeonhole them too quickly on the basis of a disappointing one first time.
I wouldn't be surprised if that one could take a big step forward today. Jamrat Arab, number 14.
Was a 3.5 lengths third to Calastify on debut. That's
good form.
Good form.
That's very good form.
But then ran an absolute stinker last time. Was badly tailed off. Wasn't drawn particularly well. Well, was drawn badly, but she was beaten, 50 odd lengths. So she needs to step up on that.
Salama and Halasaud are 15 and 16.
Salama is a debutante. Several half siblings here have looked very modest, and she didn't make an awful lot of appeal on debut. Halasaud didn't show an awful lot in Taif and has a lot to prove.
We've already spoken about Farah Alanea, so we'll go straight on to Shal Fei.
Showed very little on debut recently, so hard to fancy.
Shamornia and Asira are the last 2. I reckon we can both skip over those. One's on debut, and Asira used to be rated in the 20s. We can just see horse number 6. Farada is just getting checked up by the vet. I imagine that's going to be a trot up if we can get this one into trot at some point, but might be a bit of a struggle. Selections here, Rory. Who do you like in this one?
I wanted to be with Ali Murada. I'll ignore that poor run last time out in a cup contest and hope that she can bounce straight back.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck. I quite like Bark Al Jahora, but I know what you said about her running around a bit, and no one's gone for Farah Alanea, so I'm going to go with Farah Alanea. I know she'll probably run a good enough race, but something might be a bit too good for her. So horse number 17 for me, horse number 10 for Rory, and horse number 4 for Shamila. John Blance, it's a wide open contest. Who do you like?
Yeah, it certainly is. Yes, Alan Rada for me, Fahid Al Faradi aboard, and I think better judged on that meeting 76 run rather than meeting 81 run. But again, Rory's basically told you all that, so you don't need someone like me to confirm it for you. You've still got a dismountee or two here. This is Shalfei. It's Faradar who's jockey's getting aboard. Very similar colours to Shalfei. Let's hope I can correctly identify them in the race. Lucinda about to go in. 4-horse Shathar to come forward as well. Lucinda is horse number 2. Still at the back, we have Saratoga. Also still to go in is Hala Saud, and another one is Shalfei that's still at the back, and also waiting for Faradar, who has kept us waiting a little while. Saratoga to come forward in those familiar silver silks of Faisal Mohammed Al Khatani. 4 is Shathar. Shathar goes in. In goes Faradar. Still waiting for Shalfei, who's now dismounted in the purple and white colours. Similar braided pattern to those of Faradar. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Shalfei to come forward. Once Shalfei is nestled in alongside Shamania, we will have a full complement for this local bred fillies maiden. Well done if you find the winner of this. They're ready. 1400 metres. And the fillies are off and racing. A very, very awkward start there from Saratoga. Mohammed Al Hubail has performed a minor miracle to keep the partnership intact there. Also very slowly away with Chamonix as they make their way through the early parts of the contest. A couple of wide-drawn horses are tracking across here. Hala Saud being one of them. Also coming across is Shalfei from a wide gate to try and get into a good posse. Another one that's gone forward is Faradar. Right up the inside there as well, Lucinda has got a decent posse right on the rail. Towards the outside then we have the striped sleeves of Farah Alanea, who's not too far away as well. So that's your leading cluster. Field trailing all the way back to Mashukat Najla, who's just about the back marker. Also towards the rear of the field is Salamar, as indeed is Hala Saud, as they make their way towards the turn into the home straight very shortly. And up the inside is Lucinda, just about the leader. In second place is Faradar. Then round the outside, Hala Saud, who's still not too far away. Then right round the outer as well, trying to get involved now, is Shathar, who's getting a good bit nearer as well as they start to make the swing and head on down the closing stages. And it's Farah Alanaya who's now hit the front. Farah Alanaya goes on quickly by a couple of lengths to in second position Shathar, who's trying to box on in second spot. Then after that in third, staying on as well, we've got Wadat Farah from the back, but it's Farah Alanaya that leads. Horse number 17 needs the line though. Finishing off very strongly now is Barka Al Jahara, and racing up towards the line. The 5 gets up to nab the 4. Barka Al Haraja the winner, to in second position Shathar, who looked to be delivering a very good challenge. And then after that as well we had Farah Alanaya, who's over the line in a prominent posse too. But it's the 5 who's won there. It's Barka Al Jahara who's beaten into second Farah Alanaya. And those are the 2 that got to the line, with Shathar in third spot, and there's a bit of a gap back to the rest. Barka Al Jahara for the VT department. Don't say you aren't warned about some of these. In second position is Farah Alanaya, the 17, in a very yellowy saddlecloth, very similar to that of Shathar, but there we go, it's finished in third. And the 4th horse home was Wadat Farda, who was a little bit behind the rest of them. Half a length, the margin at the line. Shathar's finished in third, and Wadat Farda has finished in 4th. So there we go, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Barka Al Jahara from a long way back has come through to score.
got a winner. It's an Al-Faradi, but it's not the one that we normally see. This is Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, younger sibling to Adel Al-Faradi. He's ridden a winner here aboard a smart performance from Barker Al-Jahora, who's come from off the pace and stayed straight this time, Rory, and I think that's the difference.
Certainly, yeah. Well, the difference here was Barker Al-Jahara was just a little bit easier to steer than she was last time. And in fairness, she ran very well. We had no issue with her attitude that day. Just the fact that her steering was a little bit wonky, and you can see she's still not the easiest to come through here. She's just inclined to put her head to one side. I thought she got a really good ride. Her jockeys managed not to put her under pressure to make her hang further that way. He's ridden her in quite a loose rein and used his body.
Kept the whip in the left hand as well.
I thought, and I think if he put her under pressure with a whip in the right hand, she would have done the same as she did last time out. And he's ridden her with kid gloves, and although she is hanging a little bit, she stays straight in the finish, which is really important. What's more important is that Farah Al-Anaya travelled best of all, but once she got to the front, she thought she'd done enough, and she just waited for the others.
Look at the head carriage. The head goes right up in the sky.
She was just looking for company at this stage. You know, I mean, people would say this is ungenuine. I just think, you know, a lot of racehorses just like a bit of company. They don't realise that what they need to do is put their nose in front of the line. Yeah, I think this is a good ride from Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, because the filly he rides is not entirely straightforward, but he's given her a lovely ride to get the best out of her.
And they've not broken well. You can see coming out of stall 5, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, he gets in there, he's not going to get across to the rail, he's not going to go up with the pace. See, Charter actually tried to get a really strong start as well and was bang up there, but he's actually going to drift back. He's in that second, third wave almost, and not even in the front of that second or third wave. He's got Mifarasa for company there.
No, but he knows there's a bit of space in front of him, and I think he's aware that they've gone fast enough here. So he's just looking to always make sure that he's in daylight. You see, he switches her because she naturally wants to keep shifting a little bit to her left, and you can see that he actually steers her away from that. So she's moving out and into space on a regular basis, and then he's ended up coming with quite a wide run. I just think this is I wouldn't say an underrated ride, because it's a ride that you won't tend to look at an awful lot because it's an ordinary race. But I think he's done a lot right.
Other jockeys may have got beaten on this horse. Is that?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. You know, he's if he put her under pressure, I think she might have spat the dummy out. And what he's done is he's just guided her and made sure that she wasn't running into trouble at any point, knowing that she needs a little bit of room.
She's already trying to get in, isn't she? She's trying to duck in behind.
When we watch this from the other angle, it looks like she stays really straight, but she's always wanting to come inside. And if he's picked up his whip, I think she does do that, and she compromises her chance. But by riding the way he has on a loose rein and letting her do her own thing, he's got the best out of her. She's not ungenuine. She's just a little bit tricky when she's at full steam ahead. She just favours going in that direction.
What we didn't get to see from that view at the start was Saratoga getting it all wrong at the start and nearly unshipping her jockey. So fortunate for Mohamed Al-Abail to stay on Saratoga. You just see him at the back of the shot
and you
there.
can see him struggling to regain his saddle. That's you wouldn't judge Saratoga on that, but she was interesting enough on paper, but ran a stinker on debut and now has had a race finish very early here. So again, there's a bit to learn about her. But yeah, the right horses came to the fore here, didn't they?
Yeah, I thought Farah Al-Anaya did nothing wrong, came there around the outside, was tanking, had to come past Hala Saud, who was drawn one towards the inside. They both got across easily. Get to this stage, and you can just see that she's just looking around, and it's unfortunate because she's got that string of place performances, but now she's getting into the conversation. Is she quite hard to win with?
She clearly is. I mean, and she just doesn't have the killer instinct. So I don't like labelling horses as being ungenuine or thieves or whatever you want to say, but essentially she likes being in company. She's been there or thereabouts in all her races to date. Here was one she could have won because she's got herself to the front travelling best. But when she gets into the clear, she doesn't want to be on her own. She wants to be with other horses, and she's rather put the brakes on and let something come and join her. She's rallied when she's been joined.
That's
because she likes the company.
Completely, yeah.
But
she's been
unfortunately,
joined and found a little bit more.
Horses like that are always going to be hard to win with.
And Abdulaziz Al Faradi there, which was really interesting, is maybe he knows that she's going to be an easy target, because if you're on a horse like this, the one thing you want is something to aim at.
Yeah.
And she's got the perfect opportunity to have a horse to aim at, and that's a very happy young rider and someone to keep an eye on in the future, because he's certainly winning all the style points. And in the comments, we have some winning selections as well. George Lazaridis with a winning selection there. Unfortunately for David, one of our regular viewers, he wasn't able to get Masukat Najla to win this time. And Jose Martinez has also joined us in the chat with his morning coffee live from America. So welcome everybody involved in our very vibrant YouTube chat. However, we must move on, Rory. But before we say that, Abdulaziz Al Faradi, very good rider there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought that, he clearly knew the filly that he was riding, and he rode her to get the very best out of her without giving her any kind of hard race. We often talk about good rides being those where the jockeys had to get serious with the horse, and it's about strength. But strength is not the only thing that counts here, and there was an awful lot of nerve involved in that ride. I thought it was very nicely done. Finesse indeed.
Certainly a jockey to keep an eye on, and I'm sure they'll be partying in the Al Faradi household. However, we must move on to race number 5. John Blance can take us through the runners and riders.
Horses about to appear on your screen here very shortly, and there they are. Horse number 1 is Shibble Lady, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Ajmi. Number 2 is Shamek G. Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 3 is Kawa Daradu, the mount of Rayan Al Tuesh. Horse number 4 is Nabjun Abdallah. Ahmed Al Tayyar is aboard. Horse number 5 is Butulea Fawas Wanas. Number 6 is Morasil, that's the mount of Fahed Al Faradi. Number 7 is Al Musaame, in the hands of Feras Al Sanoun. Horse number 8 is Wasab Al Dareya, Abdullah Al Rashed. Horse number 9 is Al Majid Matlubi, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 10 is Motowasi for Camilo Ospina in the white stable. Horse number 11 is Mac. That's the horse who's making his debut today. Horse number 12 is Hanaya. That's the mount of Yasser Al-Bakawi. Horse number 13 is Alays Yum, Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 14 is Dahamet Alays, Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 15 is Arshmeidis, Mohammed Al-Habib. Number 16 is Raf Ya Alem, Saeed Seljas takes the mount. Horse number 17 is Jamarat Al-Arab, Mohammed Suleiman. Number 18 is Barek Alays, Thurbal Timyat. Number 19 is Tho Azam, the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail. And last but not least, horse number 20 is Yabri, the mount of Luis Morales. It's another bumper 20-runner field for this local bred maiden for 3-year-olds. So horses that, of course, only recently turned that age as well. So still quite a few inexperienced horses to run the rule over, both in the studio with Callum and Rory, and of course with Shamila in the parade room. We'll get back to them now.
Yes, thank you very much, John. Just a brief bit of housekeeping here. Horse number 20, Yabri, is a late non-runner. That's horse number 20, does not go, but it's too late for any of the reserves to get in, so only 19 will go to post. Also worth mentioning that Mohammed Al-Daham will be putting up 2 kilos overweight on Damat Alay, so that's horse number 14 will be putting up 2 kilos overweight. So we'll actually be carrying 58 kilos in this contest. Rory, let's start from the top and work our way down. Shibble Lady, number 1.
She has shown as he's apparently a cult Shibble Lady.
Yeah, he is.
Which, yes, indeed.
Keep
always,
it tricky.
always keeping on your toes with names like that. Has shown some ability. Was only 9th in a course and distance maiden last time out and needs to do better.
Do you know he's been on the go since meeting 2, that Shibble Lady?
Indeed.
Shamek G. Itch is horse number 2.
Half-brother to a couple of fair maidens around here, but not a blindingly obvious pedigree to be winning first time.
Kawadaredu is horse number 3.
Soundly beaten on recent debut, would need more time, I would have thought.
Najim Abdallah, horse number 4.
Similar sort of story, only 13th on debut at meeting 79 and needs to step up markedly.
Botalea, horse number 5.
Debutante, none of 3 siblings to have raced around here, pulled up any trees, and she would... she'd need to be defying that pedigree to win.
Morasil is horse number 6, has plenty of form.
Yeah, has been pretty busy this season in Taif, but was disappointing on the whole there. Likely to need this after a break as well. Was running there the penultimate day of the Taif season, but hasn't raced in Riyadh yet.
Al Musome is horse number 7.
Another one that was well beaten on recent debut, finishing 14th of 20 meeting 79.
Wasp Alderea is horse number 8 making debut.
Quite an interesting one, a half-brother
Whoa, something's got loose in there. That's 11, horse number 11, just getting very worked up in the parade ring there. Jockey has dismounted and horse is just being led around the infield, so wondering whether that's a trip to the naughty corner we're going to see with that one, horse number 11, which is Maka, who's just getting a little bit worked up. We will move on though to horse number 9, Al Majid Matlubi.
We didn't really finish on number 8. That's right. Wasab Alderea is a half-brother to Narfeen and Moblehom, who are both local winners, so one of the more interesting pedigrees of newcomers there.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Hopefully you kept out of the way of that horse getting a little bit excited. Shamila, who's caught your eye here?
Well, I don't know what's going on, Callum. Last weekend I nearly got run over in the same place in the parade ring as well, so maybe I'll stay away from that side. But my paddock selection for this race is horse number 10, Motawasi. I mentioned him in my opening statement, saying that I was really looking forward to him, and he did not disappoint. Rated 78, so highest in the race, third last time out. This was back in Taif at meeting 49. So hopefully he takes well to the Riyadh track, and I think it's fair to say that the White Stables were not on form the last 2 weekends. It was very quiet for them, and they're usually very dominant. So hopefully they can get themselves back in the winner's enclosure with Camilo Ospina. A lot of horses on the naughty list. I've recently added number 11 after he nearly took me out. Horse number 1 as well, Shuba Lady, has been spending pretty much the whole time going around the parade ring on 2 legs. So that's a paddock negative for me as well. And a rogue choice for another eye catcher is horse number 3, who is named after a footballer, but I cannot pronounce it. So I'll leave it to you guys. I will be sticking with horse number 10, Motawasi.
Do you mean the famous footballer Kawa Deredu? Of course, because we can pronounce that perfectly well here in the English studio. Do you remember about Kawa Deredu?
No, are you?
No, I haven't got a clue.
I thought you might be bluffing that.
We'll move on though. We need to talk about Al Majid Matlubi, who's making debut number 9.
Yes. Half-brother to Rams, who was a recent winner here. That one by teletext. Al Majid Matlubi is by Top Music. Obviously, with a winner in the pedigree, it becomes of some interest here, and you'd want to keep an eye on it.
Yes, certainly worth keeping an eye on. Great to see Shirley's in the chat as well, supporting the Red Stables runner, horse number 16. We will get to that as well, but Mutawasi, horse number 10, Shamila's paddock pick, and arguably the form horse here.
Yeah, Sandwich Winner is on its debut over 7 furlongs and produced its best effort today. It went third to Sayboot in a 7 furlong nominus of 2 at Taif in September. It looks a solid piece of form, and he would be top of the shortlist on that basis.
Another one on the shortlist would be Rafraf Ya'alem for the Jimmy Jerkin stable. We've already seen Shirley's in the chat cheering this horse on, making second start here. We'll have a look at the debut effort. I thought this was a really good run in third in meeting 73, but not the biggest of fields, and the form hasn't held up.
No, well, the runner-up has won since from this contest. This was a race won by Kawa Allah. It's a fairly mixed bunch, as you said, not a full-size field, and a few of them struggling from an early stage, but Rafraf Ya'alem has run on fairly well to finish third. The runner-up, as I said, has actually got one.
He's a nice horse, isn't he, in the future? Yeah.
So the form of the first 3 looks okay. Leader got very tired late on. In fairness, he was crying out for the line there, Rafraf Ya'alem, but I would have thought he would improve for the run. Certainly give the impression that it was needed. And he's a player with improvement expected on the back of that.
Yeah, Mutawasi, we can see his fascinating profile, because if you look at the races he's run, on debut he's beaten by Safa, who had plenty more experience. He then ran into Al Mottahead in the Sprint Cup, one of the performances of the Taif season. And then we had this race where he's beaten by Faybout. So he's run into 3 very good horses.
He has. I mean, always he was well beaten on his penultimate start in the Sprint Cup at Taif. But he's not a sprinter, is he? He's plugged on at 1 pace here to finish third last time out. No match at all for the winner. Looking a little bit laboured in the way he went about things. Just might be a little bit vulnerable at this trip, but looks well in the parade ring. The
horse in second, that was making debut on that day. He went on to finish second again and running at Riyadh, but then ran a really bad race last week, finishing down the field in 12th. It all went wrong at the start, so you can give excuses, but it certainly is worth mentioning that he's probably The form isn't quite as strong, but we don't know anything about Sabout because he hasn't been seen since. An exciting horse to look forward to. Here's horse number 7, Al Moswome, who's just getting, I think, is getting withdrawn at this point.
Yeah, well,
I thought they were just changing the girth, but it looks like getting withdrawn there. So you could probably put a line through horse number 7. Probably won't go. We have had a struggle to get through all of these. So Maka is horse number 11. That got loose in the parade room making debut. Hanea finished 18th last time out. Alazoum, a debutant from a decent enough ownership. And horse number 13. Sorry, I was scanning.
Yes, half-sister Faula hasn't shown a great deal in a couple of starts. And in fact, when I say she hasn't shown a great deal in 2 starts, tailed off last both times. So on pedigree, although it looks interesting enough on paper, if you're judging her by her half-sister, judging him by his half-sister rather, that would be a bit of a concern. Yeah,
Khalid Al-Mamoni in the saddle. Darhamat Alays has had 2 runs. Mohammed Al-Ham.
Yeah, well beaten both starts and putting up 2 kilos over is one to put a line through, it would appear.
Archimedes, horse number 15.
Another debutant, half-brother to fair winners Special and Abo Thray around here. They're not special, but they're both winners, so it's a fairly productive family, and you would give that a second look.
We spoke about Rafraf Ya'alem already, so let's move on to Jamrat Al Arab, horse number 17.
Yeah, her best effort was when 6.5 lengths, 5th in a course and distance maiden, won by Al Hodja last time out. She needs to step forward a bit from that, but at least she's going in the right direction, and that gives her place claims.
We've just seen that form in the previous race with the horse that finished behind Al Hodja, running a nice enough race. I think finished about 5th or 6th, but it didn't give that form the boost that you'd hope.
No, but it's, again, it's form that suggests that she might still be going in the right direction at least.
Barik Alays is horse number 18.
Her dam was unplaced in both starts, and the siblings that she has produced haven't been particularly distinguished either.
And finally, the horse who's drawn widest of all, now 20, the non-runner, number 19, Tho Azam.
Tho Azam is a half-brother to a local winner called California, I suppose the California, out of a mare, Basmat Nada, who also won here. So is not without a chance, although stall 19 is not an easy place to come from. Just want to hark back to Mark, who we didn't. Obviously, he got loose beforehand, the son of Battle Force. His dam was a 7-furlong maiden winner for Roger Varian. And this makes Mark a half-brother to a useful winner over 6 to 7 furlongs called Shafnek. One of the more interesting pedigrees. The dam didn't live up to a good pedigree herself. She took a while to get off the mark, but it's a decent family.
Let's go through some selections here. Shamila likes horse number 10. Rory, who do you like here?
That is a very fine question, quite frankly. I don't think I've decided. So
well, I'll let you know who I'm also joining Shamila here with Mutawasi. I know David is with us as well in the comments. I just think the White Stable is in a bit of a bad run. They need a winner, and I think this is a good chance to get the winner.
I think I end up coming from Mutawasi. I had him down as being potentially vulnerable, but I haven't been able to find one convincing enough to beat him, so I think he is the one to be with.
So we're giving 3 selections here. Mutawasi for myself, Shamila and Rory. David in the comments also going here. Rafraf Ya'alem for Jimmy Jerkins is a horse that I'm sure people will like as well, and we shall surely in the comments will be excited. We've also seen that George Lazaridis is on Rafraf Ya'alem. He's hoping to continue his good form. That horse has just gone forward now. John Blance, who do you like?
Well, I'm very much on #Team Motowasi, and should be able to step up nicely from that run last time out, and does have pretty passable form at a higher level than this. So Camillo Ospina, White Stable, I've done enough of these now to know that you don't necessarily win a huge amount of money opposing them. And although they haven't gone quite as well recently, I think this one has got a slightly better draw than Rafraf Ya'alem as well. Might just be, with 2 horses of relatively similar abilities, might just be the clinching factor. We will see. There is Motowasi in shot. We've just also seen Archimedes as well. Motowasi, one of the last to load here, and isn't desperately keen on the idea either, which is just a slight tempering of enthusiasm for his supporters. Motowasi goes in now, though, quiet as the proverbial church mouse. Stand by, 1,400 metres in front of them. Oh, now we've got more problems. One rearing up in the starting gate. Looks like it's the 4 Najm Abdallah. I think it is that one. It's been semi-pacified. The jockey's got off, though, Ahmed Al-Tayar. So this horse's participation must be in a bit of doubt now. Reared up and seems to have... has it got the head caught? I don't think it has, just being backed out, though. This may well be, and don't quote me on this, but it doesn't look great news for its participation. Nothing official yet. One or two messages being relayed. He's on pretty good terms with himself, in fairness, Najm Abdallah, despite that, but will need to be vetted. And the 5's come out as well now. Boutelea, who was alongside, so that one might be getting checked over too. So it's obviously a little drama that spread. I think it was the 4 that was definitely rearing up, but the 5, Boutelea, has not been helped by all of that. And of course the 7 was withdrawn in the parade ring too. So now it looks like Boutelea has been reunited with Fawaz Wanas. So Boutelea is about to go in. Blue sheepskin noseband for that one. Just write these sorts of things down as a race caller. Najm Abdallah is not going to run. They've gone without the 4. The rest of them are racing for this local bred horses maiden contest. Good start made by Dahamat Alays. That flashes good early speed. Camillo's got Motawasi into a pretty prominent early posse as well. So too prominent in the run is Al Majd Matlubi. That's your leading trio. Also prominent is Hanaya in the check jacket, just pushing forward. Towards the near side is Morasil, another one in check colours there, the blue cap with the blue sleeves. Right round the outside in the green colours is Barak Alays, but it's Camillo Ospina who's grabbed this race by the scruff of the neck aboard Motawasi. Leads by a couple of lengths already to Al Majd Matlubi racing in second. Then up the inside in third position, trying to get a little bit closer, is Morasil. Right round the outside, one that makes a little bit of headway is Ash Ramadis towards the outer there, the light blue sleeves, but Motawasi has kicked clear of the field here. 8 or 9 lengths to the good. Over in second position, Morasil, who's moved into that spot ahead of Al Majd Matlubi racing in third. They're all strung out in behind. Inside the final furlong and a half now, and it's Motawasi, the selection of most of the pundits in the studio. Well clear at the moment. To in second position, Morasil. Staying on from the back is Jaramat Al Arab, but racing up towards the line, this Motawasi is just in a different league. Motawasi first, the rest absolutely nowhere. Absolutely pulverised in the 10 horse there. Motawasi has scored. Long yawning gap back to in second position there. Could well have been Jamarat Al Arab staying on well. We'll get that sorted out. I think it was so far back to the placed horses it even didn't help our radar here at the Saudi Jockey Club. Motawasi, though, the winner. 1 minute 26.82 seconds there. Camillo Ospina at the double today. And like I said in the call, the race was grabbed by the scruff of the metaphorical neck there and never ever looked in any danger whatsoever. Motawasi, Rafraf Ya Alem didn't provide much for his supporters there, but Motawasi far too good. 14 3/4 lengths, ladies and gentlemen. Just the 14 3/4. A length back to Morasil, who's run a pretty honest race there in third. And Kawadaradu, the one that Shamila liked in the parade ring from a naming perspective, that stayed on to finish in fourth. Another one who's come from a long way back. But Motawasi, far too good for them in race number 5.
Congrats, Camilo. His first time with him. How is he?
Thank you very much, Ali. Always thank you very much to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharai, Abdullah Ba, Magneti. I'm very happy because this is my 100 winner this year, this season. Yes, thanks, guy, and I'm very happy, This horse is doing very good in the morning, and today she was very quiet. No, I'm first time, right, yeah, but he rode twice in Taif, and he finished place, Thanks God today she's both very good and she can win. Thank you very much.
The horse is no good, or the job.
Whole team is on a winner. Myself, Callum and Rory, both, all three of us chose horse number 10, Motawasi, to win the 5th race of the day under Camilo Ospina. And we've just heard that it's actually Camilo Ospina's 100th win this season. So that is a fantastic achievement. And he is very, very close to getting another saddlecloth towel, I think. This horse is rated 78, third last time out back in the Taif season. Took to the Riyadh track really well, to be honest. A lot of horses seem to struggle their first time trying on the Riyadh track, coming off the Taif season, but no issue there. Won by 14 and 3 1/4 lengths as well. And Camilo barely pushed his hands or touched the whip, it seemed like. So a double for Camilo Ospina as well. Congratulations, Camilo. A double for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very happy and very appreciative with the Prince Mita always. Talal bin Sharain, Abdullah Ba, Agmeneri, and the whole team of the White Stable. I'm very happy because this is my 100 winner this year, this season, and thanks God, we are doing very good.
Well done on your 100th win then. And tell me about the race, because this horse, third last time out in the Taif season. It's the first time you've ridden him in a race, but you didn't even need to touch your hands.
No, yeah, he's a very good horse. He ran twice in Taif, but he was a little bit nervous sometimes in the start. And he's not lucky, he jumped very back the last race. And today he was very quiet. And thanks God he brought very good and he went very easy in front. And thanks God when I asked him, he responded very good.
Do you think he could go a little bit further? It definitely looked like it.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He's doing for the beginning. We had this horse for the best horses. He don't have lucky in the first races, but he's coming improving and he's giving more races, inshallah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you. Thank you to you.
Thank you very much, Shanita. And yes, 100 up for the season for Camilo Ospina, and he won't ride many winners easier than this. And if you spotted it, well done. Shout out to David in the comments. Shout out to Mark Francis in the comments. Shout out to John, Rory, myself and Shamila. We were all on and we were all supported with a very, very successful performance there from Motawasi, who has done it well, Rory, and a horse, and we don't often see this with white stable runners, has improved with each run, and now coming to Riyadh looks a different prospect altogether.
Yes, I mean that debut run was decent. Didn't come forward from first run to second, and you get the impression, listening to Camilo, that he's been a bit of a work in progress. You can do what you want with them at home. You can get them as fit as you can, and the white stable runners tend to be ready first time up. But just because they're physically ready doesn't necessarily mean they're mentally ready, and this horse has maybe just taken time for everything to click into place for him mentally.
And I imagine they would have been quite disappointed with their own race planning efforts when he wound up in the Taif Sprint Cup. On only his second start this year, very poor getaway from Alain Youm, who fell out the stalls there on debut. So probably one to put a line through there this time and follow again next time. But yeah, he ran in the Taif Sprint Cup, and then interestingly enough, was well beaten there behind Amote. They then turned him around quite quickly, over 1400, but he's beaten by a good horse then. Would they have been slightly disappointed that they even worried about running him in the Taif Sprint Cup, or was the experience good for him?
I think that tends to be the attitude with the white stable runners, that if they show plenty of ability on debut, they're more than happy to step them up markedly in class next time out to run in Jcsa contests or cup contests if needs be. And sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes they're not mentally ready for that. But usually, it helps them in that mental development. They realise what they're doing. Things are too easy for them first time out with a lot of the easy debut winners, and they need a little bit more experience before everything clicks. But usually, even though they go through a rough patch, some of these horses, when they're stepped up in class, they usually come good in the end. So the system might not be to everyone's taste, but it does seem to work for the yard. And the figures for this season's leading owners very much tell you that whatever they're doing, it's working.
And remember, this will be the first time they're trying to win leading owner, because they were being beaten by the red stable Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Abdulaziz for a while. He did have a runner in this contest, but Rafraf Ya'alem ran no race.
No, ran very disappointed. They ran out the back and struggling from a long way out. Possible that that horse just was put off by what was happening in the stalls. A couple of horses getting upset. And although he was forward enough when the stalls opened, he didn't really seem to be switched on in that race, and lost a good pitch fairly quickly. And his mind seemed to be somewhere else today.
Yeah, but hopefully he can put this run behind him and step forward in the future. The eventual second was Jamarat Al Arab, who had to come very wide, but has run another improved race. I imagine maybe fifth time up it will be now next time. He'll be one to watch. Mohammed Suleiman on board, had to go right via the car park.
Yeah, she's improved for stepping up to this trip in her last couple of starts. She was run very wide here and has done good late work to be second without ever getting close to the winner. You can't rate that too highly by definition. If you're beaten 15 lengths or thereabouts by a winner of a race like this, then the handicapper can say, well, I think you should be rated 80 as well. Yeah, it just doesn't work that way. So she should be easy enough to place from here. Obviously, there are maidens to be won, but there are handicaps as an option now as well.
Is it now a look for a lot of these to start putting themselves in handicap prospects, because some of these maidens are tough races.
You're always liable to run into a good one, whereas I think in the handicaps there are quite a lot of horses who'll be running in 2,000-metre handicaps or running in 7 furlongs and mile handicaps, who might not be ideally suited by those conditions, but they're in the races because of their ratings. And you'll often see horses bouncing up and down the distance ladder here, but when you look closely at the form, they're usually best at one trip or another. But she's done all right, and I think she'll find her niche in handicaps after this, because, as we said, being beaten as far as she was in the end means she can't get too much of a hike in the ratings.
And what else can we say about Camille Ospina? He's just unstoppable when he's on a horse that's got a chance, half a chance. He gets the horse in front and gets to that lead, and it just doesn't use any energy getting to that position.
No, and there's two things about Camilo. We talked about this from very, very early on. He's got this uncanny knack of getting horses going forward from the stalls, whatever happens. But also, I think temperamentally, he is an exceptional jockey as well. We see a few of the guys who do well here on a semi-regular basis. They have their ups and their downs. When they're riding with a lot of confidence, you can follow them. But sometimes that confidence can be knocked, and you'll see them riding below par when they're desperate to get a winner. Camilo never seems desperate to get the next winner. He knows it's around the corner, and he rides with. He's got that unflappable temperament, and as a result, things don't go wrong for him as often as they do for some other jockeys in races. Simply, his style means that he's usually out of trouble, and he's able to get horses running for him. But also, he knows that the opportunity is going to come there, and his confidence just flows through him.
Yes, it certainly does, and he is a jockey always worth keeping on the right side of. We, however, must move on to race number 6. John Blanc will take us through the runners and riders for this contest.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, there's one or two non-runners in this spot as well, so just bear all this in mind. Horse number 1 is Cade Aldam for this Arabian Horses maiden race, the mount of Thurb Al Timyat. Horse number 2 is Gudanfur Al Bar Ali Al Mimoni. Horse number 3 is Zoko Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 4 doesn't go. Number 5, Najdia Al Bari, is the mount of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Horse number 6, Princeo Awam. Horse number 7 is Kahila Aldam. That's the mount of Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 8 is Garat Elayat Najid Hamza Sad. Horse number 9 is Sabah, the mount of Nawef Al Mudiani. Moving on, horse number 10 is Room Zien. That's the mount of Feras Al Sunayatan. Horse number 11 doesn't go. Number 12, Kotuf Al Majd, is the mount of Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 13 is Ebiat Al Shuhaib, the mount of Wigberto Ramos. Number 14 is Aldam, that's the mount of Ahmed Al Taya. Horse number 15 is Misk Al Barak, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 16 is Athmail Al Magirat, Horse number 17 is Sahi Paris. That's the mount of Al Shamari. Horse number 18 is a non-runner. Al Sakab is out. Horse number 19 is Al Mahar Al Jazra. That's Naif Al Anazi's mount. Horse number 20 is Rams Gudar. That is a jockey as yet to be confirmed. 22 runs. Sidon, Qatari bred, will run. Nothing from 3 starts so far, but gets the late call up here for this Arabian race at Riyadh this afternoon, and we can get back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, John. Let's start from the top and work our way down. Kayed Al Dam, going without the noseband here, John.
Yeah, well, go without the noseband. Is it? It's a newcomer, isn't it?
Well, yes, it's a debutant here. Sorry,
Yes.
I apologise. But this is good done for Al Baha, horse number 2, and Zoko number 3 is probably the most eye-catching of those we've seen so far.
Yeah, very much on his toes is Zoko, another debutant. I can't tell you an awful lot about the pedigree, but he does catch the eye in terms of his looks. The first 2 are not easy to fancy Kayed Al Dahan is a newcomer with nothing that I can say in his favour particularly, and Gudunfar Al Bar has been beaten quite a long way over further, does drop and trip for this.
Khalil Al Dam, we're just seeing his shot here. He's horse number 7. He's probably got the best form of these now.
Yeah, he's kind of a standout now. He was well beaten last time out, but his best form has come in maiden company at about this trip. He's been runner-up twice. He seems to have found a pretty weak contest.
Yeah, we're just having a look at a couple of the others there. That's Sabah, one of the debutants. Riyadh has had runs, but they've all been really poor. And I think what's interesting about these purebred Arabian contests is often we find a lot of the open races and handicaps are small fields. Meanwhile, we get to these races, these maiden races, they always tend to be really, really big, chunky fields. So
yes.
Often a lot of these horses are just well beaten, trying to get a handicap mark.
Indeed, and there's not much to recommend. Rayam, who you mentioned there.
Shamila is in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. It's our first Arabian contest of the day, 2 winners to my name, so hoping to add a third with horse number 3, Zoko. He will be ridden by Mohammed Ad-Daham, a 4-year-old colt who is trained by Sultan Al-Hajri. Obviously, it's a huge risk picking debutante horses, especially in these Arabian contests where it's quite difficult. But jumps out of stall 3, he is in the right hands, a little bit on his toes around the parade ring, but nothing to be scared of, hopefully. All goes well for horse number 3, Zoko, who will be my selection. I do have to say that horse number 7, who will be ridden by Asil Al-Sayharni, does look really nice as well. As for paddock negatives, none that stood out to me in this contest. All the horses looking really nice and ready to go. Nobody getting on toes or anything like that. So I'm going to stick with horse number 3, Zoko.
Thank you, Shamila. This is number 14, Aldam, followed by number 15, Misk Al-Barak.
Misk Al-Barak has shown very little to date. Has a rating of 50, but not easy to fancy in this company, other than to say there doesn't seem to be much depth to the race, so improvement could be forthcoming.
It's a bit of a paddock eye-catcher. Horse number 16, Amtel Al-Mgirat, making debut. Another eye-catching debutant.
Yeah, has size and a bit of scope about him. I want to see him walking around a little bit more. I didn't think he moved particularly nicely in the little time we saw him there, but maybe a longer look will offset that.
Maha Al Jazra is number 19, and Rams Gudar number 20. Rams Gudar, a horse who I'm sure we'd already seen once before, but we clearly haven't, and isn't particularly eye-catching in the parade ring either.
No, he was beaten 40 lengths on his sole start here back in March.
Yeah, and this is Sidon. The final horse we'll have a look at. Horse number 22 sneaks in because Abba Al-Saham is in.
She's not a bad looker, Sidon, the Qatari bred, but she's been well beaten of late.
She had a very nice coat on her as well, so it's good to see. Just taking a look from the jockeys coming in as well. I thought we saw someone who looked very, very young there. I think it might have been the jockey aboard Princio Awam, but we'll have a closer look as we can. I like Khalil Al-Dam, but I can't have Khalil Al-Dam because she does nothing in the finish but run around and swish her tail. She hates being put under pressure.
Yeah, well, the key there is just, as I said in a lot of these races, get her in a good position and be close enough to put pressure on those in front, and hope that they crack before you do. And then what happens is you don't have to go and come under complete pressure. As long as you're able, by your presence, to put other horses under pressure, that tends to be the winning of these races, as we've seen. There's no doubt that the real pick of the paddock here is Zoko. The question is, just because you look really good doesn't mean you necessarily can run that way. But Zoko, he's given the impression he can run. He looks a bit of a live wire in the prelims as well, and he does look a lot better than most of these in the paddock. But I wouldn't trust myself enough to pick a winner of this sort of race purely from the paddock.
Purely from looks alone, yes. It's going to be a bit of a tough one. I'm just trying to have a look at a couple of the ones in behind us from our lovely viewing position that we've got of this parade ring. Who's jumping out 13 is a bit of a looker. That Bayet Al Suaib, horse who came 16th on debut. Wigberto Ramos on board. That's a positive. At least he knows his way around here.
He certainly does, yeah. But that was a disappointing effort first time out. I suppose the only way is upwards from there.
Yeah, certainly one of the lighter frame types, but quite a thoroughbred build. I mentioned I really liked horse number 16, Amtel Al Maghira. You wanted to have a look at his walk. He's just coming behind us now.
Yes.
What do you make of that walk? It's certainly not too much of a negative for me. He's not striding out completely, but...
No, but he doesn't have an awful lot of room to do it either. I just wonder whether he's a little bit stiff behind in his walk. That's not necessarily something that puts me off, but it's nicer when you see them sort of track up nicely behind. He's not really doing that, but... otherwise, physically, he looks okay.
We're having a look at some of them in action right now. This is Kalia Al Dam finishing in fourth. This is in the middle of December, and you'll get a chance to see what I mean by the tail swishing and the running around in this sort of form.
Yes, not unusual in races like this, it must be said, a bit of tail swishing and a bit of running around. But the positives here are that Kahila Al Dam is going forward all the time here. Not going forward particularly quickly, but is passing horses, just shifts out late in the day.
It's the run here.
And the run flattens out a little bit, and she ends up finishing fourth. But she's got the most solid form in this race. She's not a superstar. Her rating of 68 is a very fair assessment of what she's capable of. But we don't have an awful lot to oppose her with in terms of form, do we?
You almost think that is her class going to be able to just see her through in this one?
Well, you say, I mean, she doesn't really have a lot of class. What she has, she's got form in the book at a modest level that she's repeated 2 or 3 times, and you wonder whether that sort of modest form is good enough to win this. She's not the biggest. She doesn't do things particularly quickly on the track. So you wouldn't say that she's going to outclass her opposition here, but if she runs to form, then she is the one that you end up putting at the front of this field by default, isn't she?
Zoko looks like he's built the wrong way, doesn't he? He's so top heavy, bless him.
Yes, I mean he looks a little bit more impressive when he's striding around the parade ring on his own.
For a jockey in his back, maybe not.
He's slightly spoiled by having a jockey on top of him. But yeah, he's not unattractive at all. As you said, he's maybe not perfectly proportioned, but he carries himself quite proudly, and that's nice to see.
Already getting away from Naif Al-Anazi.
Did you wave back there?
Alma. No, I was pointing at the screen.
Because you know he can't see through the TV.
They can't hear me through the TV, but I'm still yelling at them in the finish as well. Al-Mahar Al-Jazara comes here with a fair bit of form to her name.
Yes, but she was running in those
tiny field races,
small field races in Taif, and wasn't making a huge amount of impact there. She's rated 45. I did say, I've written down, she's made little impression on weaker events in Taif. I'm not sure that they're much weaker, but they're weaker numbers wise. This might not be a strong event. As I said, there are quite a lot of lightly raced or unraced horses in the race that makes it difficult for you to make an absolute judgment of the quality.
Yeah, there's a few of these that we you can just purely... I'm tempted to go with debutants, but I've done that with purebred Arabians before, and it's gone horribly wrong, because often they take a few runs to work out what the job is.
Yes, yeah, your race can be over within 50 yards.
And it doesn't matter whether you're an Al Kaladir stable or anything else. Debutants tend to not blow you away. We've been bitten a few times by Al Kaladir debutants who've just needed a few runs to get to understand the job.
Yeah, and the other question then, of course, is which horse horses are you ruling out because they haven't shown an awful lot in a couple of runs, where actually they've really just been learning what it's all about and could step forward? I could see a bit of a shock here. You know, I use the word shock in inverted commas. Aldaham is quite an interesting one if we're just calling it Aldaham number 14.
Yeah, number 14, yep.
He didn't show anything in 2 runs last season, finished 14th and 15th. I thought he showed a bit of improvement when finishing midfield in a 2,000 metre maiden last time out. He might be able to build on that. That at least was the first time that it looked like the penny had dropped to some degree. Still wasn't a particularly strong run, but where exactly is the solid form in the race?
And that's the thing, and that's what keeps drawing you to Kalia Aldam, isn't it? Because you start thinking, well, at least this horse has got some decent runs behind him and behind her, sorry, and she'd have a chance here. But you watch the last run and you think, if there is anything here that can provide her some sort of danger, she's not one you want to trust at a finish.
No, but again, the question becomes, by what process, rather than just what are you going to have against her, by what process do you find one to beat her? And that's difficult here.
Yes, I am going to make my early selection here. I'm going to go for horse number 16, Amtel Almgierat, just because it was a massive paddock eye catcher for me. I've got no other reasons why. I couldn't tell you anything else, but got the blinkers on, runs for connections who we've seen who've got a few decent horses in this purebred Arabian scene, these wonderful pink colours with the white star. I'm hoping that will be enough to see this horse at least try and feature in this contest. Rory, who do you like in this one as they are pulling the stalls away? Seeing there, I wonder what's going on with the stalls here. Because certainly we've got more than 15 minutes. Oh, they're coming back in. We just have to readjust. Someone's getting a head start if you were drawn wide. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I'm going to go with Kahila Aldam. I can see the potential frailties in her form, and it's not because she shows a couple of tendencies that you're slightly wary of. That she can flash her tail, she can drift out on the track a little bit. Those aren't particularly unusual in purebred Arabians at this sort of level. I just can't find something strong enough that I want to oppose her with. So she's obvious. I wouldn't be surprised to see her beaten, but I can't find a better suggestion.
A positive for you is we've already seen a horse who ran around in the finish last time out go on and win today. Yep. So it certainly can be done. We could just see her in shot there, just walking through horse number 7, Khan As You Like. Abdullah Al Sahani is on board as well, so a good young jockey in the plate too. So I remember seeing him at the airport actually when we were flying out from Taif. He was making a quick getaway to get back to Riyadh. So I think he's actually based out here. So it was good to see him get himself back in front. He had a bit of a quieter season here in Riyadh than he did in Taif. He had plenty of winners in Taif.
Yes, yeah. So it's tougher for some in Riyadh, particularly when you have a number of jockeys sort of joining us for the Riyadh season who you wouldn't see in Taif, and therefore competition is that much stiffer in terms of getting the rides.
Yeah, and the jockeys that do join in the Riyadh season tend to be regulars in Riyadh. I think Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is a prime example of a jockey who's done this plenty of times and is a permanent fixture here. So as they begin the learning process, we'll say hello to Adil, who's involved in the chat. George Lazaridis is going back to the well. He's going with Aldem, Rory. So he's sort of heard what you're saying and has gone a similar direction. He's calling it a risky proposition, and I would agree with you too there, George. But they're all risky propositions here. So I like Amtel Almgierat, horse number 16. George likes Aldem, horse number 14. Rory likes Kalia Aldam, horse number 7. And Shamila likes Zoko on debut, horse number 3. John Blance, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, they are loading them up. Big field of Arabians here. This is Sidon to come forward. The pink jacket of Amthale Almgierat to go in as well. And then we have Misk Al-Barak, the braces there of Prince Eo Awam. The young gentleman aboard, I don't know his first name, but he does look extremely youthful. Young Master Al-Dafiri. Good luck to him. There's Naja Al-Bari to go in, one of the more fancied runners. There is Kahila Aldam, best of these on ratings. 1,400 metres, they're in. They're off. And racing for our first purebred Arabian race of the day. A very, very pedestrian start from Qaid Aldam. That one is right back through the field in the early stages as they make their way through the first furlong or so. And it's Ibiat Al Suhaib who's prominent. Also there, Sahi Paris from a wide enough gate. Another one that's relatively prominent is Misk Albarak, the red cap. And then right towards the outside and prominent as well there looks to be Aldam, KNZ Aldam, as they make their way through the first 400 metres towards the back of the field at the moment. Well, still the very slow starting Qaid Aldam. Another one towards the back of the field is Princeo Awam, and also towards the back is KNZ Aldam as they start to make the turn, and they're heading towards the closing stages pretty shortly. And it's Ibiat Al Suhaib in the hands of Wigberto Ramos, who leads them at the moment, to Misk Albarak racing in second. Right round the outside, Rams Gouda in the blue colours. The grey horse there making really serene headway to go and join this long-time leader. So it's Rams Gouda who sweeps into the lead. But here now comes Kahila Aldam, who's throwing down a challenge right down the centre of the track. The orange saddlecloth there, the blue colours. And it's Kahila Aldam who's the best of these on ratings at the moment. She looks the best of these on the track as well. Kahila Aldam by a couple of lengths is now just gravitating towards the centre of the track. Not exactly running gun barrel straight, but I don't think it's going to matter. Kahila Aldam is well clear, and as they race up towards the line, Kahila Aldam simply too strong for them in this company. Kahila Aldam, a very easy winner indeed in the hands of Asil Al Sahani. In second spot was the fast finishing Zoko. That's come from a long way back. Also there in the mix for a minor position was Najia Al Bari, another one getting into the race late. But in the end, Kahila Aldam, we worried about this horse's resolution maybe in a finish, but as Rory correctly pointed out, if she's going to be significantly better than them anyway, it doesn't really matter. There was no need to get down and dirty as far as the battle was concerned there. She just swept past them in the latter stages and was just far too strong for a fairly moderate bunch, it has to be said. And she's won in a time of 1 minute 37.16 seconds. Zoko finished in second there, 1:38.10, beaten 4.5 lengths. Najia Al Bari was third, and Rams Gouda, who travelled pretty well throughout the race, but in the end was no match for the winner, has finished in fourth. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Another wide margin winner here at Riyadh this afternoon. Kahila Aldam beating Zoko, fast finishing second. They were the first two home in our first Arabian race of the day.
Asil Al Sahani is our winning jockey, and he's had to be at his best to get Kahila Aldam home in front in race 6 here. It was an purebred Arabian maiden, Rory, and She's done exactly what she did last time, but has just taken advantage of a much, much weaker race.
Yeah, as you're pointing out the little foibles that she has. That she tends to shift out into the middle of the track under pressure. She can, flash her tail occasionally. But she's, as you said, she's run a remarkably similar race to the one she did last time. She just found this opposition weaker, and she was able to get her head in front and win with a degree of ease. Even when she was winning easily, she still showed that tendency to shift right-handed in the latter stages. But she's a little tricky. She proved she wasn't completely ungenuine with this performance. You just get most of these horses at this level are a little bit quirky, and so is she. But she had too much ability for her rivals today.
And a special shout out to yourself, Rory. You were a fan of this horse and selected it, and so did Mark Francis, our resident commentator, who's on a rare day off watching the channel. He said 2 out of 2, Helliwell. Have some of that. We certainly will have some of that, Mark. 2 from 2, well done. And yes, it was a simple go with the horse with the best form and the horse with the highest rating, and you'll probably come out on top in this race. None of the newcomers made much of an impression, apart from Shamila's paddock selection, Zoko, who ran a big race to finish.
Yeah, he ran well. It took him a while just to get the hang of things, but did good late work. The leaders went hard enough here and couldn't sustain it. But Zoko just looked a little bit at sea mid-race, but then has when coming under pressure, has knuckled down quite well in the finish to run on and grab second place, a fair way behind the winner. The form is nothing special, but for a debutant to do that first time augurs well for his future in similar sort of company.
Yes, and I imagine maybe a step up in trip as well. Look at the size of him. You suggest that he could probably get a little bit further too?
Possibly. I mean, I wouldn't want to be making hard and fast conclusions about the ideal trip for most of these. He was awkwardly away, Zoko. Maybe only 2 or 3 behind him in the first 50 metres, but he's shown a bit of speed in the early stages to get himself into a half-decent position on the rail. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him weaken out of things from there, given he worked hard to overcome that poor start, and you often see horses to do that first time out just weaken late in the day as the effort takes its toll. The fact that he actually managed to dig in again and get past the early leaders in the finish was admirable from him, and he'll clearly, well, you'd like to think on this evidence he'll win races. We don't want to get carried away with the form. We see, just looking at the replay, the eventual winner is working her way wide. She wants to avoid trouble. We know she's got the class to win this, and she's in about 7th place now on the dark blue and orange colours, just making her move. She does nothing terribly quickly, but she was able to sit pretty close to the pace here, and typically for a race of this nature, they started crying enough from a fairly early stage, and she got a bit of confidence from running past beaten horses. The 2 who were in front there in the early stages, you had Ramsgouda was up there, wasn't he? And we also had speed early on from Sai Paris and from Abat Al-Shihab as well towards the front. But those who showed early speed weren't able to stretch it out through this contest, and it ended up just working out perfectly for Kahila Al-Dam, who's got to the front early in the straight and then found that her major opponents were weakening from that point.
Yeah, and she's drifting away towards the stand side rail, but she's so far clear it doesn't really matter. It's going to be hard to place her now going forward, but it's good to see she getting that win under her name, and she might be rated 70 now, I imagine. I don't think they'll go crazy. The handicapper will be punishing her too much, but a 0 to 70 sort of feels like her level exactly almost.
It does, yeah. I wouldn't want to say once she get up to 75, 80 type handicaps, I think that would prove the issue that she would have is holding a good position in those races. I could see her sort of doing late work, but the thing that really worked out for her here today was in a fairly moderate contest. There was early speed that broke the field apart, so there was no scrimmaging for her. She was able to take a good position, maybe in 8th or 9th place, but behind the leaders, knowing that they were beginning to fall into her lap from a fairly early stage, and that always gives a horse confidence when horses are weakening immediately in front. So she's just taken the race by the scruff of the neck without really having to show an awful lot of improvement in doing it. So hopefully the handicap isn't too harsh.
And shout out to Asil Al-Sahani as well. We mentioned maybe not quite having the success at Riyadh that he had in Taif, but still having plenty of success nonetheless. And this would have been quite a high pressure ride. Clearly the horse with all the form and the rating to suggest he'd win. And he's done that well as a jockey, pulling out wide when knowing his path is blocked towards the inside, and just getting the business done at the top of the home straight rather than waiting till it was too late.
Absolutely, yeah, just a really straightforward ride. No bells and whistles, no showboating, just moving forward when the situation demanded it, when the opportunity was there, and not trying to do anything too silly.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the instructions were there. Get out in front and get there early down that straight, so if she does decide to run around, you've got a half-decent chance of getting away with it.
Yes, I mean, she's never really going to have the natural speed to get to the front early in her races, but you want to keep her within hailing distance of the leaders and giving her a target to aim at.
And she's got a fair decent turn of foot as well, which helps her. Now, let's have a look at some tables, because we've got plenty of tables and names to get through here. And we'll start with the Jockeys Championship. Camillo Ospina, that now says 100, because he's now ridden 100 winners for the season after a double today. Adel Al-Faredi, his brother's had a winner, but he's not had one. Alex Moreno there trying to secure third place, but Luis Morales, he's beginning to creep up that field now and looks to be in a real battle for third. Naif Al-Anazi clinging on for fifth. We move on to the Trainers Championship next. Let's have a look at how everybody is doing in that particular competition, and I think it will be an interesting one nonetheless, because we see Ahmed Mahmoud, who is the White Stable's leading trainer, and he is there on top with 60 points. Said Mutlaq, they're still clinging on for second, and I say clinging on, he's pulled a little bit away there in second now with 46 total points. Ahmed Al-Badr there is in third, with Gaith Al-Gaith there tracking behind Ahmed Al-Musa, dropping away. He was right up there, but he struggled recently. Lucas Gaetan is the one that we all should be following. Strike weight rise.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we're looking at your points are fundamentally for races one, and smaller stables like Lucas Gaetan's obviously not going to be challenging at the top there, but his strike rate since the start of the Riyadh season in particular has been very good indeed.
Yeah, certainly a trainer to keep on the right side of. And finally, we'll move on to the Owners' Championship. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, that is the White Stable. They got off the mat. They had a quiet week last week. They're back amongst the winners this week. Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Abdulaziz, Red Stable, they are there in second. The Al Khalidiyah Stable, the drop is beginning to start now. They were comfortably in second. Now they're dropping. Remember, they only train purebred Arabian horses. Then we've got Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al-Mek Al-Sabah, who is the trainer with the green sleeves and the white body, who we often see with runners in the UK. And finally, Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdul Aziz, who is an interesting owner as well, who's got those blue colours. Are they blue or are they black? With the grey sleeves, are they grey or are they white? Certainly an owner to keep on the right side of.
It's like that dress, isn't it? Is
it gold or is it blue?
It's not blue, it is black, and it's not white, it is grey.
Grey, there you go. So black colours with the grey sleeves as well. So plenty to keep an eye on in the Owners' Championship. And what's great is Rory and I have spent enough time here in Saudi Arabia really to understand who these big, powerful owners are. And it really helps in these purebred Arabian contests, because purebred Arabian and maiden contests, where we get to see who's bringing in these powerful connections with foreign runners, overseas purchases. So plenty to keep an eye on, and that's why it's well worth watching on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. So when we get to the Saudi Cup on the Friday and Saturday, you'll be able to see who are the owners to keep on the right side of, especially in the local bred contest. However, we must move on to race 7. John Blas, take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a local bred horses handicap. It's a 0 to 60 contest, so it's not a particularly great race, but as ever, something has got to win it, and we'll try and furnish you with that winner over the next few minutes. Alfdal Yelul is horse number 1. Abdullah Al-Kradis rides. Millionaire is next. That's Fawaz Wanas's mount. Wafi Along is next there, horse number 3. Khalid Al-Azmi takes the mount on that one. Halyar is horse number 4. Abdullah Al-Lawfi is riding Halyar. Horse number 5 is Tours. This one has to break from stall 18. Thurbal Timyat is aboard, and the saddle cloth's not corresponding to their draw here in this handicap, so bear that in mind. Salute Macho, horse number 6. Yusuf Al Hussein is aboard that one. Horse number 7 is Amir Al Maidan, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 8 is Asula, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Horse number 9 is Mutasareh, Fahid Al Faradi. Horse number 10 is Sajar, in the hands of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 11 is Salam Allah, Rakan Al Obeid is riding. Horse number 12 is Safwat Lahad, Mohammed Suleiman, riding this horse on start number 5, gate 10 for that one. Horse number 13 is Nufat, Yasser Al Bakawi. Horse number 14 is Al Nishar, Abdullah Al Kridis. Horse number 15 is Alusa, Mohammed Saeed rides. Horse number 16 is Tazim, Khalid Al Rashid rides that one. Horse number 17 is Seyhod, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 18 is Lathitha, in the hands of Tariq Al Mansour. Horse number 19 is Gosta Fu. Ali Al Mutib we're hearing. That's hot off the press. Ali Al Mutib will be riding horse number 19, Gosta Fu. And horse number 20 is Tanaf. Mohammed Al Shurima rides that one. That'll be emerging from stall number 12. So there we go. They stand their ground, all of them, for this local bred horses handicap. It's for 3-year-olds. Plenty of unexposed types here. At the moment, though, quite a lot of them would have to really improve on what they've done so far to be in the mix. But we will see if Callum and Rory can find you the potential winner here as we hand back to them now.
Thank you, John. And yes, it will be challenging to find the winner of this 3-year-old handicap over the mile, but Rory and I will try and do our best. We've got a full field of 20. I think we should run through them top to bottom. Are you agreeing?
I don't object to that.
Afdal Yalul is horse number 1.
Beaten almost 20 lengths, went fourth over 6 furlongs at Taif last time out. This is a fair bit easier. But he's coming off a break, so fitness has to be a slight concern.
That 4th place was behind our Motterhead on his debut.
Yes,
so,
indeed. Yeah.
A half decent level of form there. Millionaire is horse number 2.
Has shown ability in all 3 starts, and his dam, Subtle Knife, was a multiple winner for Giles Bravery in the UK, so she was very genuine as well. So I'm hoping the Millionaire will improve now handicapping, and he's one to bear in mind. 1:45.15. His time for the trip thus far. Will need to improve on that, but is probably the type to do better now that he's got a mark.
Wafi Along, horse number 3.
Produced his best effort, won 11 3/4 lengths, 4th of 11 behind Al-Handawan, and of course in distance maiden last time out in a time of 1:44.58. Again, he's liable to need to improve on that. That's the story with most of the horses in this race. Plenty of them open to progress, now given a more realistic chance in handicaps, and I would have thought that the winner's going to do something like 1:42 in this race. So a lot of them, you know, you'd say they will struggle to do that on what they've done so far, but they're all in the same boat, and something will improve a fair bit on what they've shown.
Halia is horse number 4.
Placed over 6 furlongs at Taif, but no impact in maidens since then. This at least is a welcome drop in class for her, and that gives her a chance.
Tours is horse number 5.
I thought a pretty good effort in the grand scheme of things when 7th of 17 to Ayat Al Mohammedia in a Fillies Open last time out. This is a lot easier. She did 1:43.79 there. She's improved with each run and should continue to go forward. For all, you know, her form doesn't look brilliant on paper. No closer than 7th in 3 runs. I think it's actually better than it looks.
Tours is horse number 5.
That was Tours.
Sorry.
Number 6, Salute Macho.
Number 6.
He's running poorly at the moment. I see he's more exposed than most. Less reason to think that he's going to suddenly improve now.
Almir Al Maidan, number 7.
Another one whose form figures don't look particularly encouraging, but he does look, on race times, he looks quietly progressive, and he wasn't disgraced when 7th in a course and distance maiden last time out behind Mata Hill. That was a hotter contest than this. He is not out of things either.
Osula, I quite liked here, number 8.
Ran her best race to date when 8 1/4 lengths 3rd to Sultanat Al Hijaz in a course and distance maiden last time out, going the right way. Has had 6 runs. But even with that extra experience, still appears to be gradually improving.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Interesting field here, Shamila. Who caught your eye?
a horse that you only just mentioned catching your eye, horse number 8, Osula, comes out of stall number 2 under Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Third last time out at meeting 80, and just looks stunning in the parade ring. Really nice, strong filly. Try not to get run over by jockeys this time, being mounted onto their horses. But Nawaf has just been mounted onto horse number 8. Definitely an eye catcher all around, really well put together filly. Up against some tough colts though. I do have a long list of horses in the naughty corner, and horses 3, 4 and 5 are all very much on their toes and have been throughout the preliminary stages, probably set off by horse number 5, Tours, just being really naughty in the parade ring, even as the jockey has been mounted as well. I'm just watching as they start to filter out of the parade ring, so hopefully doesn't wind up too many of the other horses. So I will be sticking with Osula in race number 7.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, Osula, interesting horse for sure. I think lacks early pace though, and from a low draw, that could be a big concern for me. Mustasare is horse number 9.
Has shown bits and pieces of form at around 6 furlongs, but doesn't stay this trip on the evidence to date. Was tailed off in his only try, and that rather puts me off him as a potential improver.
Jcsa is horse number 10.
Hasn't raced beyond 7 furlongs. Has shown a bit of ability, but does need to improve for the step up to a mile if he's going to figure.
Salam Allah is horse number 11.
Another one who appears to be better over a shorter trip and has had plenty of tries as well. 10 goes, was 11th on both tries over this trip, and has placed form over shorter. So again, I don't think Salam Allah is a likely winner on paper.
Yes, Safwat Lahad is number 12.
Similar comments to Sejar. All of her runs today have come over 7 furlongs. She's shown a level of ability, but does need to progress a fair bit to be winning this. Maybe the step up to a mile will help in that regard, but I think her form to date is inconclusive in that regard.
Nufat is horse number 13. Has had plenty of starts.
9 starts, placed twice. Both of the places have come over 6 furlongs, and she's another who hasn't given the impression she stays a mile when tried before.
Al Nasa made my shortlist, horse number 14.
Seemed to improve last time out, dropping to 6 furlongs. Didn't think he looked particularly keen, a little bit ungainly, and now steps back up in trip. So I thought that was a negative for me. You can say 2 moderate runs, then suddenly a much better performance last time out. Looks like he's going the right way. That might be the case. I wasn't particularly impressed with the way he went about things last time.
Yeah, I agree with everything you say there. Al Waitha is horse number 15.
I thought this was quite an interesting one. You know, once you get into 48 and below, you think they're probably going to struggle. But I thought she wasn't disgraced when 7th to Sultanat Al Hijaz over course and distance 2 starts back. Osula was 3rd that day. She's obviously got work to do with Osula, but I thought she showed that she might have a small race in her. I didn't think she was entirely out of it.
Tazim is horse number 16, 12th in all 3 starts.
Yeah, I find it very hard to make a case for her. Obviously, she's unexposed, goes into handicaps after 3 runs, but nothing she's done so far suggested that improvement was imminent.
The owners have Sayud in horse number 17, another horse rated 45.
Yeah, this was 4th behind Haya on debut at Taif, which I thought wasn't a bad run at the time, but she was poor in 2 starts since. She then seemed to show a bit more in a non-winners of 3 over 1,800 metres last time out, finishing in midfield after a break. Now, if she backs that up, she would have a fair chance of a lowly mark. I'm calling her he rather, 3-year-old colt. If he backs that up, he's got a good chance. But the pattern of his form so far just leaves me with a question mark as to whether he will back that up.
Here's one that is a filly, Latita, horse number 18.
And she is badly out of form. She ran okay, meeting 47 in Taif, no better than okay, and 3 runs here since have been very disappointing.
Gostafu is horse number 19.
4th on debut, but when you dig through that form, that was a tailed off last, and 2 runs since have not been much better.
And finally, Tanaf, horse number 20.
Comes here with a rating of 42, and has been well beaten in 3 runs over 7 furlongs. There's nothing in those runs to give you an awful lot of confidence. The one thing you could say is, you know, with a mark of 42, you don't need to be improving an awful lot to be taking a hand, but I couldn't find any solid reason to be with him.
So they head down towards the start. They begin their process of circling down at the gates. Like I said, I quite like Osula here, but my concern is she's got no early speed. She's drawn low. She could find herself behind an absolute wall of horses quite early on.
Yes. If she doesn't, then it's always tricky. You see, I've seen plenty of horses start slowly from similar stalls, stall 2, stall 1, who are able to get a position easily enough, and then it's just a case of whether you get the gaps towards the inside on the home turn. So I thought this was very difficult. I thought after I'd gone through the first 8 horses, I thought this is going to be like 20 horses with similar chances. I found it easier after that. I was able to rule out quite a lot of horses sort of from Mutasare down. There weren't too many towards the bottom that I gave a chance to. I've mentioned a couple of them there that I thought had a squeak. But I think this should be more about the top half of the handicap. And it's just a case of working out who you think is going to who's going to take a step forward. And there's a lot of guesswork in that.
I'll tell you one person who has made a selection. David in the comments has gone for Jcsa here, horse number 10 in this race. Mark Francis is looking for the hat-trick, but is yet to reveal what selection he's made as well, and it's waiting for George's selection too. They've both been in fairly good form today. I quite like Wafi Along here. The best performance of his career so far. Came over course and distance last time out, so clearly the trip isn't going to be an issue, which it might be for a few of these.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that. Had a little bit more experience than some Wafi Along, but the fact that he's producing his best performance last time out is a positive. I'm going to take a chance, and it's a bit of a swing for Millionaire, who's had 3 runs, has finished 6th and 7th. But I like the dam. Subtle Knife was a mare that I really liked. She was not a world beater, but she's sort of class 3, class 4 handicapper. But she won plenty of races for Giles Bravery, and she was thoroughly genuine. And her best form came around this sort of trip on the all-weather tracks as well. So I'm hoping that he takes after his dam. He's shown enough to think he should be competitive here, and this is his first chance of really getting his eye in.
We have got a selection here from Mr. Mark Francis. He has gone for Wafi Along. I'll just check to make sure I've got that correct. He has gone for Wafi Along. That's horse number 3. So Mark is in sort of semi-agreement with me, but I am going to go against it here. I can't go away from Osula, who I just think will relish this. My only concern is track position. So myself and Shamila will be on the Osula train. So I think that selection's all in. Rory likes horse number 2, Millionaire. Mark Francis likes horse number 3, Wafi Along. Shamila and myself are with horse number 8, Osula, and David is with horse number 10, Jcsa. It's time for us to go to someone who's an actual millionaire. John Blanc, it's over to you.
Oh, what did I wear, Callum? What did I wear? This is Al-Usa going in. Al-Usa, I think that's how I'm going to pronounce it, but I might get it wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. So that one to move in. Still got quite a lot of them to go forward. And like I said, don't be confused by the saddle cloths this time round. They don't correspond to their draw. So, for instance, the horse in stall 4 is horse number 1, Afdal Yelul. Going in, the white distinguishing cap there of Seyhod. We've got the black cap for Tazim and the red noseband as well, which might aid identification. There's all sorts of straws you clutch to in this game. There's Salam Allah going in. In shot there is Afdal Yelul. That was Wafi Along going in. Still got out the back Tours to come forward. And horse number 8, Osula, who must have a pretty good chance. Saddlecloth 8, but stall 2. No, Callum likes this horse, and Osula at this level as well with a good draw should be there or thereabouts, one would have thought. Looks like we've got a full complement here. 1,600 metres. One or two shouts from the jockeys there in the machine. But they're off and racing now through the early stages of this 1,600 metre contest, and good headway in the early part of the race from Halyar from that inside draw. Another one that's made early progress is Al Nishar. There towards the rail. Right round the outside, rushing into a posse is Sedjar in the green colours, and it's Sedjar that's come through to pick it up here to Salam Allah towards the outside. Then right up the inner there in third position and going quite nicely is Al Nishar with that inside run. Also there in the yellow and red colours is Safwat Lahad as we make their way towards the end of the back straight. Right at the rear of the field is Alusa. Also towards the back at the moment is Tazim, and another one that's towards the back and wide is Tours. So they're making this long sweeping bend, and it's Sedjar in the hands of Alexis Moreno that leads at the moment. In second position, right up the inside there is Al Nishar in the pink saddlecloth. Towards the outside now, Amir Al Maidan is making headway, the orange saddlecloth. There then followed also in the ruck by Salam Allah, who's still not too far away. And also now getting into this is Salute Macho, making the swing for home though. It's Sedjar that leads, the Salute Macho in second, in between the pair Al Nishar. These three have gone on. Almir Al Maidan is trying to stay on. Another one getting going from the back of the field is Lafita. Down towards the closing stages they come now, and it's Salute Macho who's hit the front. Salute Macho goes on by a couple of lengths to Al Nishar, who's battling on bravely in second, and then in third Amir Al Maidan. Plenty finishing. Along with them is Wafi Along, who's absolutely flying eight. Wafi Along, oh yes. Beats into second the luckless Salute Macho, who looked all over the winner. Very close for third. Oh, Wafi Along has just dislodged the rider late as well. Thankfully over the line. Thankfully the rider is sitting up okay, Khalid Alamzi. But, well, somewhere in the southeast of England, Mark Francis is even smugger than he was before. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that had been quite smug. So goodness knows where he's got to now on that particular metric. Salute Macho came to win the race, and unfortunately for Salute Macho backers was chinned in the closing stages. Now Amir Al Maidan has come with a pretty good run, was wide throughout as well, Amir Al Maidan, so it's conceded ground. But it's Wafi Along, gate 5, on the scene late, 1 minute 42.95 the winner there by 3/4 of a length. The Salute Macho in second, Almir Al Maidan in third. Another winner for Mark Francis. I need to lie down.
في العنق ما شاء الله يحصل على 7 أسواق.
Well, the main thing is Khalid Al-Azami is up and okay after a post-race tumble. Just got a little bit unbalanced as that horse ran away, and you can see he's a little bit battered and bruised, a little bit of blood on the lip there, but he doesn't mind. He's got a winner, and he is not the only one with the winner. Mark Francis, 3 from 3, and that horse has come from a real bunched finish there. Good race.
Yeah, it was an interesting race. Plenty of chances in the straight. Not a particularly high quality contest, obviously, being a 0 to 60 handicap, but a welcome win for Khalid Al-Azmi, who embarrassed himself a little bit as he celebrated crossing the line, and you could just see that he began to lose his balance then, and you're relying on your horse doing nothing wrong, just keeping in a straight line after that. But any deviation from that, and you tend to get deviation as you're coming into a bend, puts a jockey in trouble, and he just began to lose one of his stirrups shortly after the finish, and ended up coming off. But he's absolutely fine, and you can see his triumphant smile is mixed with a little bit of embarrassment over what happened there, but he'd soon put that behind him.
I'm sure he'll forget about that sooner rather than later. Winners are winners, and he's got a winner here. And it's on a horse that showed last time out over course and distance that he was thriving at this trip. He went into handicap company here. This is a little bit different from maiden company, and he's taken that opportunity with aplomb and come home late to break the heart of Salute Macho. Yeah,
Salute Macho looked like he had this race won early in the straight, which would have been a bit of a shock because his recent efforts have been disappointing. 2 runs since coming to Riyadh from Thai 15 and finished 13th and 14th. He was right back to form, but he couldn't withhold the late challenge of Wafi Along, who showed himself suited by this trip last time out, and built on that with a first career win here.
Yeah, just coming through that gap between Amir Al Maidan and Salute Macho. The gap's come for him, and he's still hands and heels at this point here. The jockey has done a marvellous job just tracking a pass through. We'll see a great view from the replay from the wonderful drone shots that we can do for people. But at this point here, he looks in a little bit of trouble. You can just see him just in probably about 8th position here. He gets in 2 reminders and then finds plenty more for pressure.
Yeah, you're right that he looks an unlikely winner, because it's not like he doesn't seem to be full of running even when he does get into gear. But the runner-up, I didn't think he looked particularly keen once he got to the front. Salute Macho, did he? He hung and carried his head awkwardly once he got into winning position. And we talked about this earlier on with these horses who've not won before. When you put them in a winning position, some of them will run well to the line, and some of them will just wait for others to come and challenge them. Slightly ragged start with 1 or 2 starting slowly. As you see, Tours being one of those, and his chance was badly affected by that from a wide draw, struggling to get back into it. But can you see the winner at... he is well back in the picture at the bottom of the picture there, isn't he, with the black cap?
Yes, maybe. I think he had the noseband on, but I think that is him. What's interesting here from the start is, firstly, Newfat, who had all the experience in the world, fell out the gates and ran no race whatsoever. If you were with me on Osula, we mentioned it could have been an issue earlier on, and we broke badly. We sat at the back and had to come right around the car park. But I think the key point of this race is about halfway down the back straight. They're clearly going very fast, and they go pushing for home early. And I said to you as we were watching, this pace could drop off quite quickly here. It didn't collapse, but you can see why it fell into the lap of our eventual winner, who was coming from off that early speed.
Yeah, and the winners come from a fair way back here. The eventual runner-up is getting into top gear, into 2nd place now. But even at this stage,
they're not even in the straight yet. Look at them, all flat to the boards.
A lot of them going for home very early here. You see the winner just poking his head into the picture there with a noseband into about 7th or 8th place.
You saw Osula on his outside
and now dipping away out of shot again as the runner-up, Salute Macho, goes for home. But when Salute Macho gets to the front, you see that he's carrying his head to one side, and he begins to look a hard ride, not making life easy for his rider in the last furlong. And belatedly, our winner, Wafi Along, hits top gear and finishes really strongly to win by a margin. You'd just be worried about him in a stronger class of handicap. He could get himself badly positioned, couldn't he?
Yeah, that was it. And he clearly, he's a horse who thrived at this distance, so he knew he was going to get home. He probably, the jockey would have seen they've gone on a really strong pace and thought, although I'm in a bit of trouble here, they are going to come back to me. And that's what they did. It just happened a lot later on in the race than we thought it would. if you were a supporter of the horse down the rail side, Al Naser, who ran a nice enough race, having been flagged up early by myself and Rory. Amir Al Maidan's run a really good race as well, another horse that seems to be going in the right direction, should find some success while handicapping. And Osula, it's hard to work out what to do with that horse, because the bare form suggests another good run in about 4th or 5th place, but in truth, when you come from stall 2 and end up finishing via the car park, you've got to question that early speed.
Yeah. The other one I think to mention there, I mentioned at the early part of the race, Tour got away badly from a wide draw in stall 18. She's run on actually very well to be about 6th at the line. I don't think she was knocked about at any stage of the race, and her race was effectively over after a furlong, but she's done good late work. So you want to be slightly wary of horses who do that in a race where, as you said, the pace has collapsed a little bit. It can flatter them slightly by not being asked for an effort until late in the day. But you certainly forgive that. And as I said pre-race about her, she wasn't at all disgraced in an open race last time by finishing 7th behind Ayat Al Mohammadiya, who's been one of the finds of the Riyadh season. So I'd be inclined to give Tour another chance. You'll see her coming out of stall 18 here in the Jiggenstein colours, if you like. Just fly left a little bit as the stall's open.
Yeah, just had a
her
little
jockey
dip
ended
as
up
well,
going
yeah.
forward, and she just really badly positioned after that, and then makes late headway. Now, you can read that two ways, obviously, but I'd certainly be forgiving the run and giving her another chance.
Yeah, I say your eventual winner is actually one of the slowest away there. You just see his shot here. We're getting a beautiful shot of him running away here from the rest of the group, but right down towards the rail, was able to sort of settle into a nice position, got a little bit outpaced when the taps were turned, but when the field started to fall back into his lap, he was the one that took advantage, and the only one to take full advantage, because all the other late rattlers home didn't break into the top 3.
No, exactly, and it's not like he's coming from a slightly better position. He was well back and has gradually worked his way into contention, but it's not like a searing turn of foot that's taken him to the front. No. It's just staying the trip really well, and he's a horse he'd probably do better still when he gets a chance at 2,000 metres as well. Yes,
because my first thought was 1,800, but then I think they might go a bit quick for him over 1,800 because it's a tricky little distance.
I don't like the 1,800 metres as a trip. There's no need, when a horse is doing well in a mile, there's no need to step up too soon, but I would have thought in time he will find that the 2,000 metres is within his compass.
Just see the jockey just getting dislodged here. Left leg has just been cocked out. That stirrup is going to disappear sooner rather than later. But he jumped back on and he got congratulated all round by winning connections. And it was great to see some of the other young jockeys in the weighing room. I saw Raccoon Alabaid getting involved in the celebrations too. And a very happy chappy indeed. Although he may have a few bruises to deal with in the future. Tomorrow morning might be a bit of a sore one. But race 8 is on the horizon, and we should go to John for the runners and the riders.
Yeah, thank you very much, chaps. Yes, it's the 8th race on the card here at Riyadh this afternoon. We're over the 1,600 metres. It's a local bred maiden race for colts and geldings. Horse number 1 is Dars. Yusuf Al Hussein is aboard that one. 2 is Al Bahar Al Mutalatim. Alexis Moreno is riding. Horse number 3 is Flash 1. That's Mohammed Al Shurima. Horse number 4 is Sam Al Garif, Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 5 is ANFL. I think that's how it's pronounced. Anfal, I don't know. Wiggy Ramos is riding. Nasim Al Bar is next. That's horse number 6. Number 7 is As D, Bawas Wanas. Horse number 8 doesn't go. Number 9 is Mutajazil, Fahed Al Furedi. Horse number 10 is Sonic, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 11 is Taif Al Janouv, Nawef Al Mudiani. Horse number 12 is Ghazal Al Saudia. Luis Morales rides that one. Number 13 is Yabahom, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 14 is Abu Tayyib, Hamza Saad. Number 15 is Ala Rahawi. And number 16 is Far Salah, or Fakhr Salah. And horse number 17 is Edward. Still waiting for a jockey on that one. Horse number 18 is Rome Saud in the hands of Naif Al-Anazi. Number 19 is Kasab Al-Taylar, Ryan Al-Tuesh. And horse number 20 is Fart in the hands of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. That's horse number 20. So there we go. That's your runners and riders. I'm not too sure what the reserve situation is. Perhaps instead of being silly, my producer could work out exactly who they are over the next minute or two, so that the boys will know in the studios. Well, indeed, if indeed we have any reserves either. Anyway, they are down at the or in the parade ring, and we'll be able to get back to Callum and Rory to run the rule over them.
Thank you, John. Yes, a little bit more professionalism from everyone involved, please, guys. Come on, let's step it up. But I think we do have 3 reserves in this, and we did lose Warid Al-Joud. So if one does get in, it'll be Helm Abdullah.
Helm Abdullah gets in,
So we'll let you know if Helm Abdullah is running in this contest.
Well, he should be running.
He should be running. Oh, fingers crossed he does get in, because Warid Al-Joud was an early withdrawal. Let's start from the top and work our way down. Dars, horse number 1.
Daz, full brother to a fair maiden locally in Jarwan. When I say fair maiden, I don't mean good-looking girl. I mean non-winner. Not a particularly enticing pedigree.
Alba Al-Mutalim is horse number 2.
Beaten 15 lengths, win 11th on debut over 6 furlongs, but is entitled to do a little bit better over this trip.
Flash One is horse number 3.
Well beaten in 2 starts to date, and hard to find nice things to say about him.
Sam Al Garif, horse number 4.
Rated 68, but seems to have lost the plot since finishing 7th in an open back in meeting 18 in Taif. His runs before that weren't great. His runs since that have been very disappointing.
Anfal is horse number 5.
Better effort to date when around 5 lengths 4th to Anna Alsafe, and of course the distance maiden last time out. Only did 144, pretty much dead there. Needs to improve a little bit on the form, but it was a step in the right direction on just his 2nd start, so you'd be fairly positive about his profile.
Naseem Al Baha is horse number 6.
Newcomer who is a half-brother to a couple of local maiden winners in Ejwa and Sarhaj, and on that basis he needs a look.
Avdi is horse number 7.
Well held in 2 starts in Taif, not showing enough promise there to think that he'll be a contender.
Mutajadil is horse number 9.
Beaten almost 15 lengths, win 9th in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. Yet to try further than 7 furlongs, so potentially could improve for this trip, but I think you're clutching at straws there.
Sonic will be hoping to go as fast as the little blue rabbit thing that's featured in the video games.
It's a hedgehog.
Is that a hedgehog? Oh yeah, he is.
That's why it's called Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, there you go. I was never part of that sort of game thing. I was always
Sonic,
games
sadly,
for me,
not living up to his name so far. I was tailed off last on his Taif debut.
Taif Al Janoub is horse number 11.
I did a little bit better than on the debut, went 10th last time out, but not enough to think that he's a major contender here.
Ghazal Al Sodia is horse number 12.
Was 7 1/4 lengths 7th to Anna Alsafe in a 1 mile maiden meeting 78. The time was not particularly good there, but that's a debut effort. You'd give him a chance to improve on it.
Yabahom is horse number 13.
Newcomer, Dan was a dual local winner and a half-sister to a useful performer called Shamashil here.
Abu Tayyib is horse number 14.
This is an interesting one on paper, a son of Cobalt Blue. Dan didn't race, but she's a half-sister to a Grade 2 winner in the US called Siphon City, from quite a good family. Plenty of decent winners in that family, so I thought Abu Tayyib was quite interesting on paper.
Ararawi is horse number 15.
Well beaten on debut, it did show up considerably better when 6 lengths 5th to Al Rumayzan in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. The 10th that day was a winner subsequently, so positives to take from that form, and could still do better.
Yeah, you can certainly see why Connections have gone for the step-up and trip here. Faka Salah is horse number 16.
Half-brother to a local winner, Kabusea. The Dan didn't race here, but yeah, there's winners in the family. Nothing absolutely special, but Faka Salah is worth a second glance.
Edward is horse number 17.
Has regressed with each run in Taif, and has plenty to prove here, switching to Riyadh after a break.
Room Saud is horse number 18.
Better effort to date when 10 3/4 lengths, 4th of 20 to Mountain Top, and of course the distance maiden last time out. That was a likeable enough performance. There should be progress to come. Showed ability on debut as well, so Rome Saud, from a difficult draw, is one you can't rule out.
Kassab Al Taylor is horse number 19.
That is one I ruled out.
Fart is horse number 20.
Third on both starts over 6 furlongs at Taif, but was only 10th off a break last time up. Again, at that trip, now steps up to a mile for the first time. Possible that run was needed after a break last time.
I'm intrigued by Fart for sure. I thought that run with injured went well for a very long way before fading, and you can understand with the break. Just see him in shot here, looks plenty strong enough and looks in gorgeous condition to come out of that race well. But hopefully we'll see on the track he does the same thing. Helm Abdullah does sneak into this race. That's horse number 21, the first of our reserves.
Yeah, not doing an awful lot at present, although again, a horse, his 12th last time out, came off a break, and he'd lost his way a little bit in Taif, but on his best form he would have a chance here. Camilo Espina on board, interesting jockey booking for a horse who was only due to be in here as a reserve, and while it's not easy making a case for him in recent form, he'd dig back far enough, then he is interesting.
He'll be jumping out of stall 6, as well as we're just getting another closer look at Dars here, the big chestnut colt in Parade Ring, only 3, and again, like as we've said before, these are all just overgrown 2-year-olds at this point, so physicality is important. Shamila has had a chance to get a good look at them. Who caught your eye in the Parade Ring?
Thank you very much, Callum. And I'm going to go with horse number 18 in this contest. Rom Saud jumps out of stall 18, so has quite a lot of work to do jumping out of stalls, but if he has good early speed, then he can get the job done. He's under Naif Alanazi as well. 4th last time out at meeting 82, so hopefully can do 2 better this time. Only 2 runs to his name, so a little bit green perhaps in his first 2 runs, but does look the picture in the Parade Ring. A little bit smaller than the rest of the horses in the field, but fit nevertheless. A lot of horses were standouts to me. No paddock negatives in this race, but other standout looking horses are horse number 20, Fat, horse number 5, Anfil, and horse number 15, Al Rawahi as well. So a lot of really nice looking horses in this contest, but I will be sticking with Naif Alanazi and Rom Saud.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, interesting to see how they all get on in this race. And I like your selection of Rom Saud. The wide draw is a concern for a horse that likes to make ground late, but you've been in good form already, Shamila, so be brave to go against you as we see them circling around in the Parade Ring, about to make their way out onto the course. They're going to do another lap, I think, or no, they might not actually. Dance will be the first one to lead them out, so I imagine they'll come out on this lap with the jockeys on board. We've gone through all of them. Al Rawahi, we're going to have a good chance to look at that horse in action, horse number 15 on your race cards, coming out of stall 15. The thing is, it's a step up from the debut, it's a flashing home late, it's running a fairly okay-ish time. What did you make of it? If the horse will see a lot more detail?
Yeah, that was an improvement on debut for the son of Bantini. As you said, good late work over a shorter trip. The step up to a mile should suit. It's just going the right way from run to run. Showed ability on debut, but stepped up next time out. The bare form is nothing special, but it seems to be building up to something, and that makes him more interesting than most in a race of this nature.
Yeah, and we just saw a horse in the shape of Wafé Along who looked to be enjoying the trip that it was running at, and again had then proven that today. And hopefully, if you're supporting horse number 15 today, you'll be thinking he's going to relish his step up and trip. But again, the wide draw is a concern. The inside has been where you've wanted to be so far today. There's no getting away from it.
Yes, but there's not a lot of guaranteed pace up the inside here. I suppose Sam Al Garif and Anfil would be interesting, but you've got a few newcomers towards the inside, so it may well be that it's easier here for the wide runners as a group to get across. Although it can be hard individually if you've got pace inside you, but it's difficult to know if there is an awful lot of pace in the low numbers here, so that may change the way this race is run.
You mentioned Anfil before. Ghazel Al Thodia finished behind him in meeting 78. He finished 7th on that occasion, was given a really gentle introduction. I imagine he'll step up from that. Lou Morales on board as well, a good jockey booking.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see Luis Morales in a time of 1:44.51. While it's pretty moderate for the distance, for a horse badly in need of the run first time out, it's respectable, and you'd like to think that that he will improve enough to get pretty close to Anfield, who was 3 places in front of him last time out. Never easy to work out, you know, with a horse who sort of finishes midfield first time out. Some of them come forward for it, some of them seem to go backwards.
Quite enjoy the midfield.
Yeah, I quite like horses who look like they should do well first time out and blow out, and then you can give them a second chance, because often it's just too much for them first time. You know, what they do at home in their work is completely different to what they end up doing in a race, and often they'll just be taken out of their comfort zone or just find a bit of a shock to the system. But once they've gone through it once, they go, right, that's what racing's all about.
Yeah.
And suddenly you see a different horse second time out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they get on. I'm very drawn towards Ghazal Al Soria, but there's a few here that I quite like the look of. I think, again, the draws are concerned with Room Sound. We've had it with Osula, where I thought the draw was going to be a problem, and I went in, and again, I was made to regret it. Alex Moreno, we've not heard a lot from so far this weekend. You've got Al-Baha Al-Mutalatim, who is horse number 2 in our race cards. Gaith Al-Gaith doing the training. We've seen Gaith in the top 5 trainers. We know Alex is in the top 5 jockeys as well, a combination to keep an eye out.
Yeah, well, this is, again, another one who showed a little bit of ability on debut. Only 11th, and normally you look at a horse finish 11th on debut, just put a line through it. But I thought it showed enough that day, Al-Baha Al-Mutalatim, to think that stepping up in trip with the benefit of that knowledge first time out would do him an awful lot of good. So I couldn't rule him out at all. And if he's sharp enough from stall 2, that could be a good position to be in as well.
Let's get a closer look at Al Rahawi here, who's in those bright yellow sleeve colours with the black diamonds on the body, just being angled out for a run here and then picks up nicely to finish off well.
Yeah, it showed plenty of greenness here. I thought when Astra's run in the first place, he just shied away a little bit before staying on strongly in the finish to be as close as he was at the line, beating 6 lengths in the end. This is not a bad performance, because it took a while for the penny to drop when he was asked for his effort, and he belatedly got the idea and ran on well. I think he'll build on that, and he has to be shortlisted. Still 15 is not ideal, but I think he'd just be sharper all round for that last time out. You can see he's a little bit babyish still, can't you?
Still a little bit backwards and in behind, but certainly would have a chance here. I'm sure you want to know who Mark Francis has gone for here to try and make it 4 wins from 4. He's gone for Anfield, horse number 5. So let everybody know that nice and early. Anfield, horse number 5, the gelding by Dance with Ravens, who will be an interesting runner here for sure. Mark going with that selection. You can understand why he's improved with each start and comes here with a nice finish in 4th place.
Yeah, I like Anfield as well. He'd be my selection. He
nice and early
showed
there,
ability when 9th on debut. And as I said, you're never quite sure when they finish sort of midfield, whether it's forward or backwards next time out. But he did take a step forward to finish 4th, beating less than 5 lengths to Anna Alsafe last time out. Again, he needs to do a little bit better to be winning a maiden, but he's just going in the right. You're trying to work out where a horse is going to get to on their 3rd start, and when there are positive signs from the first 2, you do get a bit of confidence that you can predict where they're going to go next time out. I think he will progress again. It's possible that, you know, one of these are very lightly raced, or one of the newcomers could end up being too good, but I thought you get a good run for your money from Anfield.
Yeah, he'll certainly have a big chance here. We also know David is going for Al-Baha Al-Mutalatim, horse number 2. He's going to side with Alex Moreno here. We've got plenty of love for Fart here, horse number 20.
Of course you do.
Jason Stevens is a fan, and Jan, with the help of Allah, inshallah, Fart will win. So we can hope that Fart will get the victory from a very wide draw there in stall number 20, though. So you've got to keep your eye out right to the left-hand side of your screen with that horse. But it makes a lot of sense, with really promising early in the season and struggled a little bit late on. I'm going to go with a little bit of a rogue selection. Ghazal Al Soria is going to be the one for me. I just love the way this horse looked. Louis Morales on board. That's going to be my selection. Going against everything that I've previously said about the other ones on my shortlist, Ghazal Al Soria makes it. So just to go through the selections one final time, Rory and Mark Francis like Anfield. Ghazal Al Soria will be selection of me. Shamila likes Room Sound, coming all the way out in stall 18, but from stall 20, Fart comes out of, and he'll have plenty of support as well. So 20, 18, 12, 5 and 2 are the selections of the YouTube crowd and the pundits here today. John Blance, who do you like here?
Yeah, I quite like Fart as well. Horse number 20, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, getting the mount on this one. Yes, it's a tricky draw, but might just have the wherewithal to overcome it. We will see. There's 21 in shot. Helm Abdullah, the reserve, who gets the run. The 11 is Taif Al Janoub. The 7 there is Asdi with Fawaz Wanas aboard. The 2 is Al Bahar Al Mutalatim. There's Asdi to come forward, and then the black and yellow colours there in the background. They belong to Ghazal Al Saudiya. So they're going in. See the blue colours of Yabahom in stall number 13. The 4 is Sam Al Garif, Asil Al Sahani. Saddlecloth 4, stall number 4. The 10's been scratched, we're hearing. Sonic has been scratched. No boom for that one today. And there is the 10. So Sonic and Khalid Al Mamoni will not be taking their chance. The 2 is Al Buhar Al Mutalatim. Sonic is apparently running free. Horse number 1 is Dars. I'm sure Sonic will be apprehended very shortly. Next to go in is horse number 5, Anful. The 9 is Mutajadil. Fahid Al Faradi rides. Next to go in is Helm Abdullah. There's the lilac colours of Dars. Black and yellow there of Ghazal Al Saudiya. Distinctive yellow bridle. Sonic has been apprehended, which is good news. So, no, he's gone again. And they won't race until this horse has been caught. So there's Dars and Albar Al Mutalatim. There's horse number 18 about to go in, Rome Saud, Naif Al Anazi. 2 pretty reasonable efforts thus far for Rome Saud. Tricky draw in gate 18. No further news on the escaped Sonic. Hopefully he's not behaving himself, Sonic. Every time we get one of the outriders nearby, he takes off again. So hopefully Sonic will be caught, but he is just holding proceedings up here a little bit at the moment. There's Alexis Moreno aboard Al Bahar Al Mutalatim. The 18 Rome Saud waiting patiently to go in. Sonic's been caught. Breaking Sonic news is that he has been caught. And hopefully he's not going to break free again. Tell you what, he's a bit leery. Rome Saud goes in. Stand by. Rest of them are ready. With an apprehended Sonic in the background, they're off and racing over the 1600 metres and making their way through the early part of the race. Sam Al Garif in the red and white colours got away quite well. Another good starter is Helm Abdullah, the reserve, towards the outside as well. Pushing on is Mutajadil in those beige and pink colours. Then towards the outside, the red cap there is prominent of Flash One, moving into a decent posse as they make their way through the first couple of furlongs. Taif Al Janoub is another one who's up with the pace at the moment. Towards the back of the field, Abu Tayyib doesn't have too many behind it, and also towards the rear of the field is Al Rahawi. But they're quite well strung out here. One that's pushing through up the inside, the lilac jacket, is Dars. So it's Dars that goes on to Mutajadil. Jadil, who's racing in second. Then towards the outside in third, Taif Al Janoub. Then after that in fourth spot is Yabahom in those distinctive green blinkers. That's your leading quartet. Fakhr Salah towards the outside is also not too far away. As they start to make the turn, they'll be swinging for home very shortly. And it's Dars right up the inside rail, cut all the corners, leads them at the moment to Taif Al Janoub racing in second. Yabahom is now making nice headway into third position. Then from the back of the field trying to get going is Farhat in the striped jacket and is taking aim down the centre of the track. But it's Dars over on the far side that leads at the moment to the 11, Taif Al Janoub, who's now drawn alongside. Farhat continues to make progress down the centre of the track, is just hanging a little bit. It's Taif Al Janoub to Farhat, who's getting closer with every stride. Farhat and Taif Al Janoub, they've paired off these two. Farhat, the sheepskin noseband on the inside. Taif Al Janoub is battling back to Farhat and Taif Al Janoub at the line tight. Farhat and Taif Al Janoub, a terrific race. Third horse home was Ghazal Al Saudia, who was rocketing from the back of the field, but that was a real ding-donger. Looks like Farhat has got there in a time of 1 minute 42.87 seconds, but that was a real rib tickler of a finish, and Taif Al Janoub has battled hard and almost got back there and has only gone down by 1/100th of a second, but unfortunately Taif Al Janoub has gone down into second spot there. Farhat, though, the winner, horse number 20, had to do it pretty tough from a wide gate, but has got the job done, and a good finish as well. The third horse home was, well, Anfield got going late actually and has got third, and the fourth horse home was a fast finishing Ghazal Al Saudia. But it's Farhat, who prior to today had yet to win in 3 starts. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, a man whose name we got wrong for a while. We're getting it right now. And he scored aboard that one there in race number 8. Farhat, in a terrific finish, lands that local bred maiden contest.
فات يحصل على 8 أشواط أمسيتنا وحفلنا لهذا اليوم مع الخيال ريكاردو. Well done, Ricardo.
Thank you so much.
Ricardo, tell me about the race.
Yes, today first time 1,600. I think better for him. And horse good condition today. Last time, long time no ran and a little nervous, but today very good, Sami. Nice work. And with the distance on the mile is better. Thank you.
Horse number 20, Fat, trained by Sami Al-Harabi, takes the 8th race of the evening, a maiden race for colts and geldings over 1,600 metres with Ricardo Ferreira on board. Last time out, Ricardo rode this horse over 1,200 metres and came 10th at meeting at 74. But like Ricardo just said, he appreciated the step up in distance, and what a battle it was, right to the wire between Fat and horse number 11, Taif Al Janoub, under Nawaf Al Mudahani as well. So we love to see horses winning by 20 lengths, but we also love to see those huge battles right up until the finish line as well. So very well done to all involved with that horse. This is the highest rated horse in the race at 68. We'll go up a few from there. Was carrying 58 kilos as well. Only just a 3-year-old, so we'll definitely go on from this run. And very well done as well. Very good at training performance from Sami Al-Harabi, who hopefully will give us a few words after we speak to Ricardo Ferreira after he weighs in. This is a 3-year-old colt by Cat Dreams and owned by Yusuf Mohammed Al-Hutayev as well. So very well done, Ricardo. Congratulations. That was a tough battle to the line.
Yes, thank you. He's a little baby, this horse. Last time ran 1,200. Not a bad race, but a little fat. And today, I think I have luck because I want this horse one start outside, and just today 20 for starting 8 is better. He need clean face, come out outside, stay by stay. I think he can improve.
You think he will get fitter from each run now, like he will improve his next run?
Yes, I think, but not easy horse. I think not like dirt in the face. Maybe today start inside, have a problem for win, but today good leg, no travel very good. Thank you so much.
Do you think this is the perfect distance for him?
Yes, today is very nice. I think 1,004, 1,006, not too much. He have speed, I can control and horse give time for breathe. It's nice.
Thank you so much, Ricardo.
So much.
Yeah, Ricardo Jcsa Ferreira has been in red-hot form since he's touched down in Riyadh and has got himself another winner here aboard Fat Art, who has done the business in good style here because, like they said before, he showed a lot of promise as a youngster. 2 good runs in time, was off for 5 months, had a bit of a pipe opener, but it was the step up and trip in the wide draw that put me off. It certainly didn't put off Jason Stevens, who loves this horse and said he was the banker of the day, and the banker has landed. So congratulations to Jason and also to Jan as well, who both put up this horse early on before the race. And unfortunate for Mark Francis, who had Anfield, who finished alongside my selection, Gardel Al Sodia, both of them bouncing back to the level of form they showed in their previous start, but they couldn't get anywhere near our eventual winner and our second, Taif Al Janoub, who also ran a very good race, Rory.
Yes, Taif Al Janoub was certainly bouncing back from a couple of poor performances to date. This was a much better run, but he lacks the size of the winner. He looks quite robust, and you could see why he might have needed the run after a break last time out, and he stepped forward for that here.
You can see the start there. Fat Art got a really nice start and was able to get across a little bit, but as Ricardo Jcsa Ferreira said, this horse doesn't like getting the dirt in his face, so he's not in any rush to get over to the inside and get involved in a traffic war.
No, he's keeping him reasonably wide, just making sure there aren't too many horses in front of him when he does turn into the straight. So he just has to keep him up to his work. But as you can see, all the time wide of runners, but not being forced wide by anything else, just biding his time and getting the run where he wants it. And it took him a while to get his head in front, and the leader battled back well when headed. But I think the best horse in the race has won this in the end, and now that Fat has proven that he stays a mile, he can go on from this. I think he'll probably strip fitter again for this run.
I remember he did this off 58 as well.
Yeah, just bearing in mind, how he's put together. I wouldn't have thought he'd be the easiest to get fit. He's quite a heavy sort, although he clearly stayed the trip well enough, you see that he just came off the bridle here and hit a flat spot before running on well inside the last 300 metres. I think there should be more to come from him at the right sort of level. Again, we're not looking at superstars generally on today's card, but this is a horse who's largely gone in the right direction. That one heavy defeat, easy enough to forgive, given it came off an absence, and he shouldn't be that hard to place to win again. You had to like the runner-up's attitude here. When he gets past, he doesn't go away, and he really rallies gamely to narrow the gap close to the line. There wasn't too much between them as they hit it. So while the runner-up lacks the robustness, if you like, of the winner, it's nice to see that kind of attitude, and that'll stand him a good stead going forward.
Does the runner-up rally, or does the eventual winner have a look around when it hits the front.
Well, there's always a little bit of that going on as well, but you know, the second here was entitled to weaken late on, given he was right up with the speed early on. You see him in the outside of a line of 4, going to the lead early in the race. I thought the winner has laboured to get past. I don't think he's cruised to the front and then pulled himself up. He had to be worked on to get there anyway. And then when he's got himself to the front, he's given the runner-up a chance to rally. But the runner-up has definitely dug in. There's no doubt about that. It wasn't a case of getting invited to get back up there. He really wanted to win. So that's always something you want to see in horses you side with in races like this.
If you followed Shamila's selection at Room Sound, you knew your fate fairly early on. That horse missed the kick badly and was never able to really recover past a few horses, but put a line through that. He's better than that performance. Dars ran a really big race on debut here. On the inside in those purple colours, big strapping sort will improve for that run.
You'd hope so. He was able to show the speed to help him to make the most of that low draw. But this was his racecourse bow. He's clearly not the type to have hit the track early last year, given again his physicality, and he should come on for that run. Difficult to know what he wants trip-wise at this stage.
Shamila is with the winning trainer.
I am indeed with Mr. Sami Al-Harabi. Congratulations, Sami. Fat looked really well today.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
And tell me a little bit, Ricardo said he was fitter than the last time and he likes the longer distances.
Before run with Ricardo fat and short distance, and today, mashallah, 1 mile, mashallah, good run. Inshallah, next time, inshallah, again.
Again, 1 mile?
Inshallah. No, give me short distance. I think 7 furlong and mile.
And it's better for him to be the outside gate, right? Like gate 20 something.
Yes, and horse inside too much nervous. Outside, I think better.
Are you excited for the turf, the grass racing to start this weekend?
Inshallah.
Thank you so much, Sami.
Thank you.
That was Sami Al-Harabi, but I will be throwing you to our commentator, John Blance, to take you through the runners and riders of race number 9.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And, I rather fancy you on here to see if I'm right, and it's not often the case. Horse number 1, Mekbas. We don't have a jockey for that one. Hopefully we'll sort something out there. Horse number 2 is Dara Zaini, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Horse number 3 is Bark Nad, Thurb Al-Timyat. Horse number 4 is Ez Tuwake, Tariq Al-Mansour rides. Horse number 5 is Altai, that's about of Rayan Al-Toesh. Horse number 6 is Al-Bayroni, in the hands of Yusuf Al-Bakawi. Horse number 7 is Kamra Al-Mohammadiyah, down in class today. Fahid Alpha Radio aboard, like this horse a lot. We did flag it up early on as well in the introduction to the show, didn't we? Al-Qazi is next. That's in the hands of Mohammed Suleiman. Horse number 9 is Mayard, Mohammed Al-Daham. Horse number 10 is Al-Safiru, in the hands of Mohammed Al-Hubail. Horse number 11 is Mashar, Camilo Ospina, looking for a treble today. Next is Tharban for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, looking for a quick double. Horse number 13 is a non-runner. A Randas doesn't go, so number 13 can be safely scratched from calculations. Number 14 is Burkan, Ney Falanasi. Number 15 is George's Rascal, Ahmed Al-Azari. Horse number 25 is Survivalist, Fawas Wanas rides that one. Horse number 17 is Hadlan, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 18 is Labe, Alexis Moreno from a wide stall. Horse number 19 is Alameen, Hamza Saad. Horse number 20 is Call Me Mischievous for Luis Morales. The jockey on horse number 1, Ali Al-Mutib, we're hearing. Ali Al-Mutib will be riding horse number 1. So those are your runners and riders for the 9th race on the card. Like I say, I'm really sweet on the chances of Kamra Al-Mohammadiyah here. They're making their way in. We can see what the guys in the studio and indeed Shamila in the parade ring like as well.
Thanks, John. Yes, a bit of housekeeping here. Saudi Anna, horse number 21, does get a run. Failed to complete last time in meeting 88, but does run today. That's horse number 21, Saudi Anna. gets the run. But let's start from the top and work our way down, because there's a few really nice looking individuals in this race. This is probably one of my most exciting races to look at. Mekbath is horse number 1.
Beaten over 20 lengths on debut over 7 furlongs here back in December. Takes a step up in trip. Looks okay. Should do better at some stage. Whether it's now or a little bit further down the line, I'm not sure.
Darazini is horse number 2.
Newcomer is a half-brother to black-type performers in Europe. Darzan and Dabawa, the former a winner over a mile and a half, the latter at a mile. Really interesting pedigree, and the son of Intello is one to note here.
Barknard is horse number 3.
Again, another newcomer. Damson unraced half-sister to 3 local winners, albeit at a fairly modest level.
Ease to Wake is horse number 4.
Not an easy one to fancy. Was beaten 28 lengths on debut at Taif over 6 furlongs in July and been off since.
Altay is horse number 5.
The form is nothing special, 6th, 8th and 9th in 3 runs, but 2 of his runs have come in open company, and his latest 9th of 18 behind Junior Audible in a mile contest is not a bad run at all, and although he's only rated 61, he's not completely out of this.
Alberoni is rated 42, number 6.
Yeah, it's hard to make positive comments about Alberoni, who's shown little to date, really.
Here's one we like. Kamra Al Mohammadi is horse number 7.
Had 6 runs to date, the best of them coming last time out when stepped up to 2,000 metres. And on that occasion, she finished 8 lengths second to Alahan in a not so 80 handicap. A repeat of that would see her go pretty close here.
Al-Kazi is horse number 8.
Well held in 2 starts to date, showing no improvement from debut, when 18th here last time out.
Mayad is horse number 9.
Again, only had the 1 run, but was well beaten 15th here on debut. May do better at some point, but there's nothing much in that run to hang on to.
Al Safiru stepped up from his debut performance last time.
Oh no, he didn't.
She.
Oh no, she didn't either. No, she was 16th of 18 on debut, and then last of 7.
Last of 7.
In fairness, that wasn't a maiden last time out, so you could argue it was an improvement, but she was well beaten.
Mashar is horse number 11.
Half brother to the Ohio champion male 2-year-old. Buckeye Magic, and it doesn't get much better than that.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye in this contest?
I absolutely am in the parade ring, and you know what? I would love horse number 18 to win for Lucas Gaetan and Alex Moreno, but this horse number 7, Kamra Al Mohammedia, just caught my eye. I think that she is absolutely stunning. Second last time out at meeting at 87, partnered with Fahad Al Faredi, rated 69. I think everything points to Kamra Al Mohammedia to win this race. Obviously, the debutante horses are looking really well. Lucas Gaetan has a great strike rate. However, I will be sticking with Kamra Al Mohammedia. Obviously, number 18 is an eye catcher for me. So is the debutante horse number 3, but there's just no getting past it, Callum. I've tried. I honestly have tried, but I think Fahad Al Faredi is going to win this next race.
Thank you, Shamila. Fascinating contest as we see horse number 15, George's Rascal, come through, but we'll get to him later on. We still want to make our way through them. Tarban is horse number 12, another debutant.
Yes, we just gone through Mashar, who's got that decent half-sibling. This one, Tarban, is a half-brother to 6 US winners out of a lightly raced maiden, was bought for $20,000 in June. Been through the sales ring a few times, and the price has dropped on the last couple of occasions. So a couple of negatives in there, but the positives.
David is going to look for number 12. That's going to be his selection. And shout out Black Type TV, who are watching along with us today. They're obviously big fans of Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who will be riding Tarban, horse number 12. Burkhan, horse number 14. The FMQ stables need a much better run than they've seen so far today.
Yeah, it's been disappointing from them today with their horses underperforming. Burkhan was 8 3/4 lengths, 4th of 7 in a 1 mile open here in November. Winners either side of him that day. So that was a promising start. Out of maiden company. This is slightly easier, but the form of the runners in these cutters recently is a little bit of a concern. George's Rascal, number 50. Finished 3rd in a 7-furlong handicap at Wolverhampton in October for George Scott. He's quite well bred. He's had a half sister to the smart performer and Aristia, and he ran in the same colours as son of Bungle in the Jungle. His form in the UK was over shorter though. He had 5 starts for George Scott without getting his head in front. So the question is whether he will improve for this trip. I'm not sure he will.
Survivalist is horse number 16.
This is another one whose form has come in the UK. Only one start for James Tate, and he made his debut back in May at Newmarket, but finished last of 14 that day. I think the positive for Survivalist in that is that he wasn't a huge price for that debut, sent off at 14-1. Probably early enough for him that debut and wasn't ready for it. I wouldn't be judging him on that run, and he might do okay here.
Hadlan is horse number 17.
His best effort to date was when 8th in a non-winners of 3-2 starts back, which reads okay, but 2 runs either side of that have been dreadful.
We're just seeing Burkhan go down to the start here, and we'll probably get a good chance to take a look at his form. He's a gorgeous individual, Burkhan, and certainly one of the paddock eye catchers for me, for sure. And this wasn't a bad effort, this 4th place on debut. This was at the end of November the 23rd, and he ran a fairly decent enough race to come here. He'll need to step up again because clearly horses like Camera Al Mohammadi are in here, and their form was a little bit stronger than his. But there were winners either side of him on this day, and certainly a positive bit of amount of form.
Yes, he could have made his debut in weaker company. He found a smallish field for his debut, but the fact that he's up against winners made life harder for him, and I thought he ran respectably in finishing 4th of 7 on that occasion. Has the looks, but yeah, all the runners today, they all have their looks. Horses carrying these colours, they all tend to be handsome individuals, but handsome is as handsome does, as they say.
Absolutely. Interesting that in that 7-runner field that he ran it, 4 of the horses were previous winners. He was a debutant and he faced 2 other horses who'd been beaten, so it's clearly a good enough contest. You'd just be slightly concerned about the form of the team at the moment, and also this is a big step up in a different type of race where you're going from 7 runners to 20 runners.
But yeah,
Would that be a concern for you?
It's a bigger field that is as much of a concern as anything for him, and that wideish draw too. So he just needs to prove that he can build on the promise of debut. But there was certainly plenty of promise there.
Well, I did think we were going to see him in action, but we're clearly not just yet. So let's talk about Labe, who is a Lucas Gaetan's runner, Alex Moreno on board, and has been the talking horse of the YouTube comments and from home.
Well, he was a 75,000 dollar purchase at the 2-year-old sales in Keeneland last year. The dam was a winner over 5 furlongs on her debut at the now defunct Arlington Park racetrack. She was Godolphin owned, well bred. My only worry with Labe is that given the dam was a pretty speedy sort, he's making his debut over 9 furlongs at this stage of his career, but connections know the time of day, and this is liable to prove his best trip. Obviously, there's stamina on the sire side of the pedigrees by Street Boss, but yeah, one of the eye catchers in terms of pedigree. You just would have expected him maybe to have started off over a little bit shorter.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see how he gets on. I wasn't too taken aback by him in the parade ring. I must admit, I was looking for him. I was looking over my shoulder to see how he was going to look, and he didn't blow my mind at all. So I'll be looking in a different direction. But I can totally understand why there's been so much love for him. Mark Francis likes him. M. Rashid is going to go for him as well. So there's plenty of love in the comments for people who are interested in him. Alameen is horse number 19.
Beaten over 14 lengths with 9th in a 7-furlong maiden, won by Saudi Neom on debut. That wasn't a bad contest.
Yeah, Saudi Neom didn't look a bad horse, did he?
Yeah, Saudi Neom looked a decent prospect there. So to get within 14 lengths of that one, it wasn't a disgraceful effort, but we're seeing some highlights now.
Here's Burkhan in action. This is this 4th place effort. Looks like he's going to struggle to hold on for 4th, but runs on quite nicely here, and I thought showed a nice attitude in a race where he lacked experience of the top 2. The grey horse on the inside, whose name has just slipped my mind, he ended up running in a very good race last time out in one of the real hot 2-year-old contests. So clearly the form is decent. The second is a good horse for the White Stable too. So plenty to like about this performance.
Yeah, and he kept running all the way to the line. It wasn't the easiest situation for him because he wasn't really latched onto the leading group, and the others around him fell away. So he didn't really have much to chase, but he kept running to the line. And given that was his first start, I don't think he lacked fitness on the day, but he lacked an experience edge that the others had.
Camera Al Mohammadi is horse number 7, the selection of John and Shamila. This is this run in 2nd place last time, first crack at this trip, and seemed to really relish it.
Yeah, looked 4th best for much of the straight, but has stayed on pretty strongly to hold 2nd here without really threatening the winner, Alaham, the winner in this handicap. But Kamra Al Mohammedia showed that stamina is very much her strong suit by withholding her main rival there to be second.
Now they're dropping back to 1800 metres today. I know it's a distance that you find quite tricky because they'll often go too quick. Now, are we suggesting that Kamra Al Mohammedi is going to struggle at this trip, having been so good over 2000?
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends how the race is run. Clearly, she stayed the trip well last time out, but she's got her eye in as well. And if this is strongly run, then it'll bring her stamina into play.
Let's get some selections out in the open here. We just missed out on Call Me Mischievous and Saudi Anna, but one finished 16th on debut and one finished 15th on debut. So they'll both need to step up dramatically, although Call Me Mischievous is owned by Powerful Connections. Who do you like in this one, Rory? Toughie.
It is a toughie.
I'm gonna have to pin you for a selection.
You are gonna have to. I suspect a newcomer is going to win this, but I'm actually going to go for Kamra Al Mohammedia as the most solid option.
Okay, so Rory joining the team with Shamila and John. I'm going to go for Burkhan, hoping he can step up and end this stable's poor run of things. So I'm going for Burkhan, Rory's going for Kamra Al Mohammedi, and everybody else is on Labay. Horse number 18. Best of luck to everyone at home. It's over to John Blythe.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Mashar going in. That's horse number 11. Almost a full complement here now. The 5 to move forward as well. Altai in the red colours. 1,800 metres the trip. Still waiting for the 19 to go in. Alameen. And I think we've got a full complement after that. Hamza Saad is aboard this one. Next to go forward is number 14, Burkhan. They're off and racing. Yes, they're off and racing. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the start of that, but they are racing now. George's Rascal has got away very well. Also prominent in the early stages is Mekbas right up the inner. Survivalist is also prominent as well. Very wide is Call Me Mischievous. Kamra Al Mohammedia is in mid-division at the moment. The orange saddlecloth, the green cap. Towards the rear of the field, right at the back is Ez to Wake. And also towards the back of the field is Al Bayroni. Through the first 800 metres in 48.31 seconds. And it's up the inside now, going on into a good position. Mekbas just about the lead. But here now towards the outside as well comes Dara Zaini. And it's Dara Zaini who's hit the front. Two in second position. Towards the outside is Survivalist, who's been there from the start. Right round the outer is Call Me Mischievous. That's your leading trio. They're then followed in fourth position by Mayard, who's not too far away. Now getting going is Kamra Al Mohammedia, but does have a bit of work to do from there. And here comes Labe as well, throwing down a challenge, making the turn for home. Dara Zaini just about the leader, but here right round the houses comes Labe, who's quickly taken it up and goes on by a couple of the rents. The rest don't appear to have much by way of a riposte. Al-Qazi staying on, then Kamra Al Mohammedia as well, but it's Labe for Alexis Moreno, who leads by about 4 lengths to a staying on Al-Qazi in second. Also staying on from the back is Burkhan, but as a race up towards the line, Labe looks to have put this to bed with that wide move as they turn for home, and Labe goes on to score. To in second position Burkhan, who finished off well. Kamra Al Mohammedia could only finish in third. That was your 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Labe didn't have the most efficient run there, but it didn't matter. 1 minute 55.01 seconds has looped the field to score. Staying on very well was Burkhan. Into it late. Has got home for second. But Labe, who is coming to this as a bit of a clean skin over as far as Saudi racing is concerned, by Street Boss. So well bred, has beaten Burkhan in the second. Kamra Al Mohammedia finished in third. And the fourth or so looks like Call Me Mischievous. Yes, and again, speaking of wide trips, that one was marooned 3 or 4 wide the whole way and has still managed to get up to finish in fourth. But it was a 3-length margin at the line. Labe has scored. The Shrudies knew they were on. They weren't put off by the wide gates. And, well, Alexis Moreno has scored today. He often weighs in with a winner or two, and he's done that here on a horse who's almost certainly a good bit better than this lot and will be in the fullness of time. Horse number 18, Labe, has won race number 9.
لبيه يا لبيه بأول حضور ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن في الميدان السعودي يحصل على 9 الأشواط مع الخيال أليكسيس مورينيو. أليكسيس ولدن أليكسيس.
Well, thank you, buddy. I want to congratulate the Prince Amir Abdulaziz, bin Ahmed Abdulaziz, Abdelmouna actually, Lucas. Oh, he went impressive today, and I hope he can continue well. Well done for everyone.
Race number 9 goes the way of horse number 18, debutant Le Bay for Lucas Gaitan under Alex Moreno. And really impressive, broke well, stayed out really nicely throughout the whole race. Big smile there from Alex, so I definitely think that they knew they were going to win this race. Horse looked nice in the parade ring, but I thought that Kamra Al Mohammedia looked nicer, had a bit more experience under her belt, but I don't know why we should ever doubt the Lucas Gaitan stable. And very well done as well to Athba Racing for this win, and we will see a lot more, I think, from this stunning 3-year-old gelding by Street Boss out of Reflected. Had to jump out of stall number 18, so not the easiest for a debutante horse. First time out jumping in such a wide draw, but Alex Moreno knows how to time it perfectly. He gets the job done every single time. And really good training performance from Lucas Gaitan as well. I feel like we haven't spoken to Lucas Gaitan in a while, so I'll definitely be cornering him for an interview after we speak to Alex Moreno after he weighs in. Just having a word there with the stewards post-race. He usually gets a bottle of water after as well, so we'll just go up to him, let him drink a little bit of water. Congratulations, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Now, tell me a little bit about this horse, because debut run, jumped throughout really nicely and stayed throughout the whole race.
Well, I think he will be a nice horse. First time out, 1,800. Well, actually, he was in a good performance. I tried to keep him the pace, but I think he's have a good turn for. So I just give him time after 700. Try to keep him the pace, and he just go away.
Do you think that he could stay a little bit further, or do you think this is the optimal distance for him?
I think he can be a little bit further. I think 2,000 will be better. But, we will see after what's going on.
And I feel like you've been a bit quiet recently. It's good to have you back in the winner's enclosure.
Well, I was a little boring, but now I'm just getting back.
You felt like having a winner.
Yeah. So I hope I can do good thing in the last race.
Well done, Alex.
Thank you, Shamila.
Alex Moreno there, back amongst the winners, and on a very nice horse indeed, Le Bay here, trained by Lucas Gaitan, and it truly is, you just need to follow Lucas at times, because he's got the ability to train these horses. He has such a strong strike rate, doesn't have many runners, so when they do turn up at the track, you pay them close attention, but take nothing away from the runners in behind. Kamra Al Mohamedi running a good race in third, Burkhan bouncing right back for the FMQ stable, finishing second as well. But with the race, it was all about the final turn really, as Le Bay just swept past them, always wide throughout.
Yeah, we never worried when he's wide.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure, and she is with our winning trainer, Lucas Gaitan.
Yeah, we'll let Lucas, we'll just speak to him quickly because the Prince of Athba Racing is here. So what did you think about that race, Lucas?
Well, first time out in 1,800 meters. Many people were saying I'm crazy, but it's a horse that needs distance. He doesn't have probably speed the first half of the race. So it's a horse that, we had to wait him probably in time. He was looking nice. Then when he came here, we give it a bit of time. But today, great performance.
And I just want to ask you about your strike rate as well. I mean, really good strike rate you have this season.
Yeah, the last 4-5 courses, 2 second places. Maybe we stop a little bit, but now we start with this horse. So inshallah we can go on Saturday also. We have Basul, so let's hope we can continue.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Lucas. I'll let you go and speak to the Prince now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Lucas, for taking the time to talk to us. Obviously, must keep in touch with the Prince and make sure that everybody is happy with where the team is going. But I think no matter who you are, you'd be chuffed to bits if you're associated with this stable.
Yeah, you just get the impression with Lucas Gaitan that he waits until everything is absolutely perfect before he presses the button. And that's why so many of his horses are successful. I think plenty of trainers would have had this horse out earlier in the season, and they almost certainly would have started him off at maybe 7 furlongs. But he says people think I'm crazy for starting a horse out over 1,800 metres first time out. but he just knew that this horse was absolutely ready for the day, and he had confidence that the trip would be fine for him as well. And although he's trapped wide, he's always happy with where he is, Alex, and he's just tracking the leaders here. Speed across the track, but they're not going particularly fast. It's, as I said, it's an unusual trip. They don't go hell for leather all the time over 1,800 metres. It can get messy as a result. But he just kept out of trouble, knowing that he had a lot of horse. And when the race begins to take shape, coming into the final bend, he's well enough positioned that he can make a sweeping move around runners and get himself to the front, whereas one or two others had to wait for gaps to appear. The placed horses, Kamra Al Mohammedia and Burkhan, just a little bit closer to the rail and just looking for gaps in front of them, whereas Alex was confident that his horse had the others covered and was able to come round the field. Asked him with a couple of reminders there to come to the front early in the straight, and he's come clear at this stage and won well. The second and third then have had to work their way into position behind him, and although they run on well late in the day, they weren't going to lay a glove on him.
Yeah, I was really taken aback by just the way he did it round the bend, because Call Me Mischievous was getting quite tired, and Lou Morales was never going to give him an easy passage and pushed him nice and wide around the bend, but Labay just found more and more around the outside and quick and clear, and as much as Burkhan tried to close the gap, it's at this point here, Labay's just got first run and has flown.
Yeah, the others were beginning to sort of get a little bit close to each other at that point of the race, and Alex thought, right, I don't want to get messy here, so sent the horse to the front, and he's won his race immediately when he's asked him to quicken.
Just got a few comments on the YouTube chat about getting a full result there, so we'll go through it with you now. First, number 18, second, number 14, third, number 7, and fourth, number 20. That's your full result for that race. Let's have a look and see it in full order, and you'll see some times as well, which would be great to see.
1:55.01 for the winner.
1:55.01. Look out for flying on top of things right here. We can just see your eventual race winner crossing the line in good style as well, and Labay will be a horse to follow, and you mentioned was possibly able to drop to a mile. Here's the time here, 1:55.01 to the winner. Burkhan second, 1:55.59. Still what, sub 1:56. Worth noting that with Burkhan. Probably would have had a better run if he had a better run of things, and you also see Kamra Al Mohammedia running well on for third. Good race. Probably the top three are worth keeping an eye on in the future. We, however, must move on to race 10. This is an open contest for the fillies. It's over the same 1,800 metre trip, and John Blance can take us through the runners and riders.
I certainly can, yes. The horses are about to appear on your screen ahead of the 10th race on the card. Sar Al Taif in the hands of Khalid Al Mamoni is horse number 1. 2 is Dreams Unwind, Tariq Al Mansour. 3 is Al Aziza in the hands of Abdullah Al Rashed. Number 4 is Slael, Naif Al Anazi. 5 is Cupid Charismatiki. Abdullah Alofi is riding that one. Washmear is the next horse on the list there in the hands of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 7 is Hossan Al Bayan, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Horse number 8 is Sanuja Fawas Wanas. Afaf is next at Mohammed Al Buhail. Horse number 10 is Paradise Row for Alexis Moreno. Horse number 11 is Misfahela, Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 12 is Shiblat Jalila. Horse number 13 is Jazzy O, Asil Azalhari aboard. Horse number 14 is Nasayem Al Riyadh, Muhammad Al Daham. Horse number 15 is Al Jahara, Yusuf Al Hussein. Horse number 16 is Mawakit, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 17 is Update, Thurbal Timyat. And horse number 18 is Boyink. Horse who's won 1 from 7 in all. So it's a fillies open race. It's the 10th of 12 races on the card here at Riyadh this evening. And as the fillies make their way back into the parade ring, 1,800 metres once more, the trip as well. We can go back to the guys in the studio.
Thanks, John. Yes, 36,000 Saudi Riyal up for offer in this open fillies contest for older fillies, 4-year-olds and older. And we've got plenty to get our teeth stuck into here. I found myself creating a shortlist of about 6 horses in this one. So we'll go through from top to bottom and see who you also like too, Rory. Saha Al Taif, horse number 1.
I didn't much like Sar Al Taif with a rating of 58 and a strike rate of 1 from 20. She was fairly quickly off my shortlist.
Yeah, Dreams Unwind has been running okay, but not pulling up any trees.
Yeah, just despite, well, for a mare who won 4 times for Mark Johnson in the UK, she hasn't scored in 11 runs here, and it's been quite a while since she actually did get her head in front. So not doing enough at the moment to be of serious interest here.
Al-Aziza is horse number 3.
Yeah, it seems to have, didn't run badly last time out, but is a full race maiden, and she seems to have plenty on her plate here at this sort of level.
Slael is horse number 4, winner and penultimate start.
Yeah, I had a very tough task in the course and distance Ministry of Sports Cup last time out, so it's easy to give that 7th, and was a wide margin winner of a 7 furlong maiden 2 starts back. Obviously, the 1800 metres asked another question of Slael. But you'd like to think she could belatedly build on that very easy win 2 starts back.
Here's one for all the nailing fans. Cupid's Charismatic Cutie, horse number 5.
It's just worth looking at this race for half an hour to work out what this filly is meant, this mare is actually meant to be called. But yeah, clearly trying to squeeze 18 letters.
Well, she's by Cupid, and clearly they had ideas for the rest of the name.
Cupid's Charismatic Cutie. Just an absolute mess of letters there, but I feel a great deal of satisfaction just for working out what she was called. I should mention more about her.
Wise in the fact that she's a 2-time winner in the US.
She's a 2-time winner in the US. A considerably shorter trips though, 5.5 furlong winner on her racecourse bow, and her subsequent win came over 6.5 furlongs. So the 1800 metres is a little bit of a question for Cupid's Charismatic Cutie, but let's hope she gets plenty of calls in commentary.
Absolutely. 6 is Wasmeya. Interesting runner here, 34 rated, the lowest in the field.
Yes, I mean, is that interesting in itself?
Interesting to me the fact that she's the lowest in the field.
Yes, indeed. She's not winning this.
Hossan Al Bayan is horse number 7.
Also not winning this, rated 40 and no closer than 10th on 4 starts this season.
Sanuja is horse number 8.
Yeah, this got more of a chance. Only had the 1 run this season and didn't hold her form particularly well last season. She was 4th in a course and distance, not to 75 on a return to action. And she is, that's her playing up a little bit, isn't her? She's waited to go well again if she repeats that. All her wins to date have come over a mile, but she clearly does stay this trip. The last time she got her head in front was over 3 years ago. That's the slight concern with her. For all, a repeat of her most recent effort will see her right there at the finish.
Afaf is horse number 9.
3rd in a course and distance open in November 2022, but rather a mixed bag since. And she might need this after a break, but her best form puts her in there.
Paradise Row, horse number 10.
Won a 1.25 mile fillies maiden at Chelmsford in June for William Knight. Was then unplaced in 3 runs subsequently. She needs to do a little bit better on her Saudi Arabian debut to get involved.
Miss Fayela is horse number 11.
Has a rating of 62, disappointing on her reappearance. Her best effort was when finishing 2nd in a course and distance maiden last term behind Craft and Silk, but she was beaten 17 3/4 lengths that day. The winner was different class.
Shiblat Jalila is horse number 12.
Shiblat Jalila is very hard to fancy on the form of her 1 run to date when well beaten.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye in this contest?
Well, Callum, I think that Ricardo Ferreira and Sami Al Harabi are on for a double, because this is horse number 16, my choice in the parade ring. And you can just see him there behind some of the cameramen who are filming the horses going around. Was getting a little bit naughty in the parade ring, but settled down really nicely once Ricardo has been put on board. So that is a good sign, and it's good enough for me to keep him as my paddock selection. She was 5th last time out, meeting 81. So been pretty much almost in the placings, and still no wins to her name. So I think that today could be the day, and Sami Al Harabi, the trainer, is in great form as well. A lot of really nice looking horses. Obviously horse number 8, when she wasn't trying to deck the jockey, was looking really nice, as well as horse number 17. But I do have a paddock negative for you, and that is horse number 13, Jcsa, getting very hot, sweaty and bothered behind the saddle.
Thanks, Shamila. We'll talk about horse number 13 right now. Jcsa, with a negative in the paddock, can you make any positives for the racecourse?
Not really. She has a rating of 69, so she doesn't have an awful lot to find on paper, but she's run badly on her last 2 starts. Her overall strike rate is pretty poor. She's 3 from 51. She just doesn't seem to be in the best place at the moment.
Nasayem Al Riyadh is horse number 14.
easy to fancy on the best of her form. She was third in the Ministry of Transportation Cup at Taif in August, but she's been below her form since that. Needs to bounce back if she's going to win this, but she does have the back class to go fairly well.
Yeah, interesting to see how she gets on. Al Johara is horse number 15.
12th and 17th in 2 runs at Taif this season, and Al Johara is extremely hard to fancy on that evidence.
Mawakit was Shamila's paddock selection. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira looking for the double.
Yeah, she's very interesting here. Still a maiden after 6 starts, but ran really well when beaten 2 lengths in 5th in the primary championship of the racecourses. Last time I've already seen that form Frank earlier in the card.
Certainly has been. Mawakit we're going to see in action here. This was that 5th place effort in this race in December. You'll see this was a cracking contest. I really enjoyed this. We were both on the horse in the red cap on the outside. It just ran around a bit, but watch this run right down the rail. I just thought was a really eye-catching performance in a race that your attention wouldn't really be drawn to her.
No, and she's done good late work here, despite the fact that she also wanted to hang left across to the rail, which is just a slight concern. But this is a weaker race than the one she was in last time out, and if she'd been able to sort of keep herself on an even keel there in the straight, she'd have finished closer than she did. But she's only beaten 2 lengths, and a repeat of that makes her the one to beat. She's clearly not bomb-proof, given how she's gone through that and the fact that she's still a maiden at this stage. But on recent evidence, she's got the best piece of form in the race.
It's worth mentioning with these primary of the racecourse championships, they are split into different divisions. You've got one for fillies, you've got one for colts, you've got one for 3-year-old fillies and colts, and then you've also got one for purebred Arabian horses as well. So when we say, you'll hear the form mentioned plenty of times. They're not all running in the same race.
It's not always the same contest.
But they're very fascinating contests nonetheless. They're very valuable prizes and plenty of horses going for them, full fields and over a variety of trips as well. I'm pretty sure some were over 1,800 and some were over 2,000. So it's worth noting and very easy to look back at that form as well, all on the Jcsa website. All the form is available free. It's on YouTube, so it's very easy to get hold of and really helpful to look through as well. We didn't talk about the last 2. Update, horse number 17, a paddock positive for Shamila.
Yes, Update. I didn't really fancy Update's chances. Only had the 5 runs, so potentially open to improvement. But after a couple of slightly respectable runs, went the wrong way again last time and finishing 15th. So there's not much to like about Update in terms of the form. But the daughter of Free Eagle may belatedly show that she's got a bit of ability.
Yes, and finally we've got Bojink, horse number 18 in this one.
Has got her head in front before, but not showing an awful lot at the moment, Bojink, and I thought she would struggle even if finding her best form, to be honest.
Siveiran Dondapati has asked if we've got any tips. Nice and early, so I might pin you to the wall early on here, Rory. Who do you like in this one?
I am going to go with Mawakit.
Oh, you're going joining up Shamila there?
I mean, there's no great prizes for avoiding the obvious here. There are a couple of slight worries with her, the fact that she's still a maiden, but that run last time out is the best on offer. And the others who go reasonably close to her in terms of the ratings have got a bit more to prove. So, you know, Slayle, she could bounce back. I could see her running it was a tough race for her last time out. But the other one who's closely rated there, Nassim Al Riyadh, does need to bounce back to form.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see. Mawakit is your selection there. It's also Shamila's selection. I'm going to go again with the FMQ stable. We're hoping to go one place better than we did the last time. Slayle, for me, just so impressive 2 starts ago. I thought ran an equally, if not better race last time out in a much tougher competition than this. So that's going to be my selection here. So to go through it one more time. Number 4, Slayle for me. Number 16, Mawakit for Rory and Shamila. In the comments, Jason Stevens is going for Paradise Row. His banker has already come in today, so it's word focusing on horse number 10, Paradise Row, looking for a first win, first time up this season. John Blance, who do you like here?
Horses, yes, loading up for our 10th and third last race on the card. This is horse number 1, Sa Al Taif going in. Nestles alongside Al Aziza, who's in stall 3, and between the pair of them will be Dreams Unwind very shortly. The 15 going forward is Al Jahara. There's the 11 in shot, Miss Verhaler. green colours there, Dreams Unwind, about to go in. Sheepskin noseband for that daughter of Dan Silly. Tariq Al Mansour is riding. So Miss Fahala still to come in. This is Washmea to come forward. The 12 is Shiblat Jalila. 5 is still at the back. That's Cupid's Charismatic Cutie. The 4, though, is Slael. The 11, Miss Fahala. Just waiting for Cupid's Charismatic Cutie. She's in. Fillies are ready. Down at the 1800 again. Flags are raised, they're off and racing for the 10th on the card. Good start from AFAF in the yellow and black colours. Cupid's Charismatic Cutie is also away well, as indeed is Slael in the grey colours. The green jacket of Dreams Unwind is up with the pace and pulling quite hard. Sar Al Taif is also up with the pace as they make their way through the early part of the race. Washmea is right at the back of the field. Update is towards the rear, as indeed is Shiblat Jalila in the red colours. Through the opening 400 metres in 25.88 seconds. And it's Paradise Row who's now come through to lead here in the hands of Alexis Moreno. 2 on the outside, the striped jacket there, the white distinguishing cap of Mawa Keat. Also prominent is Cupid's Charismatic Cutie. Bojink gets a first mention towards the outside, followed then by Slael, who's racing in 5th. Then up the inside, Dreams Unwind. Now just shunted back through the field a little bit is Sar Al Taif. That one appears to be going backwards rather than forwards. Then Miss Fahala trying to get a little bit closer. Al Aziza, the orange cap, is just making a little bit of ground. And Al Jahara towards the outside as well. But the lead remains with Paradise Row out in front by about a length. The Cupid's Charismatic Cutie. Then Mawa Keat round the outside racing in 3rd. Bojink is towards the outer there. The red cap coming 3 or 4 horses wide. Al Aziza, the orange cap, is in around about 5th at the moment. Dreams Unwind for Tariq Al Mansour is trying to make a little bit of headway, but none goes better than this leader. Paradise Row out in front by about 4 lengths. To in 2nd position, Mawa Keat, who's boxing on. Dreams Unwind continues to tick him off. Then Bojink down the centre of the track is Slael. One that's trying to get going late as well is Sar Al Taif as they make their way down towards the latter stages of this contest. It's Paradise Row who's well clear. Paradise Row by 5 or 6 lengths. In 2nd now is Slael. Sanuja is staying on from the back as well, but up towards the line, Paradise Row seized initiative a long way out and never ceded it. To in 2nd position, the 4 Slael. Tight for 3rd, possibly Mawa Keat hanging on for that. We'll wait and see. Sanuja was staying on very well as well. Alexis Moreno has scored again. He's had a day out at Riyadh this afternoon. 1 minute 54.74 seconds. The winning time there for Paradise Row. Just from stall 10, had to get across, but after I'd got through the field, the one suddenly was there. Alexis doing his best Camilo Ospina impression, really, and has won very, very nicely indeed. To in 2nd position, the 4 Slael. 3rd horse home was Mawa Keat, and the 4th to finish was Shanuja. So they were the 1, 2, 3, 4 there. And in 5th spot, Miss Fahala, who was staying on a bit from the back. So that was the first cluster over the line. There's Cupid's Charismatic Cutie, who was never going to be an ideal candidate for a driving finish. In the end was a little bit tired in the closing stages. Maybe a step back in trip for her. But it's Paradise Row, another wide margin winner here at Riyadh this afternoon by 5 lengths, who's landed that Fillies Open.
Thank you, Saleh. Congratulations to Abdulaziz, the team. Oh, well, she doing well today, first time. She doing good. She make the easy pace, and she keep the pace until the finish. So I think she will be a great filly. Well, I hope so. She can do better, you know. We will see in the future.
How you prepare for this cup?
Well, I'm ready.
Yeah.
We'll see tomorrow.
Congrats.
Good luck to everyone.
A very quick-fire double there for jockey Alex Moreno, who's just won the 10th race, an Open Fillies contest for 4 years old, and upwards over 1,800 metres. Oh, you wouldn't want to race over 18,000 metres. This race is worth 36,000 Saudi Riyal. Horse number 10 at Paradise Row, rated 61, takes it to victory for trainer Abdulaziz Khalid as well. So very well done to Alex Moreno for the double on the day. This is a really nice 4-year-old filly. Used to be trained by William Knight back in England and was last seen in the winner's enclosure back in Chelmsford in June and was racing in England up until October. So it was definitely a recent purchase, and she has done really well there for Abdulaziz Khalid and Abdullah Eid Al Madaya for the owner as well. So very well done to all those involved. We'll just let Alex have some waters as well, so we won't starve him of that. That was more impressive than the race, I think.
Yeah, we're most faster.
Well, congratulations, Alex. A quick double for you. This filly has only recently been brought to Saudi, and she looks to settle in really well.
Well, in like you said, first time, yeah, she done well. I hope she can be better after, you know.
Did she feel strong during the race, like in her position throughout the whole race?
Yeah, you know, I saw the race and it was a bad horse with her. I don't know her. Even I don't see her racer, but today the pace was so slow. So she break well. I just let her make the race, you know. She doing well until the.
Is this the distance for her?
Yeah, she's doing well in that distance. I think she can go far too. And even 1,600.
And yeah, what else do you have to tell me? Did you know you were going to win on this horse? Because you need to tell me before the race. I need a few more winners, Alex.
Well, next time you have to ask me first.
Well done, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, quick fire double for the jockey who's riding full of confidence right now. And Paradise Row, just to put the performance into perspective, Paradise Row form in the UK with one victory. That was at Chelmsford, if I remember correctly. That was over a mile and a quarter.
Filly's maiden over a mile and a quarter. Yeah.
Now, the interesting is she was sold at the Autumn Horses in Training sale on the 24th of October. We talk about horses needing time to acclimatise. She's only been here a matter of months, and she's already won on Saudi debut.
Well, you say a matter of months. She might have been here even less than that. Just because she was sold at the sales doesn't mean she arrived here straight away, does it? So
exactly.
Sometimes the best thing to do is strike while the iron's hot, and this shows that the notion that you need months to acclimatise is not necessarily true.
And again, we see this 1,800 metre trip. Again, these European imports tend to do much better over this on their first time than they do over the shorter trips or even the 2,400.
Yes, it seems to be harder for the sprinters to acclimatise, doesn't it? The horses with form over a mile and a quarter tend to do pretty well, and her stamina left her in a pretty good position here. Once she was able to get to the front, Alex was very happy to set a reasonably modest pace.
Yeah, well, he said
going nearly as hard as they have done.
He mentioned how slow
here.
they went.
But yeah, she was on paper. She had a hard enough task on official ratings, but she's clearly a filly who stays a mile and a quarter well. She's able to boss her opposition here, and one or two disappointments in behind. But she's looked very comfortable on the pace here, and just looks. Perhaps an improved performer for coming out here.
Cupid's charismatic Cutie, the horse who John was so desperate not to be involved in the vanguard, was right up there early on, and probably, like we thought with the trick, step up, just fell away a little bit later on towards the race. So they're approaching this bend, gets in trouble.
Her form's all shorter, so I was slightly surprised to see her at this trip. Making her debut here, and Malwakit was the one we knew would run a fairly good race, but she was always on the outside of the winner all the way around, and although she's plugged on again in the straight, she pretty much had her card marched. She's just looking a little bit awkward in the straight, carrying her head high, but she does, rather than weaken at this stage as looked likely, she does keep plugging away for third, and we see Slail, your selection, running on up the centre of the course to finish a respectable second.
Yeah, interesting run from Slael. We knew that performance over a mile where she was so impressive 2 starts ago sort of been reflected again here. She's won her race because the winner finished so far clear that it's almost acted that there's 2 different races have taken place because Paradise Row is in a different parish altogether.
She is, and she was the one who was ridden as if the trip would bring out the best in her, whereas I think a few of these were given rides to suggest that they might end up being better over shorter trips. They were looking to conserve stamina. That wasn't an issue for Paradise Row, and she looks like she's shown an improved form in winning here. It may well be that she simply had things handed to her on a plate and she's a little bit flattered by it, but she's enjoyed herself out there, and I wouldn't want to underestimate her.
Someone else who's enjoying himself back home is Jason Stevens, whose banker came in, tipped up Paradise Row, came in as well. He'll be looking for the hat trick. Heard very little from Mark Francis since his roaring success early on. He's now 4 from 5, or make that 4 from 6. He's just beginning to be a bit quieter now in
Don't
the
poke the hornet's nest, that's all I'm saying to you.
No, well, he's got 2 tough races to find a winner in as well later on in the card. But take nothing away from this winning performance, and Alex Moreno riding at the top of his game right now.
He is, yeah. I mean, he's very much a confidence jockey, as we were saying earlier in the day. And when he rides a winner, you just see that it really lifts him, and his mood changes, his confidence increases. Whereas with Camilo, he just seems to be the same all the way through. Whereas Alex is very much a streaky jockey. When he feels he can do it, he rides tremendously well. But there are times when he gets a bit frustrated when his riding can suffer as a result.
Yes, he's been the victim of a few bans as well throughout the season, most notably at Taif. He was a big race winner at Taif in one of the 2,000 metre contests and ended up suffering maybe a 9-day ban for that victory as well. But now he's back on the racecourse. He certainly is riding right at the top of his game. And I think they've got a nice one in Paradise Row, who off a rating of 61 today, no doubt will be going up in grade after this, but still has plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the handicapper does on the back of this, because it's easy to say she's beating horses who are rated in the early to mid 70s, and she should go up a lot for it. But he may not want to put her up £15 for one run.
Yeah, handicapper's got an interesting chance here because Slael came here rated 75. Now Paradise Row has put length between himself and Slael, which suggests you're going to see him in a rating of at least 75 now, surely.
You'd have thought, well, a fair bit higher than that if you want to take it absolutely literally. I'm not entirely sure I would want to take it quite that literally, given she had the run of the race, but she must be better than 61.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see where she goes next. I imagine she could drop down in trip like we saw with our previous winner, but certainly 1,800 metres, the distance of the Saudi Cup, would be a distance that I'm sure she'll want to stay at.
If anything, she probably wants to step up in trip. We know she stays 2,000 already.
Well, I'll tell you who's flying at the moment. Jason Stevens has already said Shibble Shamek in race 11. It's our Arabian contest, and John Blance can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you very much, guys. Horse number 1 is Kara Al Khaladia. Wouldn't be an Arabian race without an Al Khaladia somewhere. That's the mount of Yusuf Al Bakawi. Horse number 2 is Badi Gouda, third Thurbal Timyat rides. Abdullah Akray, this is aboard Shibble Shamek, the horse that we just mentioned there in dispatches. Jalma de Violette is horse number 4. Number 5 is ES Azar, Hamza Saad. Horse number 6 is Jage Desarnay, Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 7 is Sula Al Orda. Horse number 8 is Mutafarid. Abdullah Al Saidi rides that one. And horse number 9 is Shabri Al Hezam. Abdullah Al Rashed is aboard. So just the 9 runners going to post here over the 2,000 metres. It's our second Arabian race of the day. And we can get back to the guys who will be looking at these, excuse me, in the parade ring.
Well, send a help party out for John, who's currently struggling out there. John, we hope you can make it in time for the next race. I can't do another commentary, but let's go through the runners and riders for this purebred Arabian contest. It's a maiden, only 9 runners, and we start with Kara Al Khaladia.
Yes, 4th and a 7th furlong maiden 2 starts back, but well held either side of that, and is rather an inconsistent sort.
Badi Gouda is horse number 2.
Badi Gouda, it's a good name. He was off the track for a long time after finishing 37.5 lengths, 8th on a course and distance maiden in December 2021. I don't know whether you've seen anywhere else since. He hasn't run here, certainly.
Shibble Shamek, the selection of Jason Stevens and of a lot of other people, I imagine. He's number 3.
Yeah, it was runner-up for this course and distance in January 2022. He's been rather lightly raced since, but did finish a fair third in a 6-furlong maiden last time out, and should benefit from this marked step back up and trip.
Jalma de Violet's really caught my eye in the parade ring. Big, strong chestnut.
Yeah, improved last time out. I mean, had 9 runs already, but did seem to show a little bit of improvement, finishing 4th in a course and distance maiden last time out, and beaten about 5.5 lengths by Soyul Al Ghaya.
Now, the next horse is Azar, horse number 5.
Second last time out. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but...
22 3/4 lengths, second of 3 to Tyre Hassan in Taif. We saw enough of Azar in the Taif to know that he's not as good as his form figures suggest.
Another horse who's improved with each start, Jake Desarnet's horse number 66.
Yeah, closely matched with Jalma de Violette. I thought that I liked her profile. She's improving, and she ran well when 5.5 lengths to Soyul Al Ghaya over course and distance last time out. Only ahead in front of Jalma de Violette on that occasion, and you can use that as a stick to beat her with if you like, but I just think she's going the right way, and she's a likeable sort.
Sula Alauda is horse number 7.
Sula Alauda I thought was pretty hard to fancy. She's been 12th, 11th and 16th in 3 starts this season. They've all come fairly close together as well, and no sign of her going in the right direction.
Mutafarid is horse number 8.
Qatari bred debutant here. Again, there may well be form in Qatar for Mutafarid, but no wins to date, and not much more to say other than you've got to have a look at it in the parade ring and see what you make of it.
Shabri Al Hazam is horse number 9.
Was well behind a pair of these last time out, meeting 82, Jake Desarnais and Jalma de Violette. Hard to fancy on that evidence.
Yeah, those are the runners for our next contest. Only the 9 going to post. We go step up to 2,000 metres here. I'm fascinated by all the support for Shibel Shamek, because although he did come 3rd last time out, and that was a best run, he just had to come from the absolute clouds and was a long, long way back in 3rd. Shamila's in the parade ring. I'm sure she'll have had a closer look.
I have had a closer look, and you're going to be surprised maybe, Callum, because I am also in the Shibel Shamek camp. This horse is rated 69, 3rd last time out, like you said, at meeting 82, as a really good jockey on board with Abdullah Al-Khureidis. He knows how to speak to these Arabians really well. It's only a small field of 9, and he's definitely the strongest looking in the race. He's going around here like he owns the place, being a little bit of a handful for his one handler, but stunning nevertheless. Also behind him we have Jamal Al de Violette, who you mentioned, and she is looking really nice, Callum, so I wouldn't be surprised if you sided with her. I will be sticking to Shibel Shamek. 2 panic negatives for you in this field. First one is horse number 8, who is looking to carry a little too much condition for my liking, looking a little bit chunky today, and horse number 1 is a big question mark for me. I mean, the confirmation was not great. He is the oldest horse in the race at 7, so he was 4th last 2 starts ago at meeting 73, but I just did not like the look of him whatsoever. I will be sticking to horse number 3, Shibel Shamek.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, Shibel Shamek will be a popular selection nonetheless. I quite like Jake Desarnet's, though, as a potential improver, getting better with each start. I saw it was a really good run last time ahead of Jalma de Violette. They were a lot closer to the winner than Shibel Shamek was to his winner.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, as I said, you can look at the form and say, well, Jake Desarnais is rated 66, but given that she was only ahead in front of Jalma de Violette last time out, he's rated 53. You can say, well, is that form really that good? I thought it was okay. I think Jalma de Violette just belatedly took a step forward there, and I know that she looks pretty exposed on paper, but I thought she ran really well that day. And Jake Desarnais, I thought was a filly I'd want to keep on side. So she was just my pick in the race, for all she's not top rated, and you can make the argument that her last run isn't as good as it looks. I thought it was a step in the right direction again. I think she's likeable. I think everything she's doing points to her running a career best here.
Oh, let's call it earlier. Are we going to team up here with Jacques Desarnais? Perfect. So Callum and Rory teaming up with horse number 6. We love
Not in terms of the pronunciation of horse number number 6, but
you can have that all day of the week, Rory. That's all yours. Jalma de Violette, I think, is an interesting runner. Just the lack of pace is a massive concern for me. She's got no speed whatsoever.
Yes, I mean that is a bit of a concern, but the fact that it's a 2,000 metre trip is certainly a big plus in that regard. And stamina really should be much more important than tactics or tactical speed here.
Shibal Shamek came from off the pace last time with that third place effort. With the suggestion that he is possibly the best horse in this race, would you think that they're going to ride this horse more positively today?
Yeah,
ride it like it's the best horse in the race and say, catch me if you can.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure he'd necessarily be ridden that positively, but he was course and distance. Sorry, he was runner-up of course and distance the season before last. Now we know that the trip is absolutely no problem for Shibal Shamek, and again, I don't want to focus too much on his obvious lack of pace last time, because that was over 6 furlongs. It's a massive difference in the trip today. 6 furlongs to 2,000 meters, or to 10 furlongs is massively different, and I think that he'll just gets a straightforward ride. He should be a lot happier with the pace because of the speed they're liable to go here. And Shibal Shamek should be a player. I would, if you forced me to name the 1-2, Shibal Shamek would be number 2 in my shortlist.
We never force on this channel.
No,
there will be no forcing.
Good.
It's all done by your own free will. But that's your 1-2 there, Shibal Shamek and Jacques Delarnette. I'm still getting that pronunciation terribly, I imagine. I was interested in Abdullah Al-Kredis on board here. As Shamidi already mentioned it, he can really talk to these purebred Arabians, and I think it's a really underrated skill to be able to get the best out of these horses, because sometimes you've got to be right on their withers.
You do. I mean, there's and the way you ride them is different from the way, generally speaking, the way you'd ride a thoroughbred. They need a lot of coaxing sometimes, just kid gloves a lot more often, and the more forceful you are with them, the less likely they are to respond sometimes. They are, you have to get inside their heads. That is really important. And therefore, looking for jockeys who do particularly well in this sort of event is an important aspect. And some of the top jockeys rarely take rides in purebred Arabian races, or if they do, have a fairly modest record on them. So looking for the specialist jockeys is an important thing to do as well.
Yeah, we talked about Alex Moreno last week when we had an almost all Arabian card for the last couple of days. Alex Moreno went home. He was like, nah, I'm okay, lads. Don't worry about that. That's all yours. So good to see him back in the winner's enclosure with a smile on his face. I think he was a bit frustrated that there weren't many opportunities for the thoroughbreds last week, and we're back on song here. Remember, 2 purebred Arabian races every day here on the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. All depends what type of racer you can get. This is a maiden for 5-year-olds and older, so you can clearly see an older horse maiden, which will be interesting to see. But we get up to the group and graded races action towards the end of the week. That's when you see the real top-class purebred Arabians running, the Afsan Al-Khaladirs and such.
Well, let's hope so. Unfortunately, Afsan Al-Khaladi was
the non-runner last week.
Was a no-show when declared to run while we were away. But we like to see him in action when we're here. So. Yeah. Hopefully we will soon enough.
And the one thing you are guaranteed from these purebred Arabian contests is drama, because it isn't over until they cross the line. There is always plenty of action, horses rattling home late, horses trying to throw the race away when they're in front. So keep your eyes peeled. A lot can happen in those final 400 metres.
They can indeed, and as usually the lower grade races that provide the best entertainment as a result. The classier horses tend to be the more straightforward horses as well.
Know what they're doing.
But you sometimes you look at these races and go, that looks dull on paper. It's never dull.
No,
never dull.
Is. You're seeing Sula Alawada is just in shot there under Rakan Al-Abeid, a very talented young rider. Probably will have to be at his sparkling best to get this horse to win today.
Yes, on the evidence we've seen to date, Sula Alawada doesn't have. Or Al-Oda rather, doesn't have an awful lot of ability, but they can hide it well for a while.
Yeah, we're just going to see Mutafarid going down to post here in a little jig-jog trot there. Big type, isn't he? Big, strong type all the way through. Got a big, powerful neck on him.
He does, yeah. He's quite an impressive specimen.
Now he may have form in Qatar. We're unsure.
Yeah, he's a debutant here. But we don't always see the form book for Arabian races around the world is not necessarily an open book, as it were.
And what's it's keen to notice is there's no rating for him. Sometimes if you see a horse from overseas and they come with a big rating, you can often go, okay, that's clearly something we have to look at.
But there's no rating. So
coming here with no rating.
There's a fair chance that this is his racecourse debut, despite the fact that he's a 6-year-old.
We'll get a chance to have a look at Shibal Shamek's run last time out, and I think it is worth noticing when we say he's a long way off the pace. It is a drop-in trip to 6 furlongs. This will be a totally different style of race. He'll be able to get into a nice rhythm, and it'll probably be the one they've all got to beat here.
Yeah, on the ratings, he's rated 69. Carrara Al-Khalidi is rated 67. Jacques Desarnais is rated 66. It's worth pointing out that the mares are getting the 2 kilo allowance.
This is Shibble Shamak in shot, just going down to post. You can see why Shamila said he was an eye catcher, really imposing type, but well off the pace here, but comes flashing down the inside. You can see him scraping the paint in that black visor.
Yeah, this trip would have been too short for him last time out, but he finishes to very good effect to be third in this 6 furlong maiden last time out, and has to do a lot of late work even to get into third position. You'll see a different horse, you would imagine, over this 2,000 metre trip today. They won't be outspeeding him from an early stage, and he should be able to make that late run count for more than it did last time.
Would you be slightly concerned that his best runs have been in handicaps? And there's a real gulf between the maidens and the handicaps, especially in purebred Arabian racing.
Not this maiden.
Not this maiden. Yeah,
No.
I think this is the one maiden where he might actually be in a fairly good position. But his form is very interesting. You look, it goes, when he's running in a handicap, he runs a much better race than when he ends up in maiden company. And that would be one of my other concerns for me.
Yeah, but in fairness, we see a lot of... there's a range of maidens, it has to be said. And we see some maidens where you've got a bunch of young horses who are heading to better things, and the standard tends to be pretty high, and the winner will be rated north of 100. And then we see maidens like this where the winner's not going to be rated north of 70. So horses who are competitive in 0 to 65, 0 to 75 handicaps, you'd expect to be competitive here. Whereas horses who are running well 0 to 65 handicaps, in those maidens that are won by future listed horses, they're going to be left behind.
Yeah. And often we talk about confidence as well. They can get the confidence knocked if they get too far behind, but clearly that's not an issue for Shibble Shamak, who came from well off the pace last time out. The loading process has begun, so let's do selections. Jacques Des Arnett is going to be the selection of myself and Rory. Shamila likes Shibble Shamak, and I imagine almost everybody watching on YouTube is a fan of Shibble Shamak. John Blance, who do you like here?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, probably just shading Shibble Shamak, but Arabian race is still a bit of an enigma to me, actually, and just trying to make sure the call goes okay is the main priority. Jacques Des Arnais to go in. I think that's how it's pronounced. Didn't anticipate my French GCSE getting a dusting off doing Saudi Arabian shifts, but there we go. Horse number 9 is Shabri Al-Hezam. Will be the last to go in here. 2,000 metres, second Arabian race of the day, the 11th on the card in all here at Riyadh. Ready, gates back, and away they go. Rather slowly away was Azar, the 5 horse, and now just taken even further back. Shibble Shamak was a little bit tardy out the gates, but now just nestles up in around about 4th or 5th spot there. Spot the grey horse in the brown and white colours. The lead, though, is in the possession of Badi Goudar. So it's Badi Goudar that goes on here to Kara Al-Khaladia, who sits in second with the big white face. Those two have just moved on by 4 or 5 lengths to a line of horses disputing third. Sula Al-Order being one of them, towards the outside, the starred jacket of Muta Rafid, one of the other grey horses in the race. Another one that's relatively prominent is Jalma de Violet, still at the back of the field. The green colours there of Azar, and also towards the back is Shabri El Hazam. So they're making their way towards the end of the back straight, and the lead is with Badi Goudar, now just by a length and a half or so. The Kara Al-Khaladia, noticeable the chasing pack have caught up somewhat as well. Jacques Des Arnais in the yellow and blue colours is racing on the inside of Jalma de Violet towards the outer. Then Sula Al-Order, who's got a little bit closer. Then Shibble Shamak, who's also getting nearer to the action at the head of affairs. And towards the back, Jalma de Violet now being nudged along. The 9 Shabri Al-Hazam has never really been in this in any sensible manner, and right at the back of the field is Azar. So they're making the turn round this long sweeping bend here at Riyadh, and it's Badi Goudar who continues to hold the call. Now getting the rail, Shibble Shamak up the inside. Kara Al-Khaladia is racing on the outer there in third. Driven along, Sula Al-Order is racing in fourth. Now just being asked 1 or 2 questions, Jacques Des Arnais, the yellow and blue colours, and answers not forthcoming at the moment. Muta Farid round the outside tries to get a little bit nearer as as well. Down the lane they come very shortly. Shibble Shamek just about the leader by a neck or so to Badi Gouda, who's battling on despite leading for most of the way. Kara Al Khaladia down the centre of the track now looks like a likely challenger, but over on the far side it's Shibble Shamek as we look at them, who leads by about a length and a half. The Kara Al Khaladia in second, Badi Gouda in third. The rest are strung out like Monday morning washing. Inside the final furlong they go, and it's Shibble Shamek by 4 or 5 lengths. Shibble Shamek just getting a little bit reluctant to go on in the closing stages, but will score anyway. Kara Al Khaladia has finished in second. Badi Gouda, the long-time leader, in third, and a long gap back to the fourth horse to salute, who was Shabri Al Hezam. Shibble Shamek, the winner, and off the mark at the 15th time of asking. Ahmed Al Kradis riding. And it was noticeable, wasn't it? A couple went off quite quick. The rest of them weren't that keen on getting involved in that early speed battle, but then suddenly got a lot closer to the leading duo as they turned out of the back straight, and has gone on very nicely to score in the end. Shibble Shamek, it was one of the leading contenders in terms of official ratings, and that's how it's all worked out. Shibble Shamek, the winner there, 2 minutes 22.93 seconds, the winning time, and another pretty comfortable success as well. We'll just tidy up the minors for you. Kara Al Khaladia has finished in second, beaten 4 lengths into that posse, and Badi Gouda was third. So 3, 1 and 2, the 1, 2, 3 there in race number 11. Still one more to come. Don't go anywhere.
Abdullah Al Kradis is your winning jockey. We said he got a good tune out of the purebred Arabians, and he's got a very good tune out of Shibble Shamek, who's made it 15 times lucky here to win our penultimate contest of the day. And Rory, he gave his supporters a bit of a fright when he hit the front.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to clear right away there, but as is often the case in these events, they don't always find an awful lot when getting themselves in front. And his Abdullah Al Kradis, in fairness to him, didn't throw the kitchen sink at him either, which I think is really important because sometimes when you do get serious with them, that's when they can sort of shrink back a little bit. He knew that Shibble Shamek was going well enough to win the race, and he just had to kind of kid him home from the home turn, having travelled best to that point.
Yeah, special shout out to Jason Stevens, who I hear is a friend of our very own resident analyst Tom Collins, who has come up with yet another winner there, Shibble Shamek, doing the business there. I think that's 3 winners for Jason in our last few races. I'm sure he had success earlier on in the card as well. So well done to you, sir. Congratulations. And well done to everyone else who was on board. I'm sure there was plenty of action. My phone was blowing up with friends from home who were on board. So they're very happy with the success of this race winner, Shibble Shamek. Shamek, who has done it nice enough in front. Got a little bit of a fright from Kara Al-Khaladiya, who ended up running a much better race than what we've seen previously.
Yes, looked a little bit of a danger, Kara Al-Khaladiya, but yeah, it's has been frustrating, it has to be said, to say the least, and I wouldn't really trust that one to build on this better effort. Ran okay 2 starts back, ran badly last time, bounced back with a good run, but the pattern of his form in his lifetime suggests that he will throw it in next time, and you could see from his demeanour in the closing stages that he wasn't putting it all in the finish line.
Yeah, we can see the start from here. You'll see that the early pace was cut out by Kara Al-Khaladiya and Badi Gouda coming out of stool 1 and 2, and then it was a little bit of cat and mouse in behind, wasn't it, Rory?
Yeah, they didn't go particularly hard here, as you'd expect, over this 2,000 metre trip, and the one chink in the armour of Shibble Shemek, if you like, is a lack of early pace, but given the pedestrian gallop they went, that was never really going to be an issue for him. He was able to take a lovely position in behind the front two and stopped the pace into the home turn, always travelling like a winner at that stage. Whereas if they'd gone hard earlier on, we thought Shibble Shemek might just have struggled to hold his position, but as he did over 6 furlongs last time out, but they weren't going anything like the same pace, unsurprisingly here, and that's very much played into his hands. We didn't get much of a run of bling from Jacques Desarnais, who was up there on the outside at this stage, but never really travelling with much purpose through the race.
Here's the problem I have with the purebred Arabian racing at this point here. Look how wide they are, because no one wants to slow down and cut out momentum, because momentum is so important. So if you end up posted wide, we've got Sula Al-Wada, who's on our inside here, who's clearly got no form in the book whatsoever, but Rakan Al-Abeid has done exactly what he's been told to do. Get up there and try and maintain position, because momentum is so important, and if you're posted out wide, you'll see Mutafarid is out wide, doesn't get involved. Jacques Desarnais is out wide, doesn't get involved. Sula Al-Wada is out wide, doesn't get involved, and the other three have never managed to land a blow. All the three towards the inside and prominent have been the ones that finish in our first three.
Yeah, and it's okay on the straights to be hung out a little bit wide, but you don't want to be forced wide by other horses coming around these bends. You can lose a fair bit of momentum that way, and it's particularly difficult to get that back in a race like this.
Yeah, and once momentum's gone, like you can see, there's 2 different races happening in front of us. There's the rest who have not managed to get involved, who are all labouring in behind, tail swishing, lugging all over the place. Meanwhile, up front, you've got 3 horses really trying. The first to crack is Badi Gouda, but take nothing away from Kara Al-Khaladiya, who tried to take on the eventual winner, Shibble Shemek, but was never able to bridge that gap.
Yeah, I just don't think that you say they were trying in front. I don't think you're getting an awful lot of trying from Kara Al-Khaladiya, as you can see in the head-on, not exerting himself too much, and that's what Not From 21 now in his career was. While Shibble Shemek does have limitations, he was running himself back into form. Previously placed over course and distance in a better race than this, and everything just fell his way.
John Blance can take us through the runners and riders for, I can't believe I'm saying this, our lucky last.
Yes, it is. Our final race on the card. It's a local bred horses handicap, so it's a big field as well. So I'll be kept on my toes, I think it's fair to say. Horse number 1 is Al Makam Al Lali, Tariq Al Mansour rides. 2 is Sabil Al Khair. Horse number 3 is Esther Hughes. That's in the hand of Yusuf Al Hussein. Horse number 4 is Eichmann in the hands of Jose Rodriguez. Horse number 5 is Karaman Sultan Al Mimoni. Horse number 6 is Kabat Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 7 is Zamani Asad Al Saidi. Horse number 8 is Mashdud Fawas Wanas. Horse number 9 is Al Shamasea Mohammed Al Hubayl. Horse number 10 is Naha Al Aid. Horse number 11 is Aldemir Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 12 doesn't go. Number 13 is Mojazez Thurb Al Timiat. Horse number 14 is Anar Jimmy Carrion. 15 is Motarak Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 16 is La Chawa in the hands of Nawef Al Mudiani. Horse number 17 is Ba'id, not that one, in the hands of Fahed Al Faredi. Horse number 18 is Aj Tabathom, Yasser Al Bakawi. Horse number 19 is Danan Al Shuk. Horse number 20 is Alat Hamea, that's the man of Khalid Al-Mimoni. 21, 22 and 23 not required here. So a field of 19 in all stand their ground for our 12th and final race. Right on cue, they're making their way into the parade ring. So for the final preview of the night, we can hand you back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you, John. And yes, it's been a pleasure getting those runners and riders from you all day, and we look forward to hearing your call for the lucky last. Now, Rory, I know I can often be seen as a bit of a Duracell bunny of positivity, but I found this race really interesting, and it's a 4-year-old and older handicap. It's over 2,400 metres. It doesn't strike you as a fascinating race, but for me, I've got a short list, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6 horse long short list in this one, and I think there's plenty of horses with decent chances here.
Yeah, I find it a tough race to narrow down much as well. So we'll see how we get on.
We can't get any worse than the purebred Arabian race in the half contest, can we? So let's look at these from top to bottom. Al Makam Al Ali is horse number 1.
8th and a quarter distance open last time out. Not disgraced there. Drops markedly in class now, so that brings him into the equation.
Sabil Al-Khair is horse number 2.
Ran okay early season in Taif, but was been well held in his last 3 starts here, or last 3 starts of the season, and difficult to fancy on that basis.
Esther Who's interesting runner, number 3.
Yeah, never finished closer than 6th in a reasonably short career to date. I don't think he really stayed this trip when tried as well, so maybe with a more patient ride in a weaker race, he's got a chance. But I thought that stamina was a little bit of a question mark for Esther Who's, but not fully exposed yet.
He walloped the rail last time out on that final bend coming in. He really ran into it, and I thought that spooked him as well, but he did look like he was stopping too. H-Man is horse number 4.
Was second in a not a 60 handicap over a mile here on his most recent start, but that most recent start was exactly a year ago, and that absence is a little bit of a worry.
Caraman is horse number 5.
5th in a not a 60 over a mile last time out, and has claims of coping with this longer trip, but he's untried over it so far.
Look out for horse number 6, Kabat. He's a beast of a grey.
8th and a quarter distance maiden on his return, stepped up on that one, 4th. Only beaten half a length over 7 furlongs last time out. Wasn't suited by the drop and trip last time out. Was ridden forcefully to make the most of his stamina, and I thought kept on pretty gamely to be beaten fairly narrowly there. I thought that was a nice run, and I quite like his chances stepping back up and trip here.
The Mani is horse number 7.
Lightly raced in recent years. Won an 1,800 metre maiden here back in 2022. Well held in handicap since, but he's been off since November 22, and that's a bigger question than his recent form.
Mashdud is horse number 8.
Mashdud was 5th in open company 3 starts back, but he was off for quite a while after that. Then only had 2 runs last season and was coming off another break, or came off another break when 8th here recently. I'm not sure that he will bounce out of that particularly well, given the gaps in his career.
Just seemed a bit start-stop, doesn't he? Al Shamathea is horse number 9.
Second in a 1 mile fillies maiden at Taif early in the season, while meeting 22. Below form since, and takes a big step up and trip here, so she's not guaranteed to stay on pedigree or the way she's shaped in her races, but it's worth a try, I suppose.
Yeah, the next horse we'll look at is Nahar Al-Aid, horse number 10.
Nahar Al-Aid had a pretty tough task on a course and distance open last time out, given his rating of 57. And he is less exposed than most after just the 4 starts. This is an easier task than last time out, so he's got a chance of bouncing back.
Aldemir is horse number 11.
Aldemir, his best effort was 3rd in a mile maiden here, and up and trip now.
Shamila, you've been in the parade ring running your eye over these runners in our lucky last. Who are you considering to go for in this one?
Horse number 4. By Jose Rodriguez. A little bit on his toes in the parade ring, however, nothing too much to worry about, I don't think, as long as he doesn't boil over. First start this season, but he is looking incredibly fit, which is why he stood out to me compared to some of these other horses in the parade ring. I also do have to give a shout out to horse number 5, Caraman, as well, partnered with Sultan Al-Mimoni. 5th last time out at meeting 64, so it's had a little bit of a layoff as well, but both horses look fit and ready to go. And Caraman is also a premium tap, which we usually see for the white stables. They're always looking really nice. They're really well bred, have that quality bloodline. But I just think Ashman jumping out of stall number 4 with Jose Rodriguez, I think is the horse to beat in this final contest of the day.
Yes, Jose Rodriguez looking for a winner. He's had quite a successful stint in Riyadh, so he'll certainly be one to follow. He was also in Taif, wasn't he, as well? So he's been riding all through the Saudi season. We move on, though, to Aldemir, horse number 11.
Yes, Aldemir, his best effort was when third in a mile maiden, won by Majrash last time up. Beaten 7 lengths that day, takes a step up in trip. Not guaranteed to stay out, but has a chance if the trip does bring about a bit of improvement.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting how he gets on. Sheikh Alazama is horse number 12.
Just seems largely out of form at the moment. Best effort in his last 5 starts, finishing 9th. And is not from 16 career-wise now, so not easy to fancy.
Mojazez is horse number 13.
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing on the whole in Taif. 6th of meeting 32, but well beaten either side of that, and comes back off an absence here with a very wide draw to overcome.
We're just seeing horse number 1, Al Makam Al Ali, in short here. He's a horse we've got form of, who we'll take a look at sooner rather than later. Anna is number 14. Did we talk about Mojazez? So yeah, Anna, number 14.
Yeah, more poor runs than good ones, to say the least, and not entirely disgraced last time out, but that was in the back of 3 very poor efforts, and he's more likely to sort of a stinker than back up a decent run.
Mokhtarek is horse number 15.
His worst effort to date came over 2,000 metres. He's lightly raced. He's run okay on 2 of his 3 starts, but the one poor run came over the longest trip he's tackled. So this step up further in trip has to be a big concern for him.
Lashawa is horse number 16. We've seen plenty of this one.
We've seen plenty of it, and his form seems to have taken a bit of a turn for the worse. He was 3rd in meeting 63, but his 2 most recent runs have been absolutely dreadful, haven't they, really?
We just saw Baed there, horse number 17.
Yes, you'd like to think Baed would be a good thing in this company, wouldn't you? But I don't think this Baed is quite as good as his near namesake. His best effort came when 4th over 1,800 metres here a year ago. Well beaten on his return, but you could argue he would have needed that run, and he's clearly got a little bit of stamina, so he's not a complete no-hoper here.
Number 18 is Asia Baton.
She's been running no better than okay. She was in a tougher race than this last time out, 1,800 metre, not to 85 fillies handicap, which is well beaten there. She will at least find this slightly easier, and in a race which is pretty tight, she's not easy to fancy, but not easy to completely rule out either.
Here's one I absolutely love. Danan Al Shouk will be the selection for me, nice and early.
Yeah, well,
we're having a look at horse number 1 in action. Sorry to interrupt you there, Rory. Al Makam Al Ali is the horse in shot. I hope we get to see Al Makam Al Ali. No, it's not. It's Aldemir is going to be the horse we're going to have a look at here. So Aldemir is horse number 1. It just got totally confused there. He just runs on quite nicely to finish off in this contest. But for me, it's an interesting horse, but I'm looking at elsewhere.
Yeah, well, he's done his best work late to finish 3rd in a mile maiden there last time out, won by Majrash. And you can see why connections are stepping him up in trip. It's a big step up in trip, and he's not guaranteed to stay, but he was doing his best work late there, so you'd certainly give it a try and see if it helps him.
Here's the big strong Kabat. That's a really gutsy performance, Rory. I know you like this.
Yes, if I can find him.
6.
Yes, Kabat. He stepped up on his return when finishing 4th here last time out. And I like this performance because the 7 furlong trip here was no good for him. But he just kept plugging away, and he's only beaten half a length at the line.
Now, let's go through selections really quickly, Rory. Who you like in this one?
Yeah, I do like Kabat. I rather lost him on the page there, but that drop back and trip was no good to him last time out, but I loved how he just kept plugging away and was actually gaining again at the line. Big step up and trip will suit him.
John, it's over to you.
Thanks, lads. Yeah, they put them in very quickly here. 2,400 metres for our final race. And they're off and racing. Very, very slowly away there was Ajbathom. who's given away a load of ground at the start and is not really going a yard at the moment as they make their way through the early stages. Jcsa has got away well and leads. Also prominent is Cabot in the green colours. They're followed by Aishman, who's racing in fourth. Right round the outside is Jcsa, who's in danger of taking this turn very wide indeed. Also prominent towards the outer is Mashdud, another who's getting around that turn 5 or 6 horses wide as they try and sort themselves out round this bend. Towards the rear of the field, Sabil Al-Khair. Also towards the back is Alsha Masaya as they make the turn and head down the far side now. And the lead, marginally, is with Cabot in the green colours to up the inner in second. Jcsa, and it's Jcsa, the blue colours, to the green of Cabot. These two about 3 lengths on to Naha Al-Aid, who gets a first mention now in the yellow and red colours. Still prominent towards the outer as we look at them is Jcsa in those green colours. The white and green silks of Aishman still not too far away, as indeed is Alpha Mayar, who's in the black sleeves and black cap and just inches a little bit closer. So they make their way down the far side of the track, and it's Cabot who's retaken the lead here to, in second position up the inside, Jcsa, in the hands of Nawef Al-Mudiani. These two have been duking it out for most of the way so far. Naha Al-Aid is racing in third position. Then towards the outer in fourth spot, Jcsa and Thurb Al-Timyat. Then towards the outer, the blue cap that's getting a little bit closer now is Mashdud, but just being ridden along to try and improve that posse. One that's heading in the right direction is Caraman in the yellow and black colours, but needs to do quite a bit from there. So they're starting to make the turn for home, and looming large is Naha Al-Aid in the blue blinkers, who quickly goes on by a couple of lengths now to the long-time leader Cabot, who's racing in second. Now rather tired in third is Jcsa, the 16 horse. They're then followed by Esther, who's trying to stay on, but as they come towards the latter stages, looks like the bird might have flown here. Naha Al-Aid is well clear and piling on the pressure out in front. 7, 8, 9, 10 lengths the advantage as they race up towards the line deep inside the final furlong, and this is going to go in no uncertain terms to Naha Al-Aid, a very easy winner. To, in second position, a strong finishing Sabil Al-Khair. They're then followed by Cabot, the game Cabot, who's finished in third. And the fourth horse home was Aldemir. So it's the 10, who was 11th last time out, beating 84, so a fairly quick turnaround for Naha Al-Aid, and has scored in a time of 2 minutes 38.30 seconds, and sat relatively prominent, a little bit wide round the turn, but then just made a move as they hit the home straight, and there was nothing in behind that ever even looked like getting close. Has won this off a mark of 57, this locally bred horse's handicap. I can almost hear the sound of the handicapper sharpening his pencil. Sabil Al-Khair has finished in second, Cabot in third. That was your 1, 2, 3 in race number 12. So that's the live racing done and dusted here at Riyadh for the afternoon. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a pleasure giving you the calls. Our colleagues are making their way towards the winners' enclosure to give you a full roundup of today's events. And Naha Al-Aid it is who has scored in the 12th and final race in a time of 2 minutes 38.30 seconds.
And that was a very impressive winner of our lucky last. Naha Al-Aid has absolutely dominated this contest and won as he likes, Rory. Very impressive. Rakan Al-Abeid, a young jockey to watch on board.
Yes, and you're a big fan of his riding and his haircuts as well, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nahar Al-Aid, maybe not the easiest to find out, but he was dropping in class. He was running in an open race over course and distance last time out. The gap between this 0 to 60 level and open racing is a pretty big one as a rule. But he's won that in remarkably good style. off a mark of 57 is clearly going to take a bit of a hike from the handicapper. It looked, as you were saying before, it looked an open enough race on paper, but he was the least exposed in the race. This was just his 5th lifetime start, and he was dropping in class from that open race last time out, which seems to have given him a bit of impetus. First time he's been in the frame in his life, but he's shown much improved form. And there aren't that many horses that are fully effective over the 2,400 metres here in Riyadh. And when you do stay really well, that's a big positive, and this horse clearly stays well.
And I think it's crucial to notice that Rakan's claiming as well, so he would have taken a couple of kilos off that 60.5 kilos that this horse was initially going to carry anyway, which is a big factor.
Yeah, it certainly helps, and obviously the longer you go, the more your claim is actually worth when you think about it. That's just physics for you. But he's done it nicely, and the right sort of horses have finished 2nd and 3rd. Sabil Al-Khair finishing 2nd, and you see the game Kabat just keeping running in 3rd. He's got a lovely attitude. He hasn't won a race yet. He's pretty slow, but he will run all the way to the line.
Yeah, he's going to be an interesting horse in the future because he clearly likes this trip, and that opens up a whole world of opportunities for him. These 2,400 metre races aren't easy to come by, but if he's got the opportunity to take part, he'll be very hard to beat in some of them.
Yes, obviously, you know, you're looking at a slightly limited opportunity there with the race not just being over 2,100 metres, which is an extreme trip here, but also for not to 60 horses as well. So it's a little bit of a niche, but it's a niche that those who are in it can make the most of.
Yeah, it's certainly something that if you can take advantage of, you can really be a threat. And I think you'll watch the race replay and you just see how comfortable that he is. He's just he's going through these motions. The pace isn't an issue. He's got no problems throughout the contest, and he just enjoys it going over this distance. Maybe that slower tempo has just helped him.
Yeah, as it will. I mean, it's difficult for horses who truly stay to show what they can do in well-run races over a mile, for example, around here, particularly in big fields where a lack of early pace can get you in trouble. And when you've got a chance to really express yourself over this sort of trip, if you're a true stayer, then you'll just look at different kettle of fish altogether, and that's what's happened today.
We are very fortunate to be joined by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, a man who has been flying since you've come to Riyadh. Congratulations, a good winner today.
Yes, thank you. Good opportunity for me. My stable, today I win again for my stable. Is important because it's my honor bring me here and not win. Sometimes problem, but horse come. A little time come. And I hope more wins for him.
Yeah, he looked like a really nice horse. He had to come right wide around the bend, but he was just so powerful over this further distance.
Yes, the race here not easy. Sometimes you're riding well and come 3rd. You know, sometimes a little stop in the corner, not chance for horse. You have good luck. But I'm keep very relaxing. I give time on the race for horse, breathe good, and have a good finish. And sometimes you need riding for place. If you're riding for place, maybe you win. Yeah. And sometimes you go for too much in front, no give time of the horse, and after tired.
Shamila, I know you were a fan of Fa'at on that occasion. What made you really make that horse stick out to you? He was a big strapping type, but again, a big step up in trip.
Huge step up in trip, Callum, but what I look for in the parade ring is these big, nice horses. I tend to go for horses that have big, strong muscles, strong hindquarters, because you need that for dirt racing. So that's what made me particularly stand out with Fat. But I mean, Ricardo, that was just a really good ride from you as well in that race.
Now, Ricardo, you do a lot of your riding in France. What's the difference riding on the turf in Europe and riding on the dirt over here?
Here, strong race, you know, it's very, very fast race. I think the horse have, for a moment in the race, give 1000% the form. And Europe, you know, sometimes horse 70% can win. Here, sure not win. It's different, but sometimes you have some tactics you use in Europe, and here give good chance for race.
What type of tactics would they be? What can you use from Europe over here?
The corner. I need to many times no go too much on outside. in the dirt is different, but if I have chance to go inside, every time go inside.
Do you think that the experience of riding here at a different track, I know you don't ride at Taif, but riding at Riyadh, helps you develop your riding skills for riding in races in France and Spain as well?
Yes, same. Me never riding in Taif is different track of here. Many riders in France. I live in Spain. It's good, and I need help for my boss. Maybe look me. So thank you. Bring me again here, and all the stables and big stables now. Prince Faisal, same. Sheikh Abdullah give good opportunity. I hope all owners happy with me, but it's important big stables give chance for you.
Now, you've talked about getting chances from the big stables. You are part of a lot of international jockeys riding here at the moment. Have those guys been looking after you and making sure you're having a good time while you're out here?
Yes, I think.
Well, thank you very much for coming. I really do appreciate you coming and having a winner today. Congratulations. And hopefully you'll have a couple of winners coming up.
I hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Wonderful to have Ricardo Sousa Ferreira with us, and a jockey that we really have to thank for some of our viewership. We see Black Type TV, big supporters of Ricardo, and a lot of our French and Spanish and Portuguese viewers are with us just because Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is banging in the winners. We saw another very good winner in race 5, Rory. Must have been your highlight.
Yes, it was a fairly low-key day. You know, a couple of 0 to 60 events, a lot of maidens, but we did see a very good performance in the 7-furlong handicap when Watawasi won by a wide margin. He'd shown promise in his 3 starts to date, but took a big step forward here to win by a margin of 14 3/4 lengths under a typical Camilo Espino ride. Got the horse in the out the stalls very well, got him to the front by the bend and just kept piling on the pressure. The others couldn't live with him, and he ended up coming home a long way clear. Clearly going to find things harder in tougher company after this, but lovely to see a horse of this sort of quality on what was a fairly ordinary day's racing.
Yeah, it was a fascinating performance from my side of things, because not only was he making his first run in Riyadh, having shown some decent form in Taif, he was also Camilo Espina's 100th winner of the season. Shamila, he's flying.
He's flying. He's just all class. All the jockeys look up to him. He's like a bit of a father figure in the weighing room here. He's been here 15 years, so he has a lot of respect. And considering him and Wigberto Ramos has pretty much been here at the same time, and Camilo has so many more winners, that just goes to show how good a jockey he is, how much class he has.
He's got a wonderful association with the White Stable, but he didn't just have winners for them. He had an outside ride winner today. Just keeps on doing it. Doesn't matter which stable he's representing.
Yeah, he rode that winner, the horse who was with David Marnan and hadn't shown an awful lot in 7 runs in Ireland, and had a rating in the 40s coming here, but showed much improved form on his dirt debut to show that you can never pigeonhole these horses too early. So that was good to see Camilo get his double up. And whenever you see him take an outside ride, you've got to sit up and take notice.
Yes, Shamastar wasn't the only European import to do well today. We also had Paradise Row was a winner on his first start in Saudi Arabia as well. So putting paid to the whole idea that you need time to settle before you can win here.
No, it was really good to see. And to be honest, Paradise Row, it didn't stick out to me in the parade ring whatsoever. And I didn't think it was going to stay either. But, I mean, never doubt Alex Moreno, I guess.
Yeah, another jockey with a double, as well as Camilo Espina. Alex Moreno, quiet last week. But, Rory, when you and I get here, he tends to bang in the winners.
He certainly does. And when he starts riding winners, then it's hard to get him to stop again. He does have these barren patches, and he is a bit of a streaky jockey. But when he's confident, when his confidence is high, he's a very hard man to stop, and his confidence is clearly high at the moment.
We've got plenty of viewers back home who are supporting horses left, right and centre. We made it very clear from the beginning, you must trust Lucas Gaitan, and yet again he comes to the fore with Laheb, who looked very, very good on debut.
And I doubted them.
Same here.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just goes to show Lucas Gaitan and his strike rate, you cannot doubt them, absolutely. The Athbar stables do so well in the Arabians and the Thoroughbreds as well.
Yeah, Aspar Racing, certainly an ownership group to watch out for. Rory, what did you make of that winning performance?
It was a very impressive performance. I mean, I think most of us looked at that, and he mentioned that after the race, Lucas. He said, people think I'm crazy running a horse first time out over 1,800 metres. And that was our question. Why would you run a horse with his pedigree over this sort of trip first time out? But Lucas always knows what he's doing. He runs his horses when it's exactly right for them, not in the races you would expect them to run. And he's almost always absolutely spot on.
That's the crazy thing about him, is the fact that you looked at that and you were trying to pick holes in the fact that this horse first time up, 1,800 metres. Why he possibly, even Lucas himself said, people think I'm crazy, but he clearly knows what he's doing. And again, once again, just manages to get these debutants to run well for him. It's now a matter of where you go next.
Yes, but again, he places his horses very well too. He doesn't just jump in at the first opportunity. He digs his opportunities out really well, and his strike rate is exceptional for all that.
Yeah, plenty of excitement today and even more excitement to look forward to tomorrow. 4 group races on the horizon tomorrow, which I'm very much looking forward to. And it's not just the thoroughbreds, the purebred Arabians are getting in on the act as well, Shamila.
It is, but you know who I'm looking forward to seeing tomorrow is Lagatha Rhyme is back in action under Alex Moreno, so they could be in the winners' enclosure again in a Group 2 as well.
Yes, plenty of action, and those Group 2s aren't easy, are they? They're fairly chunky fields, and we were going through them a couple of days ago just when the cards first came out, and we just got the impression that the racing is just taking that tick up now, and everyone's preparing for the Saudi Cup.
Yes, it does seem that way, and this weekend's racing is really good. I love the way you sort of were lulled into a full sense of security with a day like today, with sort of lowish prize money and lots of fairly ordinary contests, and suddenly you're up 3 or 4 grades with tomorrow's racing and Saturdays as well.
Yeah, I thought what was great today, though, the 0 to 60 races for those 3-year-olds, the 2-year-olds that are now getting a chance in handicaps, they'll be worth keeping an eye on all the way through the season, even beyond the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get horses who are just reaching maturity now, who haven't been able to make much of an impact in early season maidens, but have needed time to develop. And they're the types who will suddenly show improvement, as we saw in our last race. A horse who's been unplaced in all his starts, absolutely bolting up in a handicap. That's going to be a theme over the next few weeks as well.
Yes, it will be really challenging for you at home to find winners in some of those tougher races, but you've got plenty to look forward to over the next 2 days. Remember where you can find us. This is the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. We're available live on YouTube on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Friday is good. Saturday might be even better. Plenty of good horses, plenty of good jockeys, and hopefully we can find you plenty more winners. Thank you everyone for tuning in back home, and we can't wait to see you do it all over again tomorrow.